A Growing Affection. Book 3 Part 1. By Xavon Wrentaile. It was a blazing hot afternoon, the last Friday in August, when three formless brown masses detached from the forest and shuffled silently towards the main gate of the Konohagakure. Team Enko was on guard duty, and Ino and Choji tensed as the shapes drew closer. Shikamaru observed them, curious yet decidedly unconcerned. "I think we should hose you down before we let you back in the village," he informed the invaders, causing his partners to relax. "Please do," Sakura groaned, lifting her head far enough that Ino could now see her friend's green eyes amidst the muck caking her body. "The Hokage put the knucklehead in charge, and our leader decided getting back to the village to report on our mission was more important than taking a few hours to clean up." "Come on, Sakura," Naruto's pearly white grin flashed from under the mud and reeds covering most of his face. "You know this mission was for one of Grandma Tsunade's VIP friends, so we had to get back ASAP. And after trekking around that swamp for a week, it will take more than a few hours to get cleaned up, especially without a real shower or a washing machine." She sighed slightly, unable to refute his point. "Besides," Uzumaki smirked even more broadly, "I can't wait to see the look on Grandma Tsunade's face when we tromp into her office looking like this." Choji chuckled in agreement. Hinata sighed at her boyfriend in exaggerated exasperation, but a twinkle in her white eyes showed she was not completely opposed to the prank. "You're asking for it," Shikamaru cautioned him, but he looked amused by the prospect as well. "Let's just get this over with," Sakura grimaced. "I'm ready to spend about a week in the tub." Choji and Ino made way for them, and the blonde Kunoichi made a big production of avoiding them. Naruto stomped forward, proudly filthy, and his teammates followed with much less energy. "Should we call the Hokage?" Ino asked, knowing they might catch some heat from their finicky commander. Shikamaru just shrugged apathetically. "I'm just glad they're getting along again," Choji said, opening a bag of chips. Though he had recovered from his battle with the One-Tails Tanuki, he was not yet quite back to his original weight, and Ino was trying moderately to keep him where he was. Ino and Shikamaru both nodded, recalling the month of May. Though none of the members of Team Kakashi had told anyone else about what had occurred between them outside Naruto's condo, somehow everyone in the village seemed to know that Sakura had made a move on Naruto, that he rejected her, and that Hinata had seen the whole thing. For the next few weeks, Naruto and Hinata had been on eggshells around Sakura, and she around them. The tension had spread to all of their friends, and battles lines had been drawn. Lee sided with Sakura for obvious reasons, and Ino supported her former rival as a matter of friendship. Temari didn't take sides, but expressed a belief that Sakura had not done anything wrong. Choji and Shikamaru stayed neutral for the sake of their respective lovers. But Shino, Sasami, Niji, Tenten, and Konohamaru's gang all stood with Hinata, though most of them were more outraged than she was. And finally there was the anti-Naruto camp. Kiba and Hanabi were both of the mind that Naruto wasn't good enough for either Hinata or Sakura, and didn't deserve to be the center of a love triangle. Most of the older shinobi, wisely, kept their noses out of the cyclone. Hinata, meanwhile, expressed to Naruto a feeling of liberation. She was not happy that Sakura had kissed her boyfriend, but she was relieved to finally have everything made public, and immensely happy that Naruto had turned Sakura down. Despite that, they were unsure how to act around Sakura. Uzumaki in particular, the new Takujo, became extremely jumpy whenever he saw the color pink out of the corner of his eye. In the end, it was Sakura who had taken the initiative to resolve matters. "We need to talk," Sakura said firmly, cutting off Naruto and Hinata's exit from the Uchiha estate. The June afternoon was breezy, and many big, fluffy clouds hung lazily above the winds. Kakashi Hatake had been teaching the trio the rudiments of fire element manipulation, and in spite of himself was surprised by the speed with which Naruto was mastering his fourth element. The copy ninja's fiancé had also joined them, taking position between Hinata and Sakura. Yugo claimed her actions were from nostalgia, and to make sure they had even pairs, but none of the teens were fooled. After all four of his students had displayed proficiency in the fireball jutsu, he had dismissed them, and after the parents of Rei were out of sight, Sakura had made her move. "Of course, Sakura," Hinata agreed with clipped politeness. "What is it?" Naruto did not say anything, but he was obviously more worried than his girlfriend. You both know what it is, the medic side, knowing they were owed their suspicions, it's about the night of the promotions, and what I did. She phrased it to take all the blame on herself, hoping that the admission of guilt would help ease the tension in the air. It did, but only slightly. The pink-haired girl exhaled again, struggling as to how she should proceed. Then her inner self growled, and her infamous temper gave way. Look, I shouldn't have kissed Naruto, okay, she said angrily, struggling to keep her voice low enough she wouldn't attract their teacher's attention. It wasn't fair to either of you and probably wasn't good for me either. And maybe I shouldn't have asked Naruto to dump Hinata, but... She trailed off, her temper and momentum stolen by her words. She took a deep breath and continued more calmly, but still just as intently. But I needed to clear the air and get that out in the open, she insisted, and I needed to hear some of the things Naruto said. Even if I'm still not sure he's right. Either way, she shrugged, I'm done with it. I'm sick of alienating my friends, especially you two. And I haven't hit Naruto for doing something stupid for months. I haven't even been able to tell him off, because I keep getting all googly-eyed. Hey, the blonde teen protested. You melted that Akatsuki base, she growled at him, never mind the fact you used a jutsu you didn't fully understand, that the fox demon taught you, and made it 3 times stronger than it needed to be. No, the real issue is that you just up and destroyed the place. Who knows what kind of intel we could have recovered. You're just lucky there weren't any other prisoners there. She punched him in the arm and felt immensely more like herself. So, that's why I decided, she looked at them earnestly, hopefully, I'm not going to be in love with Naruto anymore. Both Naruto and Hinata struggled to contain their incredulity. Sakura was not looking at them anymore, so she missed their dubious expressions. From now on, I'm going back to normal, she informed them, I'm going to treat you both like I used to before you started dating. And I hope you can do the same for me. Still facing the ground, she quickly exited before either of her teammates could challenge her. Naruto frowned at Hinata thoughtfully, and the Hyuga scion looked worried. Naruto, she stammered slightly, do you think she means it? Can she really just stop being in love with you? He shrugged, but his expression didn't change. If it were anyone else, I would say no, he decided, but no matter how often or how coldly Sasuke dismissed her, Sakura still expected they would still fall in love. And even after he became a traitor, she believed that someday she, or I, or Kakashi-sensei would find the right words to convince Sasuke to come back. To return to the village and to our team. She can be insanely stubborn, and so I think if she really sets her heart on going back to how she used to act, she probably can. Hinata nodded, mostly convinced. But something else troubled her. Naruto, what you just said. Does that mean you don't believe in Sasuke anymore? His girlfriend asked. No, Naruto shook his head. Even before he gave his body to that snake, I didn't believe. I still wanted to keep my word, and held on to an ember of hope, but in my heart and in my mind I knew he would never come back. I think we should do the same thing as Sakura, she requested, put it behind us, and try to go back to something like the way things were. The realization that she was drawing close to the Hyuga manor pulled Hinata back out of her memories. The next few weeks had still been somewhat tense, but as the heat of July burned away the last days of June, somehow acting like everything was back to normal stopped being an act. The Byakugan user still detected a spark in Sakura's eyes from time to time when she looked at Naruto, but otherwise she and the medic were back to being friends. Sakura even supported her teammates' relationship, more or less, except for any public displays of affection. But she didn't give Naruto and Hinata any more grief than she gave Ino and Choji, or Tenten and Niji. Thinking of the last couple made Hinata ironically pause. She and Naruto were set to have dinner with her cousin and his partner tonight, so she needed to hurry. But that also forced her to remember her current sorry state. Though it had been amusing to go along with Naruto's plan, she had no desire to spread the muck over her family's home. After almost 2 days of travel, it still wasn't totally dry, and she felt sorry for the servants who would be forced to clean it up. So, she diverted into a small park, and used her earth chakra to divest herself of the worst of the mess. She still needed a shower, and then a bath, and then probably another shower, but at least she wouldn't spread filth to anything she touched. When Hinata Hyuga entered her clan's stronghold, one of her greatest worries was realized. Not 2 steps into the door, she nearly collided with her father and grandfather. She subtly and quickly danced back, inclining her head and murmuring a greeting, before hurrying off to her room. What was that? Hyuga Fuga sniffed imperiously, watching the young woman retreat. Hinata has just returned from an important mission, Hayashi asserted, which unfortunately required her team to trek through a swamp. How unbecoming for a member of this clan, the elder sniffed again. It was an A-rank mission, the Hyuga leader said, trying to keep down his annoyance. He also felt a kernel of shame, realizing he had been the same way only a few years ago. Recovering the personal holy symbol of the high priest of the Rising Sun Temple is a very prestigious task, regardless of where the thieves hide, Hayashi continued. The older man turned away, letting the matter drop as unworthy of his attention. He began to stride away, and his son had to hop to keep up. I believe we were discussing your nephew and the disenfranchised girl, Hyuga pretended to recall. Yes, Hayashi shifted gears quickly. Tenten has accepted Niji's proposal. I gather you disapprove? Not at all, the chief elder of the Hyuga clan said smugly, with no clan to oppose us, it will be easy to bring her into our family. And her genetic heritage offers interesting possibilities. She is a fine match for Hisashi's son. However, the older man changed the course of the discussion again. I am dismayed that you have allowed your first daughter to continue this farce with the Jinchuriki. Hayashi forced himself to remain neutral. Despite the negative connotations of the phrase, his father's tone had remained even and conversational, so Hayashi could not react without appearing in the wrong. I cannot imagine what you mean, Hinata's father laced his voice with confusion. I do not believe Hinata knows a demon vessel. Then with just a hint of condescension, Hayashi pretended to understand. Oh, you must mean Naruto. You must have forgotten the Kyuubi merged with him almost 4 months ago, creating a new Kekkai Genkai. Hyuga sniffed again, and turned away from his son, his face growing tight with concealed rage. But his visage cleared just as quickly. Whatever that punk might be, the grandfather of Hanabi said dismissively, we have the future of the clan to consider. And to that point, there is something we need to speak on in private. Come, Hayashi. The former clan leader led his son back to the clan head's office. Hinata wore a simple cyan sundress and matching sandals. Instead of her usual braid, she had pulled her hair into a simple ponytail. Her cheeks were lightly blushed and her lips glossed, but she did not like to wear a great deal of makeup, nor did she need it. She also wore the silver and emerald bracelet Naruto had given her, and matching earrings. Hinata carried a deeper blue purse, small enough to only contain the essentials, a small amount of cash, her lip gloss, emergency feminine hygiene products, and a single kunai. The kunoichi looked around, wondering where Niji was. It was getting close to time for them to leave. Just as she was getting ready to look for him, he rounded the corner. Hinata's eyes widened in worry. Is something wrong, my brother? She asked, noticing instantly that he was wearing his uniform. She wondered if he had received an emergency call. No, nothing is wrong, Niji frowned. Why do you ask? You are wearing your uniform, she pointed out, slightly concerned. I thought perhaps you and Tenten had received an emergency call and would need to cancel. The jonin shook his head. No, nothing of the sort. Then why are you dressed like that? She prompted. My Hyuga clan robes are the most formal outfit I own, he said defensively. Formal? She frowned in confusion. Naruto invited Tenten and I to join the two of you for dinner. He reflected her uncertainty. How else would I be attired? Niji, she suppressed a smile, understanding finally. Think about what you just said. Do you really think Naruto would host anything too traditional? This is just a casual get-together. I doubt Naruto will be wearing anything more than a t-shirt and shorts. Do you think I should change? He felt foolish. It's up to you, she said gently, her lips turning up. I'm sure Naruto won't care either way, so wear whatever makes you most comfortable. Perhaps I will change then. As it turned out, Hinata was wrong. Naruto was also wearing an apron over his orange t-shirt and blue jean shorts. He kissed his girlfriend on the cheek, and then stepped back to allow the three of them to enter. Niji had changed into a deep blue polo shirt and khaki shorts, and when they picked up Tenten, she was wearing a short-sleeved, tan blouse and black, denim skirt. The male jonin was immediately thankful to his cousin for her advice. You're late, Naruto chided them happily, but I guess your timing is pretty good. I was just getting ready to throw the ribs on the grill. My apologies, Neji offered stiffly, I had to change my clothes. Don't worry about it, I was just kidding. Their host was surprised by how literally his rival took him. Have a seat, I'll be back in a minute. I'll help you. Hinata closed the gap between them and collected the platter with the meat. Neji moved tensely to one of Naruto's love seats and settled in almost mechanically. Tenten sat next to him, much more naturally. She leaned in close and whispered, Relax, Neji. It's just Naruto and Hinata. I know, but they are the first people we are telling, outside of our team, your parents and my uncle, he murmured back. Are you really worried about how Naruto and Hinata will react? The weapons mistress prodded her lover, both vocally and physically. He did not answer, just watched them through the patio doors. Hinata laughed as Naruto accidentally sloshed sauce on his apron. We don't have to tell them tonight, Tenten offered, we could wait until we tell everyone. No, I want Hinata to know, he managed a slight smirk, and that means telling Naruto as well. Telling me what? Their host asked, hanging his red-stained apron on a hook by the patio door. Hinata followed after him, with a look of expectation. Tenten glanced at Neji hopefully, and he gave her an exaggerated sigh, and then nodded. Neji and I are getting married, the recently promoted Jonin informed them, slipping on her ring and showing it. Hinata squeaked happily and embraced her friend. Naruto shook Neji's hand with a rueful look. Why are you looking at me like that? The Hyuga Jonin asked suspiciously. I guess I was just hoping you would hold out a little longer, Naruto smirked. This was not the first time I asked her, Neji admitted, and both the younger teens turned to stare at Tenten. He asked me last year, too, she informed them, but I wasn't ready. She told me that she would not marry me until we were both full Jonin, the ranking shinobi added. I expected he would ask me again on the day the promotions were announced. She frowned at him slightly, but he made me sweat it out for 2 months. Man, it seems like everyone is getting engaged, their host noted, first Kakashi-sensei and Yuga-sensei, then Irik. He trailed off when he saw Hinata's frightened look, but it was too late. Irika and Enko are getting married? Tenten demanded in excitement. No, Hinata shook her head weakly, of course not. You know what Enko-sensei is like. Don't you think she'd laugh in Irika-sensei's face if he proposed? Probably, Tenten was forced to agree. And even if they were just moving in together, and had exchanged promise rings, Naruto said firmly, you wouldn't have heard it from me. Because they wouldn't trust me not to tell everyone, right? Uzumaki started strong, but his too specific denial grew unsure at the end. Tenten smiled broadly at him, and both Hyuga cousins looked dismayed in their own way. I better check on the ribs, Naruto quickly excused himself, even though the pork had not been cooking for much more than a minute. After the door closed, Tenten closed in on Hinata. Did they really exchange promise rings instead of getting engaged? The weapons mistress asked directly. Hinata nodded and Tenten prompted, why not? The pale beauty struggled for a moment and then softly said, Enko-sensei says she can't marry Irika or have his children while she still bears the curse mark. I can understand why she would say that, Neji stated, and both girls looked at him perceptively. Please, don't tell anyone else, Hinata pleaded with them, and both of the older teens smiled kindly at her. We won't, the other Kunoichi assured her friend, but we just have to hassle Naruto a little. Don't give him too hard of a time, the pale beauty requested more sternly. Naruto has been worried that he and I have been taking things too slowly, especially with everything happening between our teachers, plus Temari and Shikamaru moving in together. Neji, go help Naruto, Tenten ordered. He raised an eyebrow at the command, but she glared back at him and he managed to exit without looking too rushed. Tenten locked the door behind him, drawing a surprised look from the chef. Then the weapons expert rounded on her friend with an intense expression. Hinata, don't tell me you two aren't sleeping together yet? Tenten demanded incredulously. Well? Hinata tapped her fingers together for the first time in over 6 weeks. Tenten sighed at herself for pushing her student too far, and at the younger couple in general. We haven't even gotten much past second base, Hinata confessed softly. You've been together for almost a year, the Jonin said more gently, despite her shock, and that's not counting the 4 months you spent feeling each other out. So to speak. What's the matter? I think Naruto is afraid if he goes too far, he will scare me away, Hinata admitted. I think he might have decided to wait until we're married. And no matter how much more forward I may have become, I'm just not sure I can seduce him. Wait for marriage? Tenten's eyes grew like saucers in amazement. Naruto Uzumaki? The biggest pervert in the village? Tenten, Hinata barked angrily at the insult. Then her expression softened a little, and she added, you and I both know that Ino Yamanaka is the biggest pervert in the village. The new Jonin chuckled, unable to refute the statement. And leaving aside Ino, and Master Jiraiya, and certain others, Hinata continued, Naruto hasn't really earned his reputation. Yes, he used to be a peeping Tom, but that was to perfect his sexy jutsu. But what else has he done to earn to be labeled a pervert? He did help the pervy sage write his books, Tenten pointed out smugly. Have you read those things? No. Hinata stammered, blushing slightly. Then she regained control, and asserted, Naruto only did that because Master Jiraiya was too caught up in writing to train him. And Naruto has never peeked on me, no matter how many times I try to get him to look. Hinata. Tenten exclaimed, both proud and scandalized. Then she turned up only one side of her mouth, and implied, maybe he's gotten an eyeful, and you just didn't notice. Hinata grinned back, and activated her Byakugan. Maybe not, Tenten conceded, and then another thing occurred to her, so does this mean you've taken a look at what Naruto has to offer? Hinata turned bright red, and hid her face in her hands. But she did not counter the query, and behind her palms, her smile widened a little. You're not denying it, Tenten needled her friend, and Hinata pushed her face deeper into her hands. The older girl prepared to press the issue, but then Naruto knocked on the glass door to the balcony. Don't think you're off the hook, the weapons mistress whispered as the Hyuga scion composed herself and turned to open the door. I still cannot believe you cooked that, Naruto, Niji said again, as the 4 teens approached the front door to Naruto's abode that was better than most restaurants. Dinner eaten, and a romantic comedy enjoyed, the Jonin couple prepared to take their leave. Naruto and Hinata escorted them to the exit, though the younger Hyuga was not ready to leave just yet. The pervy sage is pretty picky, Naruto shrugged unhappily. If I wanted to learn, he had to be well fed. That might be part of why I don't like cooking. Not to mention all the hassle with prep and clean up. That reminds me, I still need to do the dishes, Hinata noted softly. You make her do the dishes? Tenten demanded, annoyed. No, Naruto shot back, I don't even want Hinata to do the dishes. But she insists. It's only fair, the younger Kunoichi asserted, and if I don't, he'll just shove everything in the dishwasher anyway. That's what it's for, Naruto mumbled defensively. Besides, I like doing the dishes, Hinata smiled slightly, ignoring her boyfriend. I don't get to do anything like that at home. Well, we better get going, Tenten said. Are we still on for tomorrow, Hinata? Yes, of course, the younger teen nodded at her coach happily. Are you training with Kakashi tomorrow, then? Niji asked Naruto in polite curiosity. I would be, the blonde grinned ruefully, but in revenge for making a mess of her office, Grandma Tsunade is sending me on a C-rank delivery mission with Konohamaru's team. So I'll be gone the next 2 days. Well, then we really better give you two some time alone tonight. Tenten winked at Hinata and shoved her fiancé out the door, pulling it shut behind her. Naruto locked the door and turned to his girlfriend with a roguish look. Dishes first, she shook her head regretfully. But Naruto caught her hand and pulled her into a tight embrace, enjoying the shape of her body against his. How about a little dessert first, he suggested, then I help you with the dishes, and then a little more dessert. Before she could answer, he kissed her deeply and passionately, letting her feel how much he had missed her lips while they were in the swamp. Her resistance melted, and she pressed herself firmly to him. That works too, she panted after he released her. He grinned and lifted her, carrying her to the couch. Hinata was tired, but pleasantly so, as she entered the Hyuga manor. Tenten had been working with her on the 3 common short swords, the Ziphos, Gladius, and Wakizashi. The pale beauty had been put through her paces with the trio of weapons, both alone and in mismatched pairs. Hinata felt she was finally mastering the light blades, particularly the Ziphos, the leaf-shaped blade having elements in common with both of the other two swords. And whenever Tenten was not commenting on her technique, the older teen was pestering Hinata about her love life. For the first few hours, Hinata tried to ignore her friend, occasionally asking her to stop. Then the decreasingly shy teen realized the teasing was part of her emotional training. So she tried to turn it back on Tenten, but Hinata was at a disadvantage. The Byakugan user was uncomfortable asking for the details of what was also Niji's love life. After all, he was not only her cousin, but essentially her half-brother, too. Before she could reach her room, Hinata was intercepted by her father. "Hinata, there is something we need to speak on," the clan leader began without greeting her, failing to hide his dissatisfaction, his voice oddly proper. "Hello, father," she said carefully. "Can I drop off my bag and get cleaned up first?" "I am afraid there is no time for that," he told her regretfully. "You need to come with me right now." She nodded, worried, and allowed him to lead her deep into the mansion. He brought her to one of the multi-purpose rooms, designed to be used for meetings or as a small-scale practice room. He opened the door and waited for her to step through. Inside the room were the 5 Hyuga clan elders, her grandfather Hyota in front and the other 4 arrayed behind him. Other than her grandfather's sister Hiroko, she did not know her exact relationship with the other elders. They were all kneeling on pads quite formally. Directly in front of the head elder, a silken cloth covered a long, shallow box. Opposite the elders was another pillow, with one final position open between the elder and the lone seat, but far off to the side. After he closed the door, Hayashi Hyuga moved to the observer's spot and knelt rigidly. "Hinata, please have a seat." Her grandfather's tone was polite and seemingly open, but she detected a current of pride and anticipation in his words. She unshouldered her bag and set it by the door, before taking her place as the target. "To what do I owe this honor?" Hinata asked neutrally yet officially. "Your 17th birthday is fast approaching," Hyuta answered, "and we need to start considering your future, Hinata, and the future of the Hyuga clan." She watched him carefully, but did not respond. In her entire life, her father's father had only called her by name 3 times before. But now he had used her name twice in under a minute. This only increased her worry about what he had planned, but she kept her emotions tightly hidden. "To that end I have been investigating potential suitors," the previous clan leader continued, "and I am pleased to say we have arranged an excellent husband for you. He is a jonin from the village hidden in the mines, and also a noble in the land of silver. He holds the position of duke, which is like a regional governor, only as a hereditary position. And he is quite anxious to meet you." "I am afraid I must decline," Hinata said carefully, "as is my right under the laws of the Hidden Leaf Village. I will not enter into an arranged marriage." "Is this because of the Uzumaki boy?" Hyuta asked, his mask slipping slightly at her refusal. He had insisted to Hayashi that Hinata would offer no resistance. In a way, the young woman conceded, thinking to herself that if not for Naruto she might have given in to her grandfather's demands. "He is not worthy of you," the elder sniffed. "He is a mongrel with no family, and he is obviously using you to gain access to the Hyuga clan's political power." "Naruto will be Hokage," Hinata countered simply and levelly. "He had the support of the 3rd, and he has the support of the 5th. He is the student of 2 of the legendary Sannin, and the Kazekage is indebted to him. Unless some cosmic joke were to have the daimyo stride into the village and appoint some random ninja Hokage, Naruto will lead the Hidden Leaf one day. And given that Lord Hisoka seemed approving of Naruto when we met him, that scenario is unlikely. Naruto does not need our clan's power, he already has plenty of powerful friends." Hyuta bristled slightly from her succinct destruction of his argument. But he covered it briefly and moved on to his second theory. "In that case, he is probably after our money," her grandfather decided. "No, he is not," Hayashi spoke up, surprising his father and the other elders. "In short-sighted anger, I made the same argument just over a year ago. Afterwards I made some discreet inquiries. Naruto Uzumaki is quite frugal with his money, perhaps as a result of growing with only his mother's pension. As his income has increased, his spending has remained mostly the same. Since reaching his majority, he has gained access to the royalties for his grandfather's books, as well as Yukihana's not insubstantial savings. In short, Naruto's personal net worth exceeds that of some of the smaller clans in this village. He just does not flaunt it. Hyuta sniffed, but in surprise instead of derision. Whatever the case, the elder plowed forward, he is a second-rate ninja and not suitable to be the consort for the head of the Hyuga clan. Girl, if you wish to remain a candidate to succeed your father, you will break things off with the Jinchuriki and accept the husband we have chosen for you. And if I refuse? Hinata asked carefully. Then you will be deemed unfit and relegated to branch clan status, he informed her directly, unable to resist a slight sneer at the end. At which point you will use the caged bird seal to force me into the arranged marriage, the pale beauty prompted. Of course not, her grandfather declared imperiously, we would not foist an inferior member of the Hyuga clan on such an important person. You would be free to pursue your dalliance with Uzumaki. If he would still have you, the chief elder said more smugly, but there was an undertone of haste that implied he had planned the statement but had nearly forgotten it. So I am to choose between the two cages you have prepared for me? Hinata asked sadly. An interesting way to phrase it, Hyuta noted haughtily, but essentially correct. The young woman frowned as she considered that. Then she shook her head. And what if I choose neither? Hinata asked quietly, I could flee the clan. Ask the Hokage and the rest of the village for protection. She finally met her grandsire's eyes, and Hinata's gaze was firm. Our clan lost a great deal of respect and even some political power when Niji revealed your use of the caged bird seal. If I were to tell them that you used that seal as a threat to break the law and try to force me into an arranged marriage. She trailed off sadly, and her grandfather's white orbs bulged in anger. He quickly regained control, and the other four elders started muttering amongst themselves. Silence, he ordered his comrades, and then Hyuta leaned forward, reaching for the cloth-draped box. I feared you might say something like that, so I have come prepared, he informed her superiorly, removing the shroud. Unveiled, the top of the case was marked with a large X with a hooked line on either side. Everyone in the room knew the symbol all too well. It seems I cannot allow you to leave this room without the caged bird seal, girl, Hyuta Hyuga stated with grim satisfaction. He lifted off the cover of the wooden container, revealing the brand recessed in shaped, black, silk pad. I do not think we should place the seal on your forehead, but the secondary marking place on your spine will suffice, Hyuta decided, reaching for the chakra-bonded iron. One of the elders shifted his shoulders uncomfortably, as if feeling something on his back. I wonder if this was what Itachi felt, Hinata said, her voice hoarse with disappointment. What? Hyuta looked up from the brand at her statement, but fell back when he saw Hinata crouching over the box, staring at him with her sad, silver eyes surrounded by bulging, pulsing veins. Her left hand hung down, a cloud of chakra spinning lightly over it, ready to coalesce into a Rasengan if needed. Suijin, the elder gasped as he fell back on his butt. He had neither seen nor heard the girl move, though Hayashi and Hiroko had both noticed her movements, if barely. And they all recognized that she had activated her Byakugan without using words or her hands to focus her energy. Still crouching, Hinata took a step forward, moving between her grandfather and the brand. So, you intend to turn traitor, to slaughter your clan? Hyuta asked with all the bluster he could muster. He had not seen the second level of Byakugan since his grandmother Hoshi's death. Part of him wanted to believe it was a trick or illusion, but he knew better. I do not intend to kill you, grandfather, Hinata said gently, pained that he could think that, you misunderstand me. When I mentioned Itachi, I was not speaking of his feelings when he executed the Uchiha clan. I meant the point when he realized his clan was too far lost in past glories and self-importance to recognize how stagnant they had become. How dare you? Hyuta sputtered, and Hinata regarded him with deepening pity. Grandfather, I possess the Suijin Byakugan, a fact which was apparently a mystery to you. She shifted her attention to her father without taking her eyes off her grandfather, and Hayashi Hyuga shrugged, which means you think too little of me to read the clan leader's reports. That in turn means you do not know that at this point I can easily counter the primary techniques of our clan. So I doubt you can stop me from leaving. If you try, I will incapacitate you. Arrogant child, Hyuta's hand darted up, aiming the gentle fist at her heart, a potentially lethal move. Hinata in turn released her partial Rasengan and aimed both of her index fingers at his forearm. Enough! Hayashi shouted, before either of them could strike. They paused, and the chief elder seemed to return to his senses. He noted that Hinata would have shut off the chakra in his arm before he could have hit her, but ignored the fact as he settled regally back into place. Hinata took a step back, glancing at her father, but not releasing her Byakugan. "Hinata, please sit down." Hayashi's request was firm but understanding. She gracefully knelt, but her eyes still remained silver, and her posture said she was ready to strike or run. "Lord Hyuta," the clan leader addressed his father formally, "based upon your statements, I believe you feel Hinata may not be fit to lead the clan. Is that accurate?" "Her fitness is suspect, at best," the elder answered with hesitation or remorse. "And do you have a replacement in mind? Should Hinata be branded as a branch family member?" Hayashi prompted, not reacting to the insult. "I do." "And you believe the suitor you have picked for Hinata is stronger than Naruto Uzumaki?" Hayashi continued. "The Duke's strength is not the primary issue, but he is a jonin from the mines village." "Then I propose a compromise," Hinata's father stated. "In 1 week's time, Hinata will duel her replacement, and Naruto will duel the Hidden Mines jonin. If both Naruto and Hinata win, Hinata will remain the heir to the clan, and Naruto will be allowed to continue to court her. Is this acceptable?" "Yes, it is acceptable," Hyuta agreed with a sly grin. "What say you, girl? Will you fight for your fate and your love?" "I will," Hinata said evenly, not letting herself be riled. "What of Naruto?" Hiroko Hyuga interjected softly. "Are you certain he will agree to this, Hinata?" "I am." The young woman smiled slightly. "Naruto is not one to back down from a challenge. And he has fought for me before, against much worse than a mere jonin." "We will need to verify that, of course," Hyuta insisted, his voice filled with condescension. "Then I believe this meeting is at an end." Hayashi stood before anyone could contradict him. Hinata stood as well, but as she approached the door, she finally gave in to her anger. "Grandfather," she addressed him without turning as she opened the door, "would you say my father and my cousin Niji are among the strongest member of our clan?" "That is a fair assessment," he agreed, smiling at what he took to be an admission of weakness. "Naruto defeated Niji both physically and psychologically 4 years ago," she pointed out, "and last year, during my father's moment of anger, Naruto overcame him without making a single aggressive move. So if Naruto is such a second-rate ninja, what does that say about the Hyuga clan?" She closed the door before he could react. Hayashi looked at his daughter, his emotions warring on his face. "I'm sure that was very satisfying," he said, trying to keep her tone lecturing, but amusement and satisfaction leaking through despite his best efforts. "But antagonizing your grandfather may come back to haunt you." "You are probably right," Hinata agreed, still smiling, "but I think Naruto, the Hokage, and my instructors would all be proud of me." "As am I." His mask cracked, and he hugged her lightly. "However, I recommend you spend the night with one of your friends. Maybe even the next few days. Naruto is out of town. Maybe I will call him and see if I can stay at his condo tonight," she pondered out loud. "When he gets back, please call me." Hayashi shifted back into clan leader mode. "I wish to be there when you speak to him about this arrangement." Hinata exited her room cautiously. Having secured Naruto's permission to use his abode, she had packed her mission bag for a long-term assignment, and a second backpack with mundane supplies, civilian clothes, her copies of Son Uzumaki's fantasy trilogy, all of the jewelry Naruto had given her, and a few other pieces with special meaning. Considering her father's words, she left behind nothing she would regret losing. Halfway through her packing, she heard someone arrive outside her door. Whoever it was did not knock or call out to her, instead choosing to simply wait. The young woman first considered leaving through the window, and then thought about using her Byakugan to see whom it was. But Hinata decided she was being paranoid. It could be Niji or Hanabi just as easily as her grandfather or one of his cronies. She opened the barrier and walked slowly into the hall. Hinata was surprised to see Hiroko Hyuga waiting for her. Though she felt comfortable enough around her grandfather's younger sibling to call her aunt, they were not particularly close. The young woman was not sure why the elder was visiting. Hiroko Hyuga was also something of an honored outcast among their clan. Though her combat skills were not up to the normal standards of their family, Hinata's great-aunt possessed other skills. 13 years Hyuta's junior, by rights she should have been a branch family member. But the same skills that earned her the nickname Cursebreaker had allowed her to remove the caged bird seal from herself not once, not twice, but 4 times. Eventually she and her brother made an arrangement whereby Hiroko would be allowed to live without the seal so long as she did not remove it from anyone else without permission. In her life, there had only been one chakra knot that Hiroko had failed to unravel, that being the cursed mark on Anko Mitarashi. Hinata, Hiroko addressed her grandniece softly, I need to speak with you. Shall we speak on my way out, or will it take longer than that? Hinata asked. The Cursebreaker considered the question, and then took her place alongside the younger Kunoichi. I will walk with you for as long as this takes, the Hyuga elder said significantly, even if it is beyond this house. They began to walk, in silence at first. What is it, Aunt Hiroko? Hinata dropped the formal tone and addressed her relative more casually. Do you understand what is happening here? Hiroko asked quietly. It wasn't just about me dating Naruto? Hinata asked, but she did not sound overly surprised. No, the expert on removing seals shook her head. I think if you were a branch family member, Hyuta would encourage that relationship. He is intent on making our clan as strong as possible, and no one would dispute Naruto's strength, especially now. His goal here is not to separate you from Naruto, it is to ensure his control over the clan, the female elder continued. If you become the clan leader, he wants your husband to be someone who will not interfere with Hyuga clan affairs. Naruto has too strong of a personality for my brother's tastes, though the same could be said for anyone in your peer group, except maybe Shikamaru Nara. Though I have not met this duke, my guess is that your arranged fiancé will not be one to interfere with Hyuta's plans. So, whether he marries you to a husband more in line with his way of thinking, separates you from the one who gives you strength, or simply brands you and replaces you with a more pliant heir, my brother wins. That said, there are 3 issues I want to discuss with you, Hinata's great-aunt said as they descended to the first floor. First, I need to make sure you are fully aware of what you are doing, Hiroko whispered. I know you care about Naruto Uzumaki, but he is dangerous. I was here when the fox demon attacked, and more than that, I was called upon to check the seals the 4th used to lock the Kyuubi inside your friend. I have seen how powerful and deadly that spirit is, and both then and now I have misgivings about Minato's seals. I know, Hinata said softly, before the Jonin trials, Kakashi-sensei and I made some mistakes, and the fox demon took control of Naruto's body. She tried to kill me, but Naruto forced her to surrender. Hiroko's white eyes flared in amazement. And that's no longer an issue, Hinata added, I cannot explain how, but the 9 Tails is no longer sealed within Naruto, nor is she a threat to anyone anymore. Hiroko searched the girl's eyes, and then nodded, satisfied. Hinata opened the front door of the manor, and the 2 women both relaxed as they moved out onto the street. Secondly, this deal you entered into, the Cursebreaker continued, do you recognize why Hyuta agreed to it so quickly? Because of how the deal was worded, both you and Naruto must win, otherwise my brother gets his way. I understand, the younger Takujo confirmed. I knew grandfather would not agree to it any other way. But I believe in Naruto, and in all modesty, there is only one member of our clan who can defeat me in open combat. I hope you are correct, Hiroko was mildly dubious, and that brings me to my last point. I do not believe my brother will leave it at this. He is proud, arrogant, and cunning. And the other 3 elders are branch family members, so they are used to following him. He will be making other plans, probably both to interfere with the duels before they begin, and against the possibility of your victory. That is why I am removing myself from the manor for now, Hinata agreed, but thank you for the warnings. Good luck, Hinata, Hiroko embraced her grandniece briefly, before turning back towards the manor. Hinata squared her shoulders, and resumed walking. Good morning, grandson, Hyuta said brightly, as Niji entered his office. The clan elder stood respectfully, putting the Jonin further on guard. His grandfather showed the young man to a chair before returning to his own seat. How are you this morning? Hyuta asked, missing or ignoring Niji's stiff, uncomfortable posture. Hisashi's son mentally ran through a list of reasons for his grandfather's good mood. He is trying to trick me in some way. Niji thought of the most likely scenario first, or perhaps Lady Tsunade was killed, and Lord Hyota has been named the new Hokage. Well enough, the teen answered aloud, relaxing and nearly smiling as he considered, maybe he has lost his mind, or has become addicted to some sort of hallucinogen. Good, glad to hear it, the elder said with slightly less energy, recognizing he might be overplaying his role. He studied his oldest grandchild, a small amount of sadness tinting his cold assessment of the Jonin. Very few members of the clan reached the highest shinobi rank, most stopped at Tokubetsu Jonin, specializing in either scouting or gentle fist combat. But Niji, like his father before him, had become a full Jonin, psychologically thumbing their noses at the clan leader and elders. Even without his Byakugan, Hyota could tell the younger man was on edge. Though this generally pleased the elder, he knew from experience if he could not get his grandson to unwind, it would be much harder to close the deal. We have never exactly been close, have we, Niji? Hyota offered regretfully, and it's mostly my fault. I secretly resented your father, first for making my life as clan leader more difficult simply by being born, and then for becoming a Jonin and leading a life away from the clan. And I may have let those feelings carry over to you. Is he dying? Niji's shoulders slumped slightly as his grandfather's words and tone lead him to another possibility. And I have not treated you fairly, the elder continued, not privy to his grandson's thoughts, but not oblivious to the shift in the young man's mood. What are you saying, grandfather? The branded Jonin asked carefully. Hyota smiled ever so slightly. I am saying that you are quite probably the strongest member of the Hyuga clan, the elder admitted, and that it is a shame you are trapped as a branch family member. But there may be a way to change that. Niji's eyebrows shot up slightly, but other than that he managed to rein in his surprise and hope. He studied his grandfather's face for signs of duplicity, but Hyota Hyuga was either honest, or too skilled of a dissembler for the young ninja to detect. How? Niji asked nervously. Hyota looked down at the question, then met his grandson's face with a resolved look. Can I trust you not to repeat what I am about to tell you? The elder countered sternly, and the marked youth nodded. I am concerned about the future of the clan, Hyota told Niji quietly. I do not believe either of Hayashi's daughters are fit to lead. Hanabi has been spoiled. And even though Hayashi has focused on training her, her skills are not where I would expect them to be. She certainly would not be able to work out how to perform the 8 trigram 64 palms on her own. Hyota's veiled praise baited the hook further, and Niji nodded in spite of himself. And Hinata? Hyota paused, carefully considering his next words. He knew that the cousins had grown close, and that too obvious of an attack would hurt his cause. Hinata's skills have surpassed my expectations, the elder admitted, exaggerating only slightly, but she is still not at your level and likely never will be. And more importantly, I worry that she may not be emotionally strong enough to control our clan. And what does this have to do with me? Niji asked with guarded optimism. A challenge has been issued, Hyota said, to judge Hinata's fitness. To test her judgment, the suitor I have selected to help her lead the clan will face Naruto Uzumaki in single combat. And to test her strength, she will duel the one I believe should replace her as the clan heir. I would like that person to be you, Niji. You want me to fight Hinata? Niji asked carefully. I would not say I want it, Hyota said with equal heed, but it needs to be done for the sake of our clan. Niji nodded, despite not being thoroughly convinced. And what does this mean for me? The younger prompted, trying to determine his grandfather's purpose. If you defeat Hinata, preferably without killing her, the elder answered, then you will be the next heir to your uncle's position. Naturally, that would mean the caged bird seal would need to be removed. Then Hyota smiled secretively, and added, and I would also be in a position to officially endorse your engagement to Tenten. To make sure the rest of the clan recognized it, of course. The carrot and the stick, Niji kept his opinion to himself, unlike Hinata. And what if I cannot defeat Hinata? The Jonin prompted. I can only ask that you do your best, Hyota shrugged, his voice mildly dubious. If you try, and fail, then I presume nothing will change. Then there is no reason for me not to accept, Niji forced a smile, and Hyota Hyuga grinned broadly at his response. Excellent, Hyota smiled again, and started to fill his champion in on the details. The duels will take place next Saturday. Hayashi Hyuga looked around enviously at the main room of Naruto's condo. The young man's home was decorated in a simple, classic manner. And more than anything, it had a comfortable quality the Hyuga manor lacked. Most of the rooms in his clan's home had traditional kneeling cushions instead of chairs. Though some of the offices had raised seating, they were all unpadded hardwood devices designed to discourage relaxation. He settled into one of the love seats and could not suppress a sigh of relief. Naruto has a nice home, he told his daughter. Thankfully, he takes better care of it than he did his apartment in the barracks, Hinata commented, and then blushed slightly, realizing what she said, and to whom she said it. Hinata had called her father, after Naruto called her to let her know they were getting close to the village. Now he smiled slightly at her frankness. That is probably because he never truly felt at home at the barracks, Hayashi suggested. It was just a place to stay, rather than a place he was really attached to. Hinata nodded, and before either of them could say anything more, they heard the sound of a key turning in the deadbolt. "I'm home," Naruto called out as he swung in the door to his condo. "Welcome back," Hinata rushed over to embrace him. Uzumaki started to kiss her, until he noticed the back of Hayashi's head. Stiffening, he released her, except for one hand, and walked into the living room. "Hello, Lord Hayashi," Naruto greeted the older man formally, worried by the clan leader's unexpected appearance in his home. "To what do I owe the honor?" Hayashi wanted to laugh at the young man, and said as much. "Your reaction would be comedic," the Hinata's father told the blonde teen, were it not unfortunately fitting for the situation. The father and daughter told Uzumaki about the meeting with the elders, glossing over some of the insults that had been leveled at the young man. But when they reached the part where Hyuga attacked Hinata, Naruto suddenly interrupted. "Who the heck does that jerk think he is?" Naruto demanded angrily. "He is a chief elder of the Hyuga clan," Hinata said gently, trying to calm her beloved. "And aren't you the clan leader, old man?" In his fury Naruto dropped the politeness and returned to the more familiar form of address. "I am," Hayashi replied tersely, "but the leader and the elders each have their assigned roles in the clan. And unfortunately, my father is currently in a position to better flex his political muscles." "What does that mean?" Confusion dulled the fox-faced teen's fire. "It means that if my father goes too far, my grandfather can have him removed as the clan leader," Hinata answered sadly. "Huh," the blonde shinobi grunted, "he can do that?" "The 5 elders can, by unanimous vote," Hayashi verified, "and right now, the elders are basically all under my father's thumb. Normally there would be 2 main family members amongst the elders. That helped the balance of power and allowed the 3 elders from the branch families to act more freely. But due to certain unexpected deaths, and the 2 preceding clan leaders' overuse of the cage bird seal, there are currently only 4 main family members. My aunt Hiroko was selected to be an elder for her nebulous status as neither main nor branch family member, but that also means she does not balance out my father in the eyes of the other 3 elders, and they bow to his will. This in turn compels the cursebreaker to follow her brother, lest she always be the odd woman out." Naruto frowned unhappily, more or less understanding the situation. He looked back at Hinata, remembering their tale. "Does that mean you are on the run, Hinata?" he asked gently. She shook her head. "If you would let us finish our story," Hayashi said indulgently. He had been close to anger when Naruto had challenged him, but calmed again at the young man's thoughtfulness towards Hinata. "Sorry," Naruto grinned apologetically. They told him quickly about the deal they had struck with Hyuga. Hinata also told both men about the meeting afterwards with her great-aunt, laying out the elders' worries about the terms of the duel and Hyuga's potential interference. Hayashi found himself nodding in agreement with his aunt's concerns. "So all we gotta do is beat these guys, right?" Naruto prompted, "and then Hinata is safe?" "More or less," Hayashi confirmed, "though you two should both make a concerted effort not to take the life of your opponents, particularly you, Naruto. Killing a noble from the land of silver could be bad both for you and for the land of fire." Uzumaki nodded broadly, his eyes squinting in thought. "Still, we can do this, right Hinata?" His blue orbs locked on her with a grin. She smiled and nodded, even if she was not quite as confident as he appeared to be. "Right, so we've got 5.5 days to prepare," Naruto considered. "We should probably spend most of the time training." "Hinata, were you planning to return home? Hayashi asked carefully, still not entirely happy with the idea of his daughter spending a week alone with Naruto in his home. No, she shook her head, her braid bobbing slightly, both to that and to Naruto's point about training. I will be staying with Shizen this week, and she and Temari will be working with me. I am to meet them after lunch to begin. Great, Naruto masked his disappointment, then I'll go find out what Kakashi-sensei can tell me about the Hidden Mines shinobi. If there is anything I can do for either of you, let me know, the leader of the Hyuga clan informed them fondly as he moved towards the door. Sure thing, old man, Naruto shot him a thumbs up. Thank you, father, Hinata embraced her sire lightly before he left. Again, Neji panted, then he shook his head, frowning, no, I need something stronger. It's not a substitute for the Rasengan. The Hyuga Jonin and his fiancée were in one of the many small clearings just outside the village, practicing. Neji had been having Tenten throw spheres of hardened wind chakra at him, so he could deflect them with his 8 trigrams heavenly spin. I don't understand, Tenten frowned, frustrated and tired as well. Why do you want to train against the Rasengan? It is how Hinata created her upgraded heavenly spin, he said softly, and also a move she might use against me. Hinata? You're training to fight Hinata, his fiancée demanded. He nodded and she begged, why? I don't have a choice, he said regretfully. That doesn't really answer my question, she told him pointedly, if you want me to keep helping you, I'm going to need a bit more than that. He faced her firmly, but his lover did not give an inch. Finally, Neji sighed and slumped slightly, no longer meeting her eyes. I must have your word that you will not tell anyone about this, he requested defeatedly, not Gai-sensei or Lee, not the Hokage, and especially not Hinata or anyone else in the Hyuga clan. I should be asking for some sort of bonded oath, but I trust your word. Tenten worried about what he might be about to tell her, especially considering his last words. Because of the seal on his forehead, Neji was not fond of any chakra marks, so for him to even suggest a bonded oath told her how serious he was. But she was convinced by his mood, so she said simply, I promise. Neji nodded, and settled down against a tree, his left arm hanging over his raised left knee, partially hiding his face. He took a deep breath and began to explain, my grandfather has asked me to duel Hinata for the right to follow Uncle Hayashi as the leader of the Hyuga clan. I am to fight her this Saturday. Tenten opened her mouth as if to say something, and then immediately closed it again. Lord Hyota claims he thinks I am more suited to lead than Hinata, he continued, though I doubt that is the whole truth behind this. Could you have refused, she prompted, already sure of the answer, but wanting to know the reason behind it. Officially, I had the option, of course, Neji smirked ruefully, but honestly, I did not. He told me that if I won, my caged bird seal would be removed. She bobbed her head a few times in understanding. Though no longer his primary guiding force, Tenten still knew there was little Neji would not do to be free of the restraining mark hidden under his headband. And he would officially approve our marriage, the white-eyed young man continued, but in so saying, he made clear that if I did not accept his offer, or did not try my hardest, he would do everything he could to interfere with us. Tenten frowned at that. She understood that even though the laws of the village prevented the Hyuga elders from controlling the romantic relationships of the other clan members, the reality was that they could make maintaining a relationship difficult, if not nearly impossible, especially for a branch family member. Tenten considered the situation. She felt somewhat responsibility towards Hinata, both as the younger woman's friend and as her weapons instructor. But she cared more Neji than Hinata, and had her own life and future to worry about. Sorry, Hinata, she whispered, then she addressed her boyfriend with a wry grin. I think you may be going about this the wrong way, she told him. How so? He frowned. Hinata doesn't know she is fighting you, right? Tenten pointed out, and Neji nodded, and most of the members of your clan focus on the gentle fist and Byakugan techniques. So that is where she will probably be focusing her last-minute training. Neji's eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and he found he could not refute his partner's statement. He gestured for her to continue. And, to be honest, she's already got a big lead on you there, Tenten told him frankly, but we can use that assumption against her. How? You are more than just a Hyuga, you have other ways to fight, Tenten reminded him, pointing out the flaw she knew most jonin, herself included, were guilty of, styles of taijutsu other than the gentle fist. You have an array of good water and earth techniques, most of which Hinata hasn't seen. Genjutsu is probably out. And weapons may be your sore spot, but they might be your best bet here. Why, he considered. Because they are Hinata's weak spot, too. Tenten did not feel she was betraying any confidences by pointing out the fact, you already have the advantage on Hinata in strength and reach, and a good sword or spear could help you exploit that further. What would you suggest as my course of study then, Tenten-sensei? He teased her fondly, appreciating the advice. Your second and third best weapons are the long sword and quarterstaff, respectively, she lectured, trailing far behind your tunfas. The speedum has a heavy enough blade to utilize parts of the longsword style, and is a polearm so you can also use your staff skills. So I would focus on that type of spear, and also try to learn a few new minor earth and water jutsu, if just to mix things up a little more. He frowned slightly, informing her, our knowledge of earth techniques is almost identical, and you do not know very many water jutsu. I'll see if I can borrow some scrolls from the library, she suggested, taking it upon herself to help keep his extra training a secret, or maybe Guy-sensei. Tenten, he called for her attention, as she started to drift off into her planning. She looked up at him as he took her into his arms, and kissed her. Tenten blushed in surprise, even though they were alone. Niji was not one for displays of affection outside of a locked room. Thank you, he told her when he broke away. It's you and me, right, she told him, even if it is against the rest of the village or the rest of the world. Good morning, Hinata, Shizune greeted her temporary housemate as the Hyuga clan refugee emerged from the small second bedroom that served as both the Kunoichi doctor's study and guest bedroom. Good morning, Shizune, the younger woman offered around a stifled yawn. How did you sleep? The healer asked. I have slept better, Hinata said gently. She considered offering a platitude, but knew that her yawns and general posture would make the lie obvious to the trained medic. As part of the teen's confidence training, Shizune demanded the brutal truth and full disclosure. And when she did not get it, Shizune punished Hinata with the same ferocious disapproval that could force the Hokage into action. I'm sorry, I know my spare futon isn't the best. Shizune poured herself a cup of coffee and offered one to her student, who shook her head. No, thank you, Hinata turned the down stimulant. While I must admit it is not the most comfortable place I have ever slept, as per our agreement, Hinata added the last part as a barb, and Shizune grinned back, I think it was more about nerves than the accommodations. You don't need to be nervous, Shizune protested, and Hinata shook her head no more vehemently. That is kind of you, but in 5 days I will be fighting for almost everything that is important to me, Hinata noted despondently, my freedom, my relationship with the man I love, my pride and advancement. And I do not know whom I am fighting. It could be Niji, it could be my sister, or it could be a cousin I barely know whom my grandfather has been training in secret for this moment. It's Niji, Tamari said, swiping a slice of toast from Shizune's plate. Both of the other women turned to stare at her. We're in a hurry. And your lock is inadequate. So I let myself in, the Sanjonin told them in between bites. Why do you think it will be Niji? Shizune shook slightly, but repressed her anger at the indignity. I was there 4 years ago, Tamari noted, and if I were Hoda Hyuga, I would be hoping for a repeat performance from one or both of them. Hyuta, Hinata corrected again, despite the blonde woman having made it clear the previous day that the mispronunciation was deliberate. Besides, Tamari ignored her, Niji is the only official Hyuga Jonin. Unless he is hoping Hinata will be unwilling to fight Hanabi, Shizune pointed out. It's Niji, the foreign genius insisted, that's the best play. What are we going to work on today? Hinata interjected quickly, hoping to forestall any arguing. Shizune glanced to Tamari first, who was in charge of the morning exercises. This morning will be my special calisthenics, Tamari said darkly, removing a set of devices from her bag. They appeared to be some sort of joint pads, ankle, knee, hip, shoulder, elbow, and wrist. But they were thicker than they need to be. I designed these after watching Lee's fight with Gaara, the Kazakage's sister said. They provide resistance on all the major joints, and also weigh about 10 pounds each. You'll put these on, and then you'll work on dodging our attacks with the extra weight and resistance. This will help you to quickly increase both your speed and endurance. so you can better dodge those gentle fist attacks, since blocking them doesn't help. Hinata tried to bend one of the elbow pads, and frowned at its inflexibility. And maybe I'll have you leave those on in the afternoon as well, Shizen said. We'll be working on your non-lethal earth and lightning techniques after lunch, and I'm sure these will work better the longer you wear them. Hinata sighed, and then nodded, saying, let's get started then. Naruto, is something the matter? Yuga Yuzuki asked, lower her katana. She was sparring her fiancé's student, both because she was more skilled with weapons than Kakashi in general, and because she had experience facing the staff blade from her time in Team Hizashi. Plus, Kakashi was taking a nap with their daughter. Her last attack had been a fairly simple feint to test her theory. And as she expected, the basic D-rank move slipped right past Kitsune. You seem distracted, she added. Uzumaki sighed, and sheathed his staff blade. It's just, I'm worried about this duel, he admitted. The former ANBU agent regarded him in concerned surprise. Why, she tried to draw out his thoughts, this isn't any different than your duel with Niji in the Chunin exam 4 years ago, except for the amount of time you have to prepare, right? No, he shook his head, I don't know anything about this guy, not even his name. I'm going into the fight blind. And even worse, the one thing I do know is that this guy is a mines ninja, he added, looking defeated. I mean, those guys are supposedly invincible. She raised an eyebrow at him, beginning, I wouldn't say that. We learned about them back in the academy, he interjected. The village hidden in the mines fought the hidden cloud and leaf villages at the same time during the Second Ninja War, and even though they were outnumbered 50-1, the mines ninjas won without a single casualty. The hidden leaf didn't attack until 7 months after cloud ninjas were driven out, she corrected, trying to hide her amusement at Naruto's fractured version of history. The cloud ninjas only outnumbered the mines ninjas 5-1, and we only had just over 7 times the number of warriors. And the mines ninjas might have lost fewer troops than either of the aggressors, but they did not make it out unscathed. They lost their village chief in an ambush by the ANBU. Still, that's pretty bad. Naruto did not look relieved, but the slightly less impressive version of the history of the mines village. Yugo smiled slightly. I'm going to tell you the secrets of the hidden mines shinobi, Naruto, she said conspiratorially, and the Takujo perked up instantly. Of course, it wasn't really a secret, but given the reclusive nature of the mines ninjas, it was not necessary for most leaf ninja to know, thus it was not common knowledge either. But the new mother expected she would get better results if she presented it to the teen as confidential information. Naruto leaned forward in anticipation. You see, the mines ninjas are virtually unbeatable, but only when they are defending their own territory, she explained, and he frowned in thought. The mines ninjas never take missions outside the Land of Silver, she continued, and in fact most of them only ever leave their nation to compete in the Chunin exams. Supposedly this is because the Land of Silver is under nearly constant attack, so they cannot afford to spare the manpower. And while that is partially true, it is just as true that it helps maintain the legend of their strength. You see, the mines shinobi are specially trained to defend their homes. They are masters of traps, both mundane and chakra-based, to the point where their leaders can lay traps that some say even the 3 great dojutsu cannot detect. They also memorize their surroundings, so they can navigate by sound, touch, and in some cases even smell. This lets them use ninjutsu or genjutsu to nullify sight or hearing, but still be able to get around. But since you will be fighting this noble here, he won't have that advantage, she reassured him. The other part of their mystique is that the mines ninjas are tough. Yugao transitioned to the second part of her lecture. They learn how to take a hit, and pound for pound have more stamina than 90% of the shinobi out there. In battle, they tend to be very good at letting their opponents wear themselves out. But that doesn't matter either, because I doubt any mines ninja can match your endurance. Thanks, Yugo-sensei, Naruto grinned. You are welcome, she smiled fondly at the young man, and then twisted it into a smirk. So can we get back to work? It won't be too long before Kakashi and Rei get up from their nap, and she usually wakes up hungry. Good afternoon, gentlemen, Tsunade said without turning. To what do I owe the pleasure? Hayashi Hyuga shuddered slightly, having had enough encounters with the Hokage recently to catch the hitch in her voice, but Hyuga simply continued as if the greeting had been in earnest. Lady Hokage, Hyuga schmoozed, we would like to ask your permission to use the outdoor arena for a minor clan function this weekend. Stow it, Hyuta, she barked, spinning her chair around. I already know all about the duels you two arranged. The duel set up between Hinata and her unknown Hyuga opponent is bad enough, but to invite a foreign ninja to fight one of our own? It's within my authority to put a stop to this and censure the both of you. Some might even say I have a responsibility to do so. Then she stopped and smirked, but I'm not going to. I'm going to not only let you use the arena, I'm going to let the whole village know, so they can turn out to watch. Hyuta flinched momentarily, but quickly recovered his falsely humble expression. Thank you very much, Lady Hokage, the Hyuga elder simpered. He turned to leave and then paused, as if another thought occurred to him. Lady Tsunade, Hayashi's father addressed her slightly less formally. It occurs to me that Naruto is familiar with the layout of the arena, but Duke Ruojaku is not. Would it be possible for him to spend a few hours Friday afternoon surveying the venue, in private? In private, the Hokage asked, why? So that he can feel free to seriously look around, and does not feel like he is being studied for skills or weaknesses. I suppose that can be arranged, the leader of the Konoha Corps shrugged. Thank you again, Hyuta left, not noticing or caring that his son remained behind. As the door closed, Tsunade frowned. I have to say, that man is pretty slippery, she told Hayashi. My father knows how to play politics, Hayashi agreed, but then studied the Hokage's face curiously, as if trying to find something. What is it? She demanded dubiously. I understand making it public, to limit the tricks my father can try to pull, the clan head told her, but then why go and give the mine's ninja free access to the venue before the fight? It's like you are inviting him to lay traps. I am, she sat back triumphantly. I was originally going to schedule Hinata's match first, so she could use the snares and seals to her own advantage. But ultimately, I decided not to cheat like that. You see, the more advantages Duke Ruojaku has going in, the less Hyuta can complain when Naruto wins. He continued to observe her, ultimately asking, Lady Tsunade, do you know something I don't know, with respect to these duels? The Hokage did not answer him, except to grin slightly wider. Naruto Uzumaki responded nervously to the knock on his door, quickly pulling on a t-shirt. He had been preparing for bed, and was not expecting anyone. The duels were the next morning, so the blonde Tokubetsu Jonin was understandably on edge. Despite his apprehension, he opened the door without hesitating or even asking whom it was. He was quite surprised to find Hinata Hyuga on other side of the door, holding both of her bags. The young man briefly suspected another trick, having been subjected to a handful of annoyances throughout the past week. But her scent was real, as was her chakra aura, so he stepped back to let her enter. Hey, Hinata, he was still surprised by his girlfriend's visit, what's up? I was hoping I could stay here tonight, she said shyly. I'm done training with Shizune for tomorrow, and I have troubled her enough. But I still can't go home, and I wanted to be by you anyway. I tried to call, but... Of course you can stay here. He took her larger bag and locked the door, and my phone is unplugged so I can make sure I get a good night's sleep. She frowned slightly at him. Oh, I've gotten wrong number calls almost every night since I got back, he told her, walking over to the closer love seat and setting her bag on it, almost like someone doesn't want me getting a good. Holy shit, Hinata. When he turned back to her, he discovered his beloved had shed her clothes and was standing there in her underwear. Except underwear wasn't the right word. He had seen her normal underwear often enough, even if had they never gone any further. No, even if was still essentially a bra and panties, this was lingerie, deep blue, more lace than cloth, barely covering anything, and designed to enhance and present rather than support. Hi. Hinata, he stammered, and she blushed, but also smiled happily at having provoked that response from him. She closed the distance between them and kissed him. Hinata, what are you doing? He finally found words when she released his lips. It is time, Naruto, she said as aggressively as she could manage. Despite all her progression, it was taking every ounce of courage she could muster not to run into his bedroom and hide. I don't want to wait any longer, she continued breathily. Make love to me, Naruto. He turned away from her, his mind reeling. Hinata, we can't. He marshaled every bit of respect he had for her, and pushed down his hormones. But she didn't make it easy for him. She embraced him from behind, pressing her impressive chest firmly into his back. Hinata was glad he wasn't looking at her, and thus couldn't see how much her face was burning. "Why not?" she countered. "We're adults. We've waited longer than any of our friends. Don't you want to? Don't you want me?" Her voice fell, worried. Part of her attack was just that, but there was no small amount of genuine fear in her words. He grabbed her hands, but did not face her, afraid his resolve would break. "I do want you, Hinata," he told her fiercely, and then continued more calmly, "so much it hurts. But not tonight, not like this." "Why not?" she asked again. "Because we're both worried about tomorrow, and we both need to be well rested," he answered. "It isn't exactly the mood I wanted, and I don't want to mess up in the duel because I was up late. Or mess our first time up because I'm distracted. But what if this is the last chance we have?" She pressed her face into his back, trying not to cry, logic cracking her seductive mask. "Is that what this is all about?" Naruto asked softly, placing his hands together. A cloud of newspapers filled Hinata's arms as he used Shunshin to teleport to the other side of the room. He turned to face her with a disapproving frown. "If that's why you're doing this," he told her angrily, "there is no way we're doing anything tonight." Naruto, she was worried by his change in demeanor, so he walked back over to her and touched her cheek adoringly, though his expression only softened a little bit. "I don't want you going into this fight thinking it's okay if you lose, because at least we had one night together," he told her firmly, but more gently as well, "and the same goes for me. I want both of us fighting tomorrow for our first time. And not just for making love," he ran his finger down her jaw, "fight so I can touch your face." He wrapped his fingers in hers to hold hands. He moved his hand from her face to the small of her back, not completely able to ignore her state of undress, and spun her as he said, "Dancing." He put his face to hers, gently massaging her lips with his own, and as he broke away whispered, "Kissing." "Oh gods, Naruto," she exhaled, "please don't stop." "No," he told her, keeping her close, "soon, but not tonight. Not like this." "All right," she sighed, resting her head on his chest. "Get dressed," he said, "and we can go to bed." She looked up at him with a mildly amused expression. "Just to sleep," he told her, fully clothed. "And maybe with an extra sheet between us." She disengaged from him regretfully, with a nod. She collected her bag, aware of his eyes watching her. She couldn't keep all the redness from her cheeks, but managed to saunter nevertheless as she walked into his bathroom. Naruto's eyes cruised down her flawless back, resting none too briefly on her round yet well-muscled buttocks, then along her lean legs. "Oh man, I am such an idiot," he mumbled to himself, as she disappeared behind the closing door. Hinata rejoined him a few minutes later wearing a more comfortable and functional ensemble consisting of a camisole and a pair of loose shorts. She looked more natural and relaxed but no less attractive, and Uzumaki decided in some ways it was more appealing than the overly seductive ensemble. "I love you, Hinata," he embraced her again, "and I'm sorry." "It's okay," she held him tightly, "you are probably right. I love you, too." In the end, despite Naruto's insistence they go straight to sleep, they shared more than a few kisses before drifting into their dreams. When the alarm went off, Naruto and Hinata found that they had somehow moved into a spooning position while they slept. Hinata was curled up inside Naruto, and gripping his arms where they were wrapped around her. As they awoke, their actions naturally mirrored one another without a need to discuss it. Naruto went into the kitchen to prepare breakfast, while Hinata showered and attired herself for battle. She joined him in her shizoku, jinmaki already secured about her wrists. After partaking of the apple cinnamon waffles, ham, and pan-fried potato cubes, he moved to the bathroom to prepare while she cleaned up. Still having time to kill when they were both ready, the couple took the long route to the open-air arena, both trying to hide their nerves. The first Saturday in September dawned clear and cool. The arena was already half full, even though Hinata and Naruto arrived over an hour early. Naruto's duel was scheduled to begin at 10 a.m., but the couple entered the stadium, hand in hand, at 8:47 a.m. Hyota Fuga watched the young couple warily as they entered the Hokage's box to report their arrival. The walk and the company had calmed them, and they greeted their three hosts with easy resolve. Tsunade had invited Hayashi and the Hyuga elders to share her private seating, which had one of the best views and a degree of privacy, and all 7 of them were already present. Hiroko smiled slightly at her grandniece, and Hayashi stood to hug his daughter and shake Naruto's hand. The blonde youth looked out over the crowd, seeing more than a few familiar faces. In fact, the first people he saw were Kakashi, Yuga, Rei, Sakura, and Lee, all in the row just in front of the Hokage's box. He doubted their positioning was an accident, and Hinata squeezed his hand when she noticed where he was looking. Her eyes drifted further than his, and saw Tamari and Shikamaru near the front, and Shizune a few empty seats away from them. She did not see Niji and Tenten. "You two are to use the eastern locker room," Tsunade informed them. "When your matches are up, it will be announced over the PA. Good luck," their former teacher tried to signal them with her eyes, wanting to appear at least partially impartial for Hyuga. "Niji isn't here," Hinata whispered to Naruto as they made their way to the locker room. "What if Tamari is right? Then you'll finally get to kick Niji's butt," he told her intensely. Then he settled slightly and added, "But Tenten isn't here either, so maybe they decided not to get here too early. I mean, Ino and Choji weren't out there either, right? And I didn't see Kiba or Hanabi either. It could still be your sister." He squeezed her hand again and reassured her, "Don't worry, Hinata. You can handle this, I know you can. You aren't the same girl who Niji defeated 4 years ago. If it is Niji, you won't need me to help you stand up to him this time. But I'm still here for you." Naruto stepped on to the floor of the arena, reassured by the familiarity. Naruto Uzumaki, Duke Ruijaku Aoiken, Tsunade called for their attention. "The loser will be the first of you to be incapacitated, to be forced out of the arena, or to surrender. Other than that, anything goes, but try not to kill or maim one another, okay?" Naruto finally looked at his opponent and his jaw dropped. The Land of Silver Noble was a few inches taller than Naruto, and thickly muscled. The Jonin wore a long-sleeved black shizoku, but had a chain-mail vest over the top. He also had a long sword and short sword strapped to each hip and a heavy hexagon shield strapped to his back. But that was not what made the young man pause. Ruijaku's face was thin and pinched, with deep wrinkles around his eyes and mouth. His stark white hair was noticeably thinning and pulled back into a ponytail. He was quite obviously older than Hayashi or even Hiroko Hyuga, though possibly a few years younger than Hyuga. Once he was done boggling, Naruto felt a renewed rage towards Hinata's grandfather. "I am sorry to have to do this to you, young man," the Jonin addressed him, "but you should have known your place. We'll see who's gonna be sorry." Naruto roared, redirecting his anger at Hyuga to his opponent. "That is the man you chose for my daughter?" Hayashi protested, having never seen the noble before. "He is old enough to be her grandfather." Behind him, the newly arrived Hanabi nodded in spite of herself. "Age is irrelevant," Hyuga sniffed. "He is of a superior lineage, and we are fortunate his first 2 wives were unable to provide him with an heir." Just before Naruto reached Ruijaku, the Jonin shifted his right foot and flashed the hand sign for dog. A wire mesh net flipped out of the ground and wrapped the teen. The attached cord snapped back, carrying Uzumaki into the air and then dashing him into a rocky section of the floor at high speed. The Duke drew the longsword on his left hip in his right hand and placed the tip against the small of Naruto's back. "Yield," the older ninja asked. Naruto mumbled something angrily in response, and Ruijaku frowned, prompting, "What was that?" "I said, Rasengan." Naruto erupted, turning over. The sphere carved through the net, and the blonde Takujo matched the sphere to the point of the sword, pushing upwards. Nearly half of the blade was ground away before the Jonin retreated. He frowned at the now concave end of the weapon, and then slid it back into the sheath. "That was a very expensive sword, from the finest swordsmith in the Land of Earth," Ruijaku told Naruto with an air of annoyance. "If you were that worried about it, you shouldn't have brought it to a fight," Uzumaki snapped back. "Besides, you have 3 left." The youth darted in again and the Duke drew back in response, hopping slightly at the end. Naruto thought his opponent's slight jump was to increase his speed, but was proven wrong when he stepped on the tripwire. The attached paper bombs exploded, sending a mass of dirt and stones flying into his head and upper body from either side. A fist-sized chunk of rock hit the teen's cheek, bloodying it, but the injury had completely vanished before he had finished brushing himself off. The Takujo regarded the Jonin more warily and did not advance. "I'm not so impressed by the traps," Naruto told him, looking around carefully, "but I'm wondering when you had time to set them all up." "You have not scratched the surface of my preparations," the mine's ninja announced over the angry rumbling in the crowd. Most of the shinobi and civilians of the Konohagakure were not happy about the inequity in the duel. Even Hanabi Hyuga scared at the Duke's statement, earning her a slight smile from her father. "Maybe not, but I can change that real quick," Naruto countered, placing his hands together before announcing multi-shadow clone jutsu. Dozens of Narutos spread out over the floor of the arena. They were caught by snares, fell into pits, and were destroyed by flying blades, stronger paper bombs, clouds of poison gas and acid, and even a handful of earth jutsu seals that created oversized bear traps. With each ruse activated, Ruijaku's face grew paler. Finally, the last two clones signaled all clear and merged back into their creator. "You may have dealt with most of my traps," the Duke blustered, drawing his remaining long sword and one of his short swords, "but your chakra must be nearly expended." "I take it you haven't heard of me," Naruto smirked as he drew Kitsune. "I create 20 times that many clones for light training. But if you want to try swordplay, let's do it." "You're..." Ruijaku started speaking as he swung his lighter blade at Naruto's eyes. "Base." The Land of Silver noble said while Kitsune drove his short sword high and then darted back to block his longsword stab at the teen's left knee. "Deception." The Duke continued, feinting with his right-hand blade. "Will not." The foreign Jonin voice fluctuated when he grimaced as Naruto kicked aside his false strike, leaving the Takujo ready to tag the older man's shoulder with the tip of the staff blade. "Fool." Ruijaku bit off the word as he swung both of his blades inward and parallel to the ground. His left arm stung from Naruto's successful blow, but he tried to keep his short sword on course. The older warrior finished with another frown as the teen caught both his weapons with Kitsune and then pushed him back. Naruto dropped Kitsune as soon as there was space and signed quickly. "Spark darts," Naruto exclaimed, sending 5 spikes of electricity after his opponent, and then summoned Kitsune back to his hand before the staff blade hit the ground. "Windscreen," the Jonin countered, but the barrier of wind chakra only stopped 4 of the bolts. The last collided with his long sword, numbing his right arm. "Nor will your cheap and dirty style of fighting defeat me," the noble added contemptuously. Naruto frowned at him in exasperated confusion. "What does that mean?" the teen queried. "You combine ninjutsu and taijutsu with your weapon's form, without any care for honor or style," Ruijaku answered imperiously, "not that that toy can truly be called a weapon." "What the heck are you talking about?" Naruto looked even more bewildered. "That is why you are not a Jonin, nor will you ever be," the Duke informed him. "A Jonin must be a master of discrete styles." The microphones around the arena picked up his words and carried them to the crowd, and once more, a derisive dim arose from the audience. "None of that matters in a real fight," Naruto shot back, "and what do you know about me, anyway?" "You are low-bred, low-class shinobi," the elder Jonin explained as if speaking to a child. "Your father is unknown, and your mother was from a family of writers. And on top of that, the only reason you have attained the rank you have is due to the Hokage's favoritism towards you." Both Hayashi and Tsunade turned to look at Hyuga. The Hyuga clan leader shook his head in disappointment, while the Sannin smirked confidently. "Pretty much," Naruto agreement came out as a vicious growl, "but you forgot the most important part of my resume." Naruto's whisker marks stood out until they peeled away from his face. His mouth lengthened into a muzzle, and his fingers sprouted claws. The Duke stepped back twice quickly from the unannounced change. Naruto's skin erupted a thick coat of yellow fur, and his ears shifted higher and grew sharp points. He snarled broadly, showing the now extended canines in his vulpine mouth. Ruijaku placed his hands together and began repeatedly chanting release. Naruto's tail ripped through the back of his pants, and for good measure he formed the 2 silver chakra extensions to match. His transformation complete, he activated a genjutsu he has just mastered. "I'm also the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails Fox Demon," he whispered harshly, and due to the illusion, his opponent was the only one who heard him. The noble fell backwards, trying to get away. Uzumaki was honestly surprised by his opponent's response, but kept his visage murderous. For good measure, Naruto summoned the futon raisin blade around Kitsune. He attempted to turn the chakra sword red as the Kyuubi had done, but could not. Instead, he settled for doubling the length and tripling the width of the extension. The result was unwieldy for combat and somewhat unstable, but the psychological effect was as he hoped. The Duke scrambled back to his feet, smelling of fear and sweat. The Ascendant Fox lightly dropped the tip of his weapon, and it easily tore a massive furrow in the dirt and stone. Ruijaku had had enough. He turned heedlessly and ran out of the arena. The stadium fell silent, the observers befuddled en masse. Naruto watched the mind's jonin go warily, but there was no duplicity in the frightened retreat. "The winner is Naruto Uzumaki," Tsunade announced, settling her back in her chair with a look of smug satisfaction. "What was that?" Hayashi demanded of his father, but the Sannin spoke first. "Ruijaku is a technical jonin," the Hokage answered, after making sure the PA was off, "and a lousy poker player, too. He has been since the first time I met him, and I didn't expect that fact had changed." "And you wanted him to marry my daughter?" Hayashi snapped, as if the age difference wasn't bad enough. "You chose a technical jonin?" It wasn't as if the matchmaker had his shinobi dossier. Hyuta sniffed defensively. "She provided his bloodline and rank." "Gai-sensei, what is a technical jonin?" Lee leaned forward to ask his mentor. Even with the loudspeaker off, the few rows around the Hokage's box could hear the conversation. An archaic and highly insulting term for a sort of jonin that should not exist, the jonin answered pompously. "And that doesn't tell them anything, Guy." Kakashi shook his head at his friend, though he also did not say anything more. "Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura prompted, and the jonin sighed. "You both just went through the jonin trials a few months ago, so you understand that it is a test of your skills, right?" Both teens nodded. "Well, it is a technical test, not a practical one," Hatake expounded. "The Chunin exams in the shinobi's village are expected to handle the practical side of the equation, but sometimes they fail in that respect. As a result, from time to time, certain people pass the trials and are promoted to jonin, even though they are lacking in combat experience, coping mechanisms, or the like. That sort of shinobi is called a technical jonin." "But why would a village promote someone like that?" Sakura asked, offended by the idea. "The shinobi in question might have money or political influence," Kakashi indicated the arena floor, "though sometimes it is done to honor a teacher for exemplary service. Or it could just be a clerical error, someone mixed up the files. And some villages do it to inflate their jonin ranks, to appear stronger. Ruijaku is one of 2 dukes in the Land of Silver." Tsunade had moved to the railing to join the conversation, which means, depending on the tides of influence, he is either the 2nd or 3rd most powerful man in that nation. He's too valuable to send into the mines on rescue missions or to deal with earthbound spirits, or to dispatch to the border to fight bandits. But he also has the money to hire all of the best tutors. So, he has the skills, but no real experience. And he has probably never been really challenged either. His personality isn't the type to take it well, so his trainers go easy on him if they want to keep their jobs. Anyway, back to work. She grinned at her pink-haired apprentice, and then triggered the PA again. "Knucklehead, get out of there so we can reset the arena," she ordered him. Naruto had reverted to normal, but remained on the stadium floor. Her announcement sent a wave of confused muttering through the audience. Normally the floor was not reset until the damage was much worse. As Naruto moved to join his team in the stands, Genin and Chunin repair crew moved in, using earth, water, and fire techniques to remove the pits and Naruto's gouge from the floor, while healers restored the small stand of trees from the bombs and blades that had injured them. "The match between Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga will begin in 20 minutes, the Hokage concluded. When the Hokage's voice, piped into the locker room, announced Naruto's victory, Hinata's heart soared. Though she would never have admitted it, she had been worried for her paramour. A small part of her was still concerned he might have been injured in the fight, but she pushed the fear aside. She couldn't afford it. Besides, the young woman told the wall, with Naruto's regeneration, it doesn't really matter how much he gets beat up, right? "Knucklehead, get out of there so we can reset the arena." Tsunade's voice sprang up again, the match between Hinata Hyuga and Niji Hyuga will begin in 20 minutes. Hinata's breath caught in her throat and her hands trembled. Niji, she whispered. Her cousin was the acknowledged genius, who learned the clan's primary techniques all by himself. He was one of only 2 jonin in the last 3 generations of Hyuga shinobi. No matter what she had learned, or what Naruto said, she was not certain she could defeat him. And part of her wasn't sure she wanted to. Niji's father died to save hers, because she could not stop the Cloud Ninja had tried to kidnap her. She somehow felt she owed him for that. And she felt her cousin would make a good leader for the clan. Naruto's face appeared in Hinata's mind. Not his happy, energetic face, but his kind, loving face. She remembered what she was fighting for, not just for her love life, but also for how far she had advanced, and for her own freedom. Hinata resolved herself, unconsciously tightening the top strap on her left-hand cote. She had promised her beloved she would do her best. She had promised herself she would do her best. If Niji wins, I will not begrudge him his victory, she decided firmly, but I will not go down without a fight. Do you think Hinata can beat Niji? Sakura asked nervously. The seats beside her had been filled by Ino, with Choji on his lover's other side. However, the space next to Yugao had been empty, so Naruto had plopped down there. He was still frowning after his match, not pleased by how he won, yet unable to refute the results. But he raised his head and grinned at his teammate's question. Of course she can, Uzumaki insisted, without a hint of doubt on his face. Nothing against Hinata, Lee shook his head, for she has come very far. But I do not believe she can defeat Niji. He is a jonin, while she is only a tokubetsu jonin. Niji also has the advantage in strength and speed. You're kidding me, bushy brow, Naruto shot back. Hinata knows all the Hyuga clan tricks, and how to counter them. She's got Niji's number. Plus there's no way Niji's faster than Hinata. Then I guess we shall see. Rock Lee did not sound convinced, and Kakashi looked unsure as well. The cousins stepped onto opposite sides of the field, each observing the other. Niji could not help but be surprised by the rigid resolve in Hinata's eyes and in the set of her shoulders. And Hinata could feel Niji's sadness and also his lack of doubt. Her eyes also studied the polearm he carried. The Speedum had a 6-foot wooden staff, topped with a 2-foot-long, 5-inch broad short sword. And where the two met there were 2 crescent blades, one facing forward, the other facing backwards. Hinata Hyuga, Niji Hyuga, the leader of the Leaf Shinobi, addressed the near siblings. The rules of this duel are the same as the previous battle. The winner will be the first of you to incapacitate your opponent, to force your opponent out of the arena, or to make your opponent surrender. Begin. Hinata pushed off before Tsunade finished the second syllable of the command. She opened a channel to Jinmaki, manifesting the lightning blades. As she took her third step, she started signing. Doton, Stoneclaw's jutsu, she incanted, and a half-dozen hands formed out of the rocks in the earth around Niji. The jonin leapt forward, but one of the hands caught his robes. He swung his weapon down, cutting himself free, and completing the rotation so the blade was facing Hinata. He hopped forward to meet her, jabbing lightly towards her stomach. She caught the blade of the spear with her left bracer, and turned it away from her. She took another step forward, keeping the pole blade against her forearm guard, and brought the sharp extension of her other weapon down on the haft. Suetun, Shield of Storms, Niji proclaimed, and a layer of thick mist sprang up around the wooden pole, preventing her from cutting through it. He spun the Speedum away, jabbing the back end into Hinata's ribs. The Takujo tried to dodge, but she was too close, and part of her breath was driven from her lungs. She placed her forearm against the reverse end of the spear, and slid closer to Niji, stabbing towards his upper back. He dropped away, swinging his foot up towards her stomach. Hinata countered with a crescent kick, tagging his thigh, forcing his leg away, and trying to put him off balance. The jonin drove his pole arm into the earth, and used the new point of stability to launch his other foot up, catching her right elbow. His momentum carried him around the spear, and when he landed, he quickly freed the weapon and pointed it at his cousin. She took a defensive stance, watching him carefully. His technique was still rough, she could tell that much. But the Speedum gave him a great advantage in reach, and with his superior strength, he could guide her around the battlefield. Her kote style did not have a method of dealing with pole arms beyond break them or disarm them. His jutsu had prevented the former, and she was not sure if she could achieve the latter. On the other hand, she thought, Jinmaki might not be able to cut through that defense, but that doesn't mean there isn't another way. Niji moved again while she was considering her options. He charged in, sliding his hands further back on the Speedum's shaft, increasing the range at the cost of being slightly off balance. Hinata started to sidestep again, but Niji stopped before he passed her, and rotated. 8 trigrams, celestial roar, he announced, channeling his chakra into the spear as he spun. The speed of his technique caused the heft of the weapon to hum loudly. Hinata braced her arms in front of her, catching the spinning sword blade on both bracers. The strength of his technique threw her to the side, and she tumbled to the ground. He jumped forward preparing to pin her down. Hinata placed her hands to the dirt, and swung her feet out, channeling her chakra out through them. 8 trigram sols, heavenly spin, she stated as the unexpected sphere knocked the airborne Niji back. She shifted her weight backwards from her handstand, somersaulting back to an upright position. He was already attacking again, stabbing out with seemingly reckless abandon. But as she slid to the side, he quickly reversed his weapon, pulling it back towards his real target. "How much do you know about Jinmaki?" Tenten asked slowly, as Niji leaned on the practice Speedum, panting heavily. "I know that Naruto forged the kote for my cousin," he answered, "and they are her primary weapon. Beyond that I know little. I have not had much chance to see them in action, nor have I had reason to ask Hinata about them." The weapons mistress nodded. It was redundant to send 2 Hyugas on most missions, so Hinata, Niji, and Hanabi did not work together often. Why, he prompted, doubting his lover-turned-trainer had mentioned his opponent's bracers idly. Tenten mulled over the question, torn once again between her currently conflicted loyalties and responsibilities. "If you can't tell me, I won't pressure you," Niji told her, trying to sound reassuring. "I can't tell you about the jutsus Naruto placed in Jinmaki," she finally said, "but about kote in general, you should remember that they are designed for defense. On the other hand, don't underestimate them because of it. And I can't tell you about how Jinmaki is secured. But if you could find some way to remove the bracers, it would hurt Hinata's offense and her defense at the same time." Niji had caught notice of the 3 leather straps on the underside of the kote early on, and he made his move. As he drew his polearm back, he aimed the rear-facing crescent at Hinata's right arm. He slipped the blade between Jinmaki's support bar and Hinata's wrist, and yanked back, sending some extra chakra to his muscles. With a dull whine of scraping metal, the Speedum cut through the straps. As the bracer dropped away, Niji noticed first the series of cuts on his cousin's arm, and second that the head of the Speedum was chipped and dull where it had scraped against the kote, while Jinmaki remained unmarked. "It seems I have underestimated Naruto's skills as a crafter," the Hyuga Jonin decided silently. "If he is still speaking to me after today, I should ask for his assistance in forging Tenten's wedding present." Hinata dove for the fallen bracer, but before she could reach it, Niji caught it in the guard of the Speedum, and launched it into the crowd, straight for Naruto. Hinata's paramour caught the armor piece with a grimace. By moving it into the audience, Niji had made it impossible for his cousin to physically recover the weapon. She could have summoned it back, but that would have taken precious moments and chakra, and that was not counting the time to find a way to secure it. The Jonin took a few steps back, signing. His opponent regained her feet and started to close the distance, but he completed his jutsu first. "Suetun, Polar Globe's jutsu," he called out quietly, and 5 1-foot diameter spheres shot at Hinata. She cut through the first with the electric extension of her remaining bracer, but the second struck her right shoulder with the power of a moderate punch, and remained there. As the third hit the right side of her abdomen, the second sphere had started to freeze, and was spreading over her chest and down her arm. She was already shivering as she knocked away the 4th sphere with the main body of Jinmaki. But the ice from the 2nd and 3rd orbs had merged as the final ball of water struck her right hip. Most of the right side of her body was trapped, the frost spread down to her knee and elbow, and even partly encasing her neck. She managed to bring her hands together as Niji reclaimed his spear and started to move forward. "Me, Hitsuji, Saru, I Uma, Tora, Fireball Jutsu." Hinata brought her left hand to her mouth and exhaled a weak cloud of flame. Sakura and Naruto exchanged confused glances. Hinata's mastery of the technique had been much stronger in their last team practice. Her intent became clear as she turned the fire on her frozen side. The ice melted under the assault, while her skin reddened and her flame-retardant uniform charred slightly. She broke free just in time to block Niji's shallow slash at her stomach. Hinata grabbed hold of the staff with her right hand as she absorbed the blow with Jinmaki, but Niji turned over the weapon, tearing it from her grasp before she could capitalize. He jabbed again, and Hinata swayed out of the way, blocking his reversal blow with both of her palms. The Jonin grimaced slightly as his next 4 attacks were easily avoided or deflected even while she shivered occasionally. He recognized the whipping willow style and shifted his attacks. He swung at her eyes, and then aimed a kick at her still stiff right shoulder. She ducked under the Speedum's blade, and pushed aside his leg at the thigh, sending out a small amount of chakra to damage the muscle. He took the minor blow without complaint, and spun his pole arm around so she had to lean back to prevent both sides from hitting her neck in succession. This was what Niji had been waiting for. He continued to pivot the Speedum, but changed its angle. Off balance, and lacking a clear view with her Byakugan inactive, Hinata could not do anything as the back end of the spear struck her knees. She tumbled to the ground, landing facing him. "I am sorry, Hinata," Niji whispered as he stabbed the blunt end of the polearm fiercely at her forehead. But his apology was premature. Hinata brought her hand together as the staff approached her face. Time seemed to slow down, and the Jonin recognized her movement was in vain. The bludgeon would hit her before she could stop it. And for the second time in 2 heartbeats, he realized he had underestimated Hinata, as the clouds of chakra in each of her palms coalesced and merged. "Rasengan," she said victoriously, as the sphere shredded the wooden haft of the weapon. The short portion of the staff, on the near side of the Rasengan, no longer had support, and was thrown upwards by the spiraling orb. She released the sphere with her right hand, while at the same time expanding it. As the 4th Hokage's jutsu chewed away at the oak haft of the Speedum, Hinata also sent chakra to her eyes, activating her Suijin Byakugan, determined not to be caught off guard again. Niji hopped backwards to avoid losing any more of his weapon. In the end, between the broken part that had just crested and was starting to fall, and sawdust littering the floor, he had lost over 3 feet of the staff of the weapon. His Speedum had been reduced to a short sword with an odd crosspiece and an extra long handle. Hinata kicked up, and caught the falling stick in her right hand, taking a new fighting stance, holding her trophy like a club and with the Rasengan in her left hand. Niji examined her. Hinata had taken more, harder hits than she had given, but she was not showing it. Her shivers were gone, and though her knees must have hurt, she held her stance evenly. Though he had come to care for his near sister, this was the first time he felt he could follow her as leader of the clan. "But it's too late for that now," he told her, drawing a look of confusion. "I won't lose." He threw the Speedum at her like a javelin, and while she ruined the weapon with the Rasengan, he withdrew his tunfas from under his robe. Though the wooden and metal bars were not of the quality of Jinmaki, they were imbued with a few tricks and were sturdier than the Speedum had been. Niji darted forward, swinging with his right arm. His confidence was rewarded when Hinata moved her Rasengan to intercept and the tonfa was deflected but not damaged. He swung his second weapon at her, and she raised the broken haft of the Speedum to block. Niji sent a stream of chakra into the tonfa, and the simple wooden rod splintered and shattered from the increased impact. Hinata fell back, divesting herself of both the broken stick and the Rasengan. Her hands moved with incredible speed, and she was signing her second jutsu even as her first left her fingertips. Spark darts, she incanted, following it with Doten, fault line jutsu. 7 barbs of electricity flew towards Niji, and before he could dodge, the ground started to buck and shake under him. He drove his left tonfa to the ground to steady himself, and spun his right hand bar to absorb the lightning jutsu. As soon as he was stable, the Hyuga Jonin darted forward. He scissored his tonfa and aimed for her neck. She caught the attack on her remaining kote, but was forced back and left open for a quick kick to the ribs. She blocked it with her right forearm, but her cousin was still at the advantage in both strength and leverage, and pain shot up her arm. She took small comfort in knowing that it would have been worse to get hit in the torso. Hinata pushed away as hard as she could, signing again. Doton, Earth Skipper's jutsu, Hinata cradled her injured arm slightly as two flat stones wrenched themselves from the dirt and bounced towards Niji. He smashed them with his weapons, and in that instant, she slid back in and stabbed her glowing fingertip into his elbow. His grip on his right hand bludgeon loosened. He swung his left hand weapon at her head, nearly clipping her chin, and then tucked both tonfas under his stunned arm. He hit the same pressure point she had, restoring his nerves and chakra flow. The Jonin jabbed at her with his newly restored arm, so she could not land another blow and so he could recover the weapons trapped in his between his bicep and his rib. Hinata was already moving through a new set of hand seals, but Niji was not about to let her use another jutsu. He aimed his attacks at her wrists. She was able to shift without stopping, causing him to miss her right arm and hit Jinmaki on her left. She also was able to spare a thread of chakra for her kote, sending a reverberation back through his tonfa. He dropped the weapon. Suetun, water spout jutsu, she finished, launching a sphere of water at Niji. He struck it with his remaining bar, and it exploded, pushing him to his knees and soaking him. Ranshinsho, Hinata whispered, diving towards him. The purple lightning around her hands arced lightly to Niji's soaked clothes. But before she reached him, he dropped his other tonfa and drew his hands into his chest, before thrusting them out at her. 8 trigrams Mountain Crusher. Niji shouted, even though he purposely held back the full power of his jutsu. He cut the strength by a third, and softened the impact slightly, so as not to seriously injure his cousin. Instead, his intent became clear as Hinata was launched into the air towards the audience. Once she landed outside the arena, Niji would be the victor. The young woman tumbled through the air, her eyes fluttering in semi-consciousness. She reached the apex of her flight above the wall of the battlefield, and began to drop towards Tenten as if she had been directed there. Hinata. Naruto roared angrily. Hinata. Naruto roared angrily. Sakura clasped her hands in front of her mouth fearfully, while Kakashi grimaced sadly. Tenten prepared to catch her friend, telling herself she should not feel guilty about the joy blossoming in her heart. "What are you doing, Hinata?" Naruto shouted the question less loudly, despair replacing the ire in his previous outburst. His words reached her this time, and her eyes snapped open. The action was more indicative of her restored focus than of a need to see, her Suijin Byakugan was still active. Hinata Hyuga placed her hands together, summoning her chakra. "Shadow Clone Jutsu," she said simply. Naruto's voice had inspired her to take a page from the beloved's playbook. The clone appeared below her and placed her palms to the bottoms of the original's boots, each pushing off the other. The duplicate began to fly even faster towards the crowd, while the real Hinata rocketed back towards the arena floor. The shadow replica disappeared just before it struck Tenten, and Hinata was completing another jutsu as she landed. Medical arts, accelerated healing jutsu, the silver-eyed woman incanted. In the same instant, she removed the lightning projection lingering around Jinmaki. She met Niji's gaze with a new expression. Instead of the grim determination she had shown earlier, she had a deep calm and appraised him openly. "It's about time you started fighting, Hinata," her boyfriend grumbled softly, even though she could not hear him. "What do you think she was doing before?" Lee asked, confused but cautiously smug. "Sparring." "What's that mean?" Choji prompted curiously. She was trying not to hurt Niji, and overthinking her moves, Uzumaki explained, that's why she was relying too much on Jinmaki. She normally only uses the kota as a weapon when she's sparring, or if she needs to cut something. But I know that look, she's finally gonna fight him. Hinata assumed the gentle fist stance, even as full flexibility and strength returned to her knees. Niji did not want to give her any more chance to recover further. He snatched up both of his tonfa from the earth and charged her. She caught the first spinning bar with her right hand, accepting the stinging pain to hold the tonfa. She pulled him in by the weapon, blocking the second tonfa incidentally with Jinmaki as her left hand stabbed at Niji's right lung, just under his rib cage. The Jonin braced for the stunning impact of the gentle fist, building up a mass of chi into the chakra point she was targeting, and then stopping the energy flow in or out. It would not negate the effect of the gentle fist, but it would minimize the impact. At the last instant, Hinata's fingers curled, and she sent an extra spark of chakra through her muscles. Her fist drove into his gut, and his white eyes bulged as the breath was driven from his body. She released his tonfa, quickly tapping the thumb and index finger of his left hand as she did. Niji just barely managed to keep hold of his weapon with the 3 digits that were still functioning. He tried to retreat, spinning his right hand tonfa repeatedly to try to keep her at bay. "I am sorry, my brother," Hinata paused, letting him gain space. "I can't hold back any longer, so you shouldn't either." "What do you mean, Hinata?" he asked, trying to hide the kernel of worry that sprouted in his stomach. Short of techniques that would almost certainly kill or maim his cousin, he was not sure there was much more he could bring to the fight. Hinata did not answer with words. She jumped forward, aiming her hands at his neck. He expected a feint, so he blocked lightly while watching for her follow-up. Unfortunately, her attack was in earnest, and her left fist sent tingles up his left arm where he caught it, and her right arm clipped the side of his neck. Niji recognized that if he had not shifted to block the first blow, her second could have rendered him unconscious, speechless, or worse. He berated himself for blocking with his wrist instead of his tonfa. "Why are you still using weapons?" Hinata finally answered his query with one of her own. She opened her hands and swung her fingertips at his shoulders. Niji dropped clumsily to avoid the attack and aimed his undiminished right-hand weapon at her knee. She stepped into the attack, at the same time throwing the targeted joint towards his nose. The tonfa hit the heel of her boot, and her knee brushed his nose and cheek. "You want me to use the gentle fist against you?" He shook his head. "That would be foolish of me, given the training you and Naruto have undertaken." "Taijutsu is your specialty," she said, "whether it is the gentle fist or another style. Your unarmed skill far surpasses your weapon skill. And refusing to use your best techniques because I know a way to counter them, that is the more foolish choice." Niji restored his stunned left digits as she spoke, and the lecture stung. Still, he gripped his tonfas more tightly, determined not to be manipulated. He stepped towards her, swinging at her face and stabbing for her stomach simultaneously. Hinata backfisted the spinning weapon with her left hand, using her chakra to protect her knuckles and increase the power of her attack. The tonfa in Niji's right hand gave off an unsettling crack as it reversed direction. She tried to reach past the second weapon to tag the arm holding it, but Niji dropped his arm and responded with a spinning kick to the small of her back. The blow staggered the young woman, but she used the impact to roll past him, swiftly rising to stab her fingers at his spine. Byakugan, Niji finally activated his Kekkei Jinkai, and was amazed by the amount of chakra still left in her body. "Since when do you have such expansive chakra reserves?" he asked as he leaned away from her strikes, also swinging back his right-hand weapon to drive off her assault. "Training with Naruto consistently for 16 months has many advantages," she answered, shifting her feet and stabbing again, remaining behind him. "Trying to keep up with his chakra supply has greatly increased my own limits." He nodded reflexively, rotating quickly to face her again. But Hinata was faster still. She tagged his left side and made sure her right arm remained in his blind spot. Niji took a quick tally, and realized it had been almost 2 years since he had actively worked out with his cousin. The last time he had done any sort of training with her was she had taught him the protection of the 8 trigram 64 palms just over a year ago. Recently their interactions had been less business and more social. The jonin suddenly somersaulted forward twice, trying to gain enough distance from the young woman to meet her head-on again. She was sufficiently surprised by his forward retreat, and he was able to turn around, if only just. Rasengan, she crafted the sphere again and darted after him. As Niji turned to face her, she was already thrusting the ball of energy towards him, and he was barely able to get his paired tonfas between himself and the orb. Though he had not been using his Byakugan earlier, he could still tell that this time the 4th Hokage's jutsu was denser and the chakra threads were moving faster. The Hyuga bloodline was better able to detect the edges of the Rasengan, so to his enhanced vision the spiraling sphere looked more like a 1,000-faceted jewel. Hinata pushed forward, and Niji dug in his feet, keeping the tonfas angled so she could neither force her way past, nor divert for attack any direction other than into the dirt. The wood and metal bars shook under the assault, and as the 3rd second passed, a whine began to rise from his right weapon. He recalled with a moment of worry that it was the same weapon that had stopped her last Rasengan as well as the one she had punched. The chakra-reinforced oak outside splintered, and the orb began to both bend and grind away the first steel ribbon through the middle of the weapon. Rotation, Niji spun in desperation, trying to throw his cousin back. The Rasengan shattered the heavenly spin where they met, so the Fuga technique never touched Hinata. The act did make her pause just long enough for him to back away. She released the Rasengan while Niji examined his ruined weapon with a growing hint of rage. He returned both tonfas to their hidden scabbard. "Have it your way," he informed her, chakra lighting his fingers. He stepped forward, his hands darting independently at her shoulders. Hinata slid past his right arm while attacking his left. Her right elbow impacted his forearm, throwing it aside, and then her other hand punched his elbow in turn. Niji grimaced at the hits, but was able to redirect his right strike, hitting her right breast and the lung underneath. Chakra pulse, she quickly undid the effect of the gentle fist so that her regeneration technique could restore the shortness of breath she was already feeling. Hinata debated the merits of continuing the healing jutsu. Most of the damage that the simple technique could deal with was already gone, and it was starting to be a drain on her chakra supply. But if she kept mixing the tiger and heron with the gentle fist, she would need it to restore the damage that the aggressive style forced her to accept. And if she dropped the restorative spell, she might not have another chance to restore it. Despite her misgivings, she silently ended the jutsu. How fast can she form the Rasengan? Niji asked himself, is my heavenly spin faster? Hinata shifted her stance, bringing her feet closer together, even as she swung out both her hands at her cousin's right arm again. He dropped the targeted limb and countered with a jab at her neck. She leaned back subtly, and at the same time pulled her own left elbow back, tagging his wrist. Niji was surprised as he felt the chakra point close down. His fingers darted forward again, bypassing the blockage he had just received. She shifted her body at the waist, causing his left hand to miss her shoulder, and tapped her palm to his, pushing his other hand wide as well. I see, Niji said, stepping back carefully. Before you were mixing the tiger style with the gentle fist, but now you are combining whipping willows and the gentle fist. She saw no need to respond, other than to angle one hand towards his gut and the other towards his neck. His response caught her off guard. He grabbed her wrists, threw himself backwards, planted his foot in her sternum, and flipped her over him. By the time Hinata managed to right herself so she could land on her feet, Niji had completed his role and was signing. Doton, sand trap jutsu, he finished an instant before she landed, and the ground under her feet changed from hard-packed dirt to soft, shifting sand. Her landing was slightly disrupted, and both of their respective Byakugans registered the minor tearing of her left Achilles tendon. He charged forward, sending chakra out of his feet to walk on the sand like it was water. His right hand darted out, but the gentle fist strike was a feint, and instead he landed a weak roundhouse kick on her left knee. Hinata took a half step away, carefully, hiding her left leg from him. Doton, sedimentary jutsu, she inverted his maneuver, compacting the dirt and sand into a layer of stone. Then she kicked at his face with her left foot. Niji caught her leg and tossed her again, increasing the damage to her ankle and knee. Hinata managed to tuck and roll as she fell, and as she stood, was obviously favoring her right stem. Now you are mixing the hard fist with gentle fist, she observed. The gentle fist lacks kicks and throws, he noted, his lowered body tensing. He hopped forward, his foot leading. Jump kicks were Guy's specialty, flashy, powerful, and somewhat dangerous to the user. Niji aimed for her midsection, counting on Hinata being slowed enough that she would not be able to avoid him. Hinata grabbed her left forearm with her right hand and blocked the kick with Jinmaki. As soon as his foot touched, she forced it downward, dropping to one knee to put her weight onto his ankle. Niji's foot twisted oddly, both when it struck and again when it hit the ground. The instant his foot was on the ground, Hinata propelled herself back up, driving her right fist into his chin with every ounce of force her light frame could muster. The uppercut bowled Niji over, he landed on his but with his face between his raised knees. She quickly started crafting hand seals, hoping to restore her leg before Niji recovered. His head snapped up, recognizing her technique. Niji surged to his feet, spinning as he went. 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, he announced, taking advantage of her commitment to the jutsu, counting on that to prevent her from countering with the Rasengan. The expanding sphere of power struck the startled Kunoichi, knocking her back. As she collided with the ground, the pale beauty was careful to roll so that she didn't hit her injured leg too hard. "Looks like Niji took care of that glass jaw," Choji commented before taking another bite of his sandwich. "Yes," Guy stated proudly, "we did some special training for that." Niji sighed slightly as his rotation ended. He kept his distance, watching Hinata carefully. "Please, stay down," he said kindly. Hinata drifted gracefully to her feet without a word, and faced him angrily. A long cut on the right side of her forehead loosed blood down into the eye below, which she held tightly shut. "No, my brother," she shook her head, "that is nowhere near enough to stop me." Niji briefly wondered how half of her Suijin Byakugan compared to his normal Byakugan, not that blood or a closed eye would inhibit her vision in any way. She wiped her face quickly on the sleeve of her shirt, and faced him again with both eyes open. She dropped back into the gentle fist stance, waiting for him to move. Though he could see the injuries to her knee and ankle had not been repaired, she was no longer favoring her right leg. The Jonin frowned slightly and matched her posture. "But this will end it," he told her confidently, also with a touch of regret. A seal spread out from his feet, encompassing almost half of the arena floor. 8 trigrams, he incanted, stepping off the duality symbol to meet her. In the stands, Hyuta Hyuga stood and moved to the edge of the Hokage's box with a look of triumph. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, his fingers darted in at amazing speed, aiming for chakra points all throughout her system. He moved to her side and continued. 16 palms, he slid behind her. 32 palms, he completed the circuit, standing in front of her again. 64 palms, Niji grimaced slightly, finishing, 128 palms. The seal broke apart, and the two cousins just stood there, facing one another. The crowd collectively held its breath in anticipation. "I am sorry," Niji, Hinata said gently, and her opponent slid down onto one knee, no longer able to stand. For a moment, Hyuta's face went slack with surprise, but he recovered quickly, bristling with anger. "What is going on? Why is Niji down?" he demanded of no one in particular, then he pointed his finger at Hinata on the arena floor. "You cheated, didn't you, girl? Someone helped you." "Back off, old man," Naruto growled, with none of the affection he used when calling Hayashi or Tuchi old man. The blonde teen jumped to his feet, glaring up at the Hyuga elder. "It's not Hinata's fault you couldn't see or hear what happened," Uzumaki shouted. "If you're blind without your Byakugan, maybe you should leave it on all the time." "How dare you?" Hyuta sniffed imperiously, using the advantage of their respective positions to look down on Naruto literally, as well as figuratively. "Even I couldn't see the whole thing," Kakashi said, turning his face up so Hyuta could observe his uncovered Sharingan, but Hinata blocked or avoided at least half of Niji's strikes, while every one of hers was spot on. 8 trigrams, Niji incanted, his right foot leaving the center of the seal. 2 palms, he started his barrage, his left hand angling towards Hinata's right shoulder, while his right shot towards a chakra point above her heart. She shifted her stance slightly, so that he missed the chakra point in her shoulder, though he still scored a minor cut into the muscle. At the same time, she gently tapped his other hand aside with her wrist, so that he missed entirely. 8 trigrams, she whispered, the smaller, purple circle spreading out from her foundation, lost in Niji's overpowering green. 4 palms, he struck her left side where he intended to, but both of the blows to her arms were deflected, and the strike at her liver did not hit anything vital due to her movement. 2 volts, her own arms darted out, scoring hits on his right lung and hip. She had returned to her guard position before he completed the next statement. 8 palms. This time Niji was slightly more successful, landing 5 of his 8 attacks where he intended to, though all of the remaining 3 failed to connect. "Chakra pulse, 4 volts," Hinata intoned softly, restoring her chakra flow, before landing 2 hits on his left lung, 1 on his stomach, and the last on his right arm. The duration of the opposing techniques was much the same. The 8 palms level was Niji's most triumphant set in terms of hit percentage, but Hinata landed every strike, while occasionally undoing the damage he inflicted on her chakra network. 128 palms, Niji panted the verbal seal slightly, completing the technique more on determination and momentum than anything else. 32 volts, Hinata announced the final strike at the same time her cousin did, but completed it before he did. As with each other stage, her strikes all hit, even while avoiding or deflecting 67 of his 128 attacks. Niji struggled to remain upright, but both his chakra and nervous systems were in a disarray, and he had taken almost as many minor cuts to his muscles and organs as Hinata had, but the damage she inflicted was also more critical. Hinata is faster, the copy ninja concluded, referencing Lee and Naruto's earlier debate, so by using a slower, simpler technique, she was able to attack and defend at the same time. Hyota Hyuga stared down his nose at Kakashi for a moment, and then sat back down, hiding a look of smug satisfaction. Ignoring the pain and disrupted motor control, Niji forced himself back upright. He could not lift his arms, but nevertheless he squared himself against Hinata. "I cannot lose," he whispered, setting aside the leadership of the clan. "My engagement with Tenten is also at stake here." Hinata's face darkened, and she quickly closed the gap between them, shouting, "Gentle step, twin lion fists." The chakra feline surrounding Hinata's left hand bit lightly into Niji's right shoulder, and the other predator clamped down on his left hip. She lifted him into the air, using his body and the form of her jutsu to hide her face. "Please, surrender, Niji," she pleaded loudly, and then murmured, "Is that what our grandfather told you?" His head dipped, and she took the motion for an affirmative. "You can barely breathe, and if you try too hard, you might do permanent damage to your lungs," she yelled for the crowd, and then said softly, "That is a lie. Your relationship is entirely safe." "Don't make me finish this jutsu," she cried out, added sotto voce, "I overheard my father and Aunt Hiroko talking 2 months ago. She was representing the elders, and was asking father to encourage you to propose to Tenten." His eyes widened, he knew all too well that the will of the elders was the will of Hyuta. "The damage to your limbs will take months to heal," she shouted at him, while really saying, "Grandfather is fascinated by her lineage. Her mix of Uchiha and Takamichi blood means a better chance your children will have the Byakugan, or possibly a Byakugan/Sharingan hybrid. You might never fully recover," she implored him, then whispered, "Grandfather would never try to separate you two, unless he was disappointed in your offspring. But if you don't give up, I will incapacitate you," she told him earnestly, her secret monologue completed, "If that is what it takes to protect my relationship, I will break you, my brother." Niji considered her words for a moment. He did not think she would lie to him, and what she said fit with what he knew. Tenten's father had been born into the Uchiha clan, though without the Sharingan. Her mother was a Takamichi, a cousin of the leader of the Hyuga's former servants. There was a long-standing feud between the two families, so when Tenten's parents fell in love, they quit their respective clans so they could marry without interference. That was reason his fiancée lacked a family name. It made sense that Hyuta would want him to marry someone with the latent genetics for not one, but two of the legendary dojutsu. "I concede," he announced for the crowd, his head dropping. At first, Hinata thought it was an act as part of his surrender. But as she set him down, she realized he had lost consciousness. She looked up at the Hokage's box, worried. "Okay, let's get some medics down there," Tsunade barked. "The winner is Hinata Hyuga." Hinata smiled faintly, concerned she had hurt Niji more than she needed to. She swayed slightly as she straightened. She was exhausted, nearly out of chakra, woozy from the head injury, and had lost a not insubstantial measure of blood. "All right?" Naruto bellowed triumphantly, punching the air as he jumped to his feet. He started to run back down to the arena, but was interrupted. "Stop," Hyuta Hyuga barked, amplifying his voice with a minor genjutsu. "Just where do you think you are going, Uzumaki?" "I'm going to congratulate Hinata," Naruto shouted back. "I don't think so," the Hyuga elder shook his head smugly. "As per the terms of our arrangement, Hinata's inheritance is forfeit, as is her relationship with you. However, if you mind your manners, I may relent and allow you to continue to court my granddaughter," Hyuta continued smugly, under more restrictive circumstances. "What are you talking about?" Naruto shouted, angry and confused. "There's no way you can say Hinata didn't win." "True enough," Hyuta nodded grimly, adding a slight smirk. "Her performance was surprisingly impressive. No, it is you, Uzumaki, who failed to fulfill your part of the arrangement." "I won that fight," Naruto sputtered. "Everyone saw it." "You may have fulfilled one of the Hokage's conditions," Hyuta sounded agreeable, "but our deal was that you win a duel." You barely injured him, frightened him into running, and then let him escape. That is hardly what I would call a duel, more or less a win. And that is not even addressing the qualifications of your opponent, which the Hokage knew in advance were invalid, but chose not to inform me. In the end, the fight between Hinata and Neji was just a formality, Hyuta concluded. I had already decided that you had failed. That's pretty dirty, Tsunade stated, reining in her anger due to the public nature of the forum. Naruto growled wordlessly, nodding his agreement. Hayashi stood up and moved to join his father. Hinata moved unsteadily into the stands and approached the Hokage's box with an angry expression. I can see I will not be able to go easy on you too, Hyuta said imperiously. I think that after Hinata is installed as a branch family member, I will need to remove her from active duty. She will have to remain at home, performing simple chores, until she learns her place. She is obviously not fit to be in the field. Why, that was the last straw for the former Jinchuriki. Uzumaki roared the slang accusation and charged the viewing platform. Naruto. Hayashi barked reproachfully, and the young man stopped short. If I may have a moment to speak to Lord Hyuta, Hinata's father requested of her boyfriend. Naruto frowned, but he shrugged his acceptance. Still he did not relax, even as Hinata limped up to his side. Lord Hyuta, the Hyuga clan leader, addressed his father. Am I to understand that are using these loopholes of language as a reason not to honor your agreement with Hinata? An inaccurate way to phrase it, Hyuta nodded, but your conclusion is correct. Thank you, Hayashi smiled. His face turned grim and commanding. Lord Hyuta Hyuga, you have broken a pact with a member of this clan, and have disgraced yourself. Even worse, you have done so in front of the Hokage and the majority of the Hidden Leaf village, reflecting poorly on the Hyuga clan as a whole. You leave me no choice. I challenge your right and fitness to serve as an elder of the Hyuga clan. Tsunade laughed triumphantly, while both Naruto and Hyuta looked dumbstruck at the dressing down. The elder recovered quickly, smirking at his son confidently. Fine, let us return to the manor and put this to a vote, Hyuta countered smugly. You don't understand, Hayashi shook his head. I challenge your right to be an elder. Hyuta looked amused as he realized what the clan leader was saying, and stated, You want to duel me, boy? I'll fight you right here and now. I may have lost a step or two, but you could never defeat me. You are almost as much of a technical jonin as Ruijaka, except that you never made jonin. I accept your proposed time and location, Hayashi smiled even more broadly, and as is my right, I request a proxy to fight in my place. Hyuta blinked, but recovered quickly again. Who? Hinata? Do you think she is in any shape to fight me now? Actually, I had someone else in mind. Hayashi looked at his daughter for a moment, and then shifted his eyes 10 inches to her left. Naruto Uzumaki, will you fight Hyuta Hyuga on my behalf? The clan leader replaced his formal mask, but could not prevent a slight upturn in the corners of his mouth. Oh, hell yes, Naruto agreed immediately. No, Hyuta said a little bit too quickly and too loudly, then more calmly insisted, Naruto cannot stand in for Hayashi. The boy is not even a member of the clan. That is not an issue, one of the other Hyuga elders said evenly. When disputes were more commonly settled by combat, it was a common practice to select a substitute from outside of the clan. The proxy was frequently a Takemichi, but it was considered a mark of influence to be able to find a ninja from outside the Hyuga's authority who was willing to fight for you. It also helped to keep any lingering animosity between individual members of the clan to a minimum. You made Naruto a part of this. Hiroko Hyuga was more direct with her brother, having nothing to fear from the caged bird seal, and you have belittled him at every opportunity. It is only fitting that Uzumaki be Hayashi's surrogate. Very well, Hyuta acquiesced somewhat graciously. In that case I have claim to the right of proxy as well. He looked around the arena. He was trying to find for Kiba Inuzuka, but the Chunin had not come to the duels, unable to choose between his desire to support Hinata and his wish to see Naruto beaten. His first choice not available, Hinata's grandfather moved his field of vision over to where the members of the Takemichi clan were seated, but most refused to meet his gaze. Only 3 acknowledged him. The leader of the Takemichi clan gently shook his head no, while Hanabi's teammates Keiko and Kei stared back defiantly. But that gave the elder another idea. Hanabi, Hyuta suddenly spun and pointed to his other granddaughter. The girl jumped slightly at the sudden attention. You will fight in my stead, Hyuta ordered. His vocal projection jutsu was still active, and in the stands Choza Akimichi and Keiko and Kei all stood hastily at the possibility their teammate would be forced to battle. Hanabi looked over at Naruto, a perverse satisfaction lighting her white eyes. Then she took a deep breath to regain control. No, Hinata's younger sister said firmly. What? Hyuta hissed angrily at the denial. I have the right to refuse, do I not? Hanabi asked of her father and the other elders. Hayashi looked supportive, and the elders all nodded. Then I must decline, the proposed proxy continued carefully, setting my personal feelings aside, I am not stupid enough to objectively believe I can defeat Naruto. He is a Tokubetsu Jonin, and I am only a genin. He is nearly 17, while I have just turned 12. In every measure I can conceive of, he has me outmatched. Then she smiled slightly, remembering a warning Hiroko Hyuga had given her, adding, nor do I wish to taint the results of this battle by being an obviously inferior stand-in. Her grandfather blinked, not thinking he had been so transparent in his reasoning. He frowned darkly, and returned his attention to Naruto. Fine, he grunted, I will fight the boy myself. I know you proposed that the battle take place immediately. But I think it would be fair to allow you 30 minutes to equip yourself. Even though Hayashi made the backhanded offer with a completely straight face, the head elder's scowl deepened. He understood that neither choice was good. Fighting the fully kid Naruto while he was in casual robes with only 2 holdout kunai was unappealing. But at the same time, every minute they waited gave the young man more time to recover the chakra he had expended in the earlier match. He decided to try something else. I see no reason to delay, Hyuta said with false ease, if Naruto is willing to forego his weapons and fight me with just taijutsu and ninjutsu. Sure, Naruto shrugged, unconcerned. He slipped Kitsune's scabbard off and removed his weapons pouch. Naruto, are you sure about this? Hinata asked, slightly worried. Uzumaki pressed his weapons into his girlfriend's arms, then taking her shoulders, he guided her gently down into the seat he had vacated. She could not suppress a groan of release. No problem, Hinata, he said loudly, I've been wanting to kick your grandfather's butt this whole last week. He leaned in and kissed her cheek, and then whispered in her ear, for our future, right? As he drew back, she nodded, putting on her determined look for him. Reassured, he caught his opponent's eyes. Any time, old man, Naruto growled at Hyuta. You heard them, folks, Tsunade announced for the crowd, it looks like we have a third match for the day. Naruto Uzumaki versus Hyuta Hyuga. Get down there, you two, she ordered, her facade of amusement fading as soon as the microphone was turned off. Naruto raced down the stairs, while Hyuta descended more regally. Sakura stood up and smiled apologetically at Lee. Yugo-sensei, will you switch with me? The pink-haired Jonin asked. The other kunoichi nodded, and the 2 women shuffled past Kakashi and Rei. Are you okay? Sakura asked, subtly working her medical talents on her teammate. It was supposed to be over, Hinata said bitterly, her mask slipping as Naruto landed on the sand once more. I beat Niji, we won. That was the arrangement. Hinata? Kakashi called out to her as Sakura erased the cut on her forehead. I'm all right, Kakashi-sensei, Hinata said softly, looking over at her teammates, and I'm sure I'll be even better shortly. She glared down at her grandfather. Sakura nodded her agreement. Kakashi looked less convinced, but did not contradict his students. After a few minutes of angrily observing each other, Naruto broke off the staring match to look into the crowd. His eyes first found Hinata, he who was glad to see looked much healthier, thanks to Sakura. Then his attention fell on the Hokage's box. Uzumaki wondered why Tsunade had not called for them to start, and he saw Ino's father and 7 other shinobi whom he only casually recognized leave the Hokage's box. The whole time, Hyuta's gaze never left Naruto, though he had already activated his Kekkei Jinkai, thus saw everything Naruto did. What's the hold-up, Grandma Tsunade? Naruto shouted up at her, and the Hyuga elder silently agreed with the sentiment. Just hang on a minute, she barked back. The Jonin she had called upon collected their Genin and Chunin students, and moved to 8 points around the perimeter of the arena floor. They stood over the seals burned into the stone, and activated the jutsu contained within. A triangle of energy sprang up from each station, creating a transparent, tangible ceiling over the battlefield. The barrier also extended down the walls in places, blocking off the exits. "All right, you two," the Sannin yelled at them over the public address, "there will be no ringouts or escapes this time. You two will fight until one of you surrenders or is unconscious. But if one of you kills the other, even accidentally, there will be consequences. Do I make myself perfectly clear?" Naruto bobbed his head, but Hyuta just smirked. "There is plenty I can do to the boy without killing him," the elder Takujo countered silently. He settled into the gentle fist stance, waiting for the command. "Naruto Uzumaki vs. Hyuta Hyuga," Tsunade announced again, "begin." 8 trigrams, the older man did not hesitate, a large green diagram appearing around him, 2 pal. His attack and the accompanying statement were cut off when Naruto caught his wrists and held them tight. The seal underneath them shattered. The teen had crossed his arms to grab Hyuta's right with his right and also matching left with left, and now he unfolded his limbs, flipping the septuagenarian off his feet. Naruto released Hyuta's arms and brought his knee up into the small of the elder's back as he started to fall. The attack propelled Hyuta forward enough to regain his balance, and Hyuga spun around quickly to glare at Uzumaki. "When I fought Niji 4 years ago, his 8 trigram 64 palms was a lot faster than that," Naruto explained, his voice slightly taunting. Rotation Hyuta ignored the barb, moving straight into his next attack. Rassing. Naruto started to form the spiraling sphere to counter, but he was not quite fast enough. The incomplete Rasengan hit the heavenly spin and both jutsus destabilized and exploded, throwing their respective users back. Both men skidded to a halt, watching the other carefully. Naruto lived up to his reputation and charged his opponent. He hopped slightly and aimed a hard right cross at Hyuta's nose. The elder slid slightly to the side, causing the teen to miss, and in turn landed 3 gentle fist strikes on Uzumaki's left side. Chakra pulse, Naruto let his momentum take him into a crouch and fixed the 3 overloaded chakra points, even as he attempted to sweep Hyuta's legs. The older ninja stepped over the attack and moved closer. 2 palms, Hyuta landed blows to Naruto's left ear and temple, and followed as the teen straightened and backed away. 4 palms, the blonde shinobi attempted to grab his opponent's right hand again, and Hyuga diverted the attack to avoid him. Though that one strike missed, the other 3 all hit their marks. 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms, 64 palms, Hyuta Hyuga finished the attack and then pushed Naruto backwards onto the ground. "Was that fast enough?" he mocked the prone youth. "You did that without the intro." Naruto rolled backwards to his feet, stunning his opponent, chakra pulse. "But still not as fast as Niji." "No," Uzumaki grinned mirthlessly, "if you hadn't surprised me, I could have stopped you again." Hyuta wanted to counter the statement, but could not. Any physical damage he might have inflicted on the teen was already gone, and the only change to Naruto's chakra network was the almost imperceptible lessening from the power the young man had spent. The elder decided the gentle fist attacks were a dead end, and shifted his focus. He closed his hands into fists, and created spikes of energy between each pair of knuckles. The tiny blades were roughly twice the length of the projections he used for the gentle fist, more solid, and just as invisible to normal vision. The Hyuga elder threw a slow right jab at Naruto's face, which the teen blocked. Hyuta followed it with a weak left jab at Naruto's shoulder. Again the teen knocked the attack wide, but this was part of the older shinobi's plan. With both of Naruto's arms drawn away from his core, Hyuta shifted his weight and drove his right hand into the teen's solar plexus. Uzumaki coughed painfully at the attack, and when Hyuta withdrew his hand, blood leaked out of the 3 small cuts in Naruto's uniform. "Neat trick," the former Jinchuriki noted, looking down at the fading cuts through the hole in his jacket. "Does this mean the warm-up is over?" Hyuta blinked once, surprised. He had not expected the boy to know he was holding back and testing Uzumaki's techniques. The statement also implied that Naruto had been doing the same to him. Hyuta's suspicion was confirmed when Naruto's next punch came in twice as fast and drove him to the ground almost before he had recognized it. Naruto followed him down, attempting to drive his knee into Hyuta's stomach. The elder nimbly rolled out of the way, and then drove his heel into Naruto's side. The teen caught the extended foot before it did too much damage and held it fast. Hyota hopped up so he was standing on his left foot, bending his knee to pull Naruto closer. He swung out with his left arm, tagging Naruto's cheek. The 3 cuts bled for a moment, and as they closed, briefly made it appear he had 6 whisker marks on the right side of his face. Then the wounds completely vanished. Trying to escape, Hyota drove his other fist into Naruto's elbow. Despite the combination of impact and piercing blades in each blow, Uzumaki did not let go until the 3rd strike. Finally, he let go, drawing back his injured limb as the small punctures closed. 3 blades, 1/2 inch long, the blonde youth announced. Hyota's eyes widened as he realized the boy had taken the damage to gauge his power. Enough of this, the head elder announced angrily, slipping back into the gentle fist stance. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Why does everyone I fight think they can suddenly beat me just because they get annoyed? Naruto asked blandly, and Hyota's scowl deepened. All right, let's see what you have for me, Uzumaki told the Hyuga elder, but rather than wait, he leapt forward. Rotation, Hyota intoned, spinning his body. Rasengan. Naruto formed the orb almost instantly, and carved easily through the border of a heavenly spin. But as he passed that boundary, the elder suddenly smiled. 8 trigrams palms, infernal whirlpool, Hyota suddenly reversed direction, and a new, red domain formed. Instead of being knocked away, Naruto tumbled violently around the perimeter of the sphere, being slowly drawn in as it contracted. The Rasengan had no effect on the technique, and Uzumaki was having trouble tracking his opponent in the turmoil. What is that? Kakashi asked Hinata. The girl shook her head, just as mystified as her teacher. Hayashi answered for her. That is one of the secret techniques, taught only to the Hyuga clan leaders, he explained. The infernal whirlpool is the inverse of the heavenly spin. Instead of deflecting opponents, it disorients them and pulls them into range of the gentle fist. As the crimson dome abetted, Naruto found himself stumbling off balance toward Hyota. The older shinobi drew back his right arm, his fingers in a knife hand. 8 trigrams, empty palm, Hyota thrust out his palm, and the column of energy struck Uzumaki square in the chest, blasting him away. Unlike Niji with the mountain crusher, the elder did not hold back or aim upwards. Naruto shot across the arena, and struck the fortification with bone-shattering force. The rock barrier cracked and compacted, leaving the teen partially embedded in the wall. Hyota sniffed smugly, and turned to stare triumphantly at the Hokage and his son. He waited a moment for Tsunade to order the shield jutsu dropped, and bristled when she did not. Well, he demanded, what are you waiting for? Call it. Tsunade shook her head, and Hinata pointed behind him. Why? Are you giving up? Naruto's voice caught his attention. Despite having his Byakugan active, Hyota had been so focused on the Hokage, he had not seen the teen extract himself from the stone. Hyota shuddered despite himself. That combination would have killed any civilian and most genin. Even a more toughened and experienced ninja would probably have suffered permanent injuries. But Uzumaki only had a few cracked ribs and burst blood vessels in his torso, and even as the teen shook out his limbs, those wounds healed. Hyota wondered how much damage he had actually done to the boy before his regeneration kicked in. Would those injuries have taken another ninja out of the fight? Hinata's grandfather asked himself silently, or have I underestimated his endurance as well as his healing? Man, that was close. Naruto hid his sigh of relief. If I had been a second later with that air chakra cushion, that could have broken my back and cracked my skull. I'd better take him a little more seriously. The young man cracked his knuckles, which incidentally popped his dislocated right pinky back into place. Ready to keep going? Uzumaki met Hyota's eyes with a new focus. The calm, assured look rattled the Hyuga elder more than the teen's earlier, angry bravado. No, Hyota answered, needing a few more seconds to prepare his trump card. He loosed the backup kunai in his sleeves, dropping them into his hands. The blades were just over half the size of a normal ninja throwing knife, and lacked the utility loop on the hilt. He quickly fired the blades at his opponent, hoping to buy himself the time he required to prepare his ultimate technique. Naruto dropped under the first blade and blocked the second knife with his right forearm, taking a deep cut but protecting his vitals. As he drew upright, Naruto's face was livid. "What the hell was that?" he shouted at the older man. "I thought you said no weapons." "You agreed to relinquish your arms," Hyuta sniffed as if it should have been obvious. "I made no such contract." Naruto clenched his fist so tight his nails bit into his palm, and he raised it as if struggling not to hit something. "You arrogant, double-crossing bastard," the younger Takujo snarled at Hyuta. "I have been trying to make this a close fight because you are Hinata's grandfather, and family is supposed to mean something. But I'm done. I'm taking you down right now." "Now who is making grandiose statements in anger?" the elder shot back. He finished stirring up his chakra, and spread his feet slightly wider than the normal gentle fist stance. He pointed his right arm at Naruto, and put his left at a right angle to the forward limb. Hayashi stood hastily, as he recognized his father's four limbs were aligned with the four cardinal directions. "He wouldn't," the clan leader gasped. "Wouldn't what?" Tsunade prompted, worried by the reaction. "The final attack of the Hyuga clan leaders," Hayashi told her, drawing looks from Naruto's teammates as well. "The deadliest move a Byakugan user can learn. I doubt even Naruto can survive if he is caught by it." Hyuta crooked his fingers in invitation, and despite his suspicions, Naruto took the bait and charged forward. He let his hands trail, to increase his speed, and to start to generate a small cloud of chakra in his right hand. Even if Naruto's Rasengan has the same impact as on this move as it does on the heavenly spin, Hinata's father continued, it won't be enough to save him this time. The elder waited until Naruto was within 20 feet, and then his chakra network began to glow visibly under his skin. 8 trigrams, angelic molting, Hyuta chanted darkly, and energy erupted from all across his body. The 8 trigrams, angelic molting creates spears of pure, hardened chakra from each point on the user's chakra network, Hayashi expositioned as the chi protrusions extended from his father in all directions. Basic mastery is achieved when a clan leader can manifest 3 spears from each chakra point, he explained, and each spear must be at least 12 meters long. Anyone caught in that range would be run through dozens or even hundreds of times. The same image passed through the minds of Sakura and Hinata, a silhouette of Naruto impaled on countless pikes. In the real world, Naruto's eyes widened in shock and fear as the lines of chakra shot towards him. "If I expend all of my chakra on the technique," Hayashi expanded, "I can generate 6 spikes from the major chakra points in my torso and hands, and 5 from the remaining points. At his prime, my father could create 7 15-meter-long spears from every chakra point." The air in front of Hyuta Hyuga exploded in a cloud of blood and smoke, obscuring Naruto's fate. "I'm sorry, Hinata," her father said gently, "he went too far." "Don't give up on Naruto yet," Hinata shook her head, her eyes silver again. The obscuring remains of the blood and shadow clones faded, revealing a single remaining, injured duplicate supporting the 12-foot diameter Otama Rasengan his destroyed fellows had helped him form. The barbs of the angelic molting had been broken apart by the enlarged orb, clearing a path for the real Naruto, who followed behind his copies. Without the other 2 clones to help sustain the sphere, it destabilized, exploding away from its keeper, and splintering the remaining spears in the front half of Hyuta's jutsu. The force of the blast drove the elderly Hyuga down to one knee. "Raa!" Naruto roared wordlessly as he drove through the gap, leading the way with a roiling green futon Rasengan. His chakra mostly spent, Hyuta could no longer maintain his Byakugan, and as the deadly sphere closed in on his head, the elder instinctively closed his eyes. 2 seconds after he should have been dead, Hyuta opened his eyes. Naruto was standing before him, holding the futon Rasengan close enough to the elder's head that it was starting to slice away the outer layer of skin on his left ear. "You lose," Naruto growled. Hyuta blinked, and then his eyes tightened in rage. "Why did you miss?" he demanded of the youth quietly. "Grandma Tsunade said not to kill you," Uzumaki answered darkly, "and I'm not in the habit of destroying my Leaf Village comrades, not matter how much of a jerk they are." "Then you haven't won yet," Hyuta said carefully, plotting his next move. "I am still able to fight." "Yeah, but you're gonna surrender," Naruto brightened as he said it. "And if I refuse, that's when you kill me?" Hyuta taunted to cover his nervousness. The boy's shift in mood made him painfully aware of the Rasengan swirling next to his skull. A trickle of blood ran down his ear and dripped onto his robes. No, Naruto shook his head with a deep, slightly dark grin. I'll just drop my hand about 6 inches and take off your left arm. After that, if you still want to fight, we can keep going from there. Hayata's skin turned whiter than Hinata's, and his eyes began darting around the arena. He shifted his gaze to his right and up, looking at the Hokage and his son, imploring them silently. Hayashi just stared impassively, while Tsunade shrugged, but her expression was extremely pleased. What do you want? Hayata asked carefully. Surrender. I surrender. You win now. Promise you'll stop interfering in Hinata's life, Naruto instructed, personal, professional, and in clan matters. You have my oath, Hayata hissed, as if the words were painful. For all that's worth, Naruto whispered dubiously, then he grinned again, call me Naruto-sama. I would. Die first, the now former elder bit off each word viciously. Oh well, it was worth a shot, Naruto laughed as backed off. Once he was far enough away, he released the Rasengan, though he still watched Hayata. What? The older Takujo barked, annoyed and unnerved the continued attention. Sorry, Naruto sounded almost sincere, I just don't trust you not to attack me once my back is turned. So maybe you should leave first. Winner, Naruto, Tsunade announced, signaling the teams to bring down the barrier jutsu. Hayashi turned to the remaining elders with a sigh of relief. We should take our leave, the Hyuga leader told them, we have matters to discuss. Hanabi watched her father leave with a practiced look of neutrality, unsure of her own feelings. Hayata dragged himself to his feet, realizing his right knee had been twisted in the fall. He met Naruto's gaze for an instant and sniffed dismissively. Then he turned and limped to the now unblocked exit. It appears we need both a new elder and a new head elder, Hayashi said blandly, as they moved through the halls of the stadium, and while we should deliberate on the open slot later, for the purpose of today's events, I believe we need a new head elder now. So, I would like to nominate Hiroko Hyuga for the position. Any opposition? The other elders all shook their heads silently. She is the clear choice, offered the man who had explained the history of using proxies for clan disputes. Very good, Hayashi smiled, and then he asked his stunned aunt evenly, I trust that you are not opposed to keeping the deal with Hinata? I am opposed to keeping that deal, Hiroko surprised him with her answer, then she smiled kindly, I think this whole endeavor was a mistake, and the deal with Hayata should be thrown out. Hinata remains your heir until there is a legitimate reason to remove her. And she is free to date whoever she wishes, within the limits of the law. The 5 Hyugas met Hayata as they walked, as Hayashi had hoped. Father, Hayashi inclined his head slightly. Don't give me that, the injured shinobi growled, you planned this somehow. This is your revenge for me interfering with your relationship with Hinata's mother. Hayashi looked at his father sadly. No, this was all your own doing, he disagreed, you have more than enough chances to accept defeat, but you kept pushing things, forcing the rest of us to counter you. You could have backed down when Hinata showed you her Suijin Byakugan. You could have honored your agreement. But you would not, and this is the result. Hayashi turned to the elders and requested, can you please see that my father gets to the hospital, to have his knee looked at? Of course, Hiroko agreed, are you not coming with us? I will be along shortly, Hayashi smiled knowingly, there is one more thing I need to see to hear. Hinata was at the bottom of the stairs and jumping over the outer wall, even as her grandfather disappeared into the tunnel. She was still not fully healed, but that did not matter at the moment. She propelled herself forward with sinew and chakra, crashing into Naruto's arms. She kissed him fiercely, for once not caring who was watching. After a minute-long lip lock, Naruto set her down and stepped back. He met her eyes with an unusually nervous, almost shy, look on his face. He opened his mouth to speak and then quickly shut it, closing his eyes in an expression of annoyed dismay. Oh man, I am such an idiot, he berated himself. Naruto, what is it? She asked nervously. It's just, I spent all my free time this last week working on this speech, he told her sheepishly, about how I'm not good enough for you, and how happy you make me, and how you've changed my life for the better. I memorized it and practiced it. He gave her his patented I messed up grin, stating, and now I can't remember a word of it. She looked pleasantly confused by his explanation. Naruto took a deep breath and stared at her with a renewed purpose. I guess it just boils down to those three simple, dangerous words, he said affectionately, I love you, Hinata. I was panicked when I thought we might be torn apart, and it made me realize I always want you by my side. Naruto reached into his pocket and extracted a small, square box. Hinata recognized the container from Yukihana's jewelry collection. As she clasped her hands over her mouth in astonished joy, Naruto lowered himself smoothly onto one knee. Hinata Fuga, will you marry me? He asked, opening the box. Inside was a platinum band, set with a large hexagonal diamond, and a smaller triangle emerald on either side. Even with her dojutsu deactivated, she could still sense the traces of his chakra on the band, and she understood he had made it himself. Tears streamed down her face, and her voice caught in her throat. Instead, she nodded broadly and mouthed the words. Yes, 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 she chanted silently. It appeared Naruto got the message, because he swept her into his arms again and kissed her happily. Then he kissed her lovingly. Finally, he kissed her passionately. Naruto took the loop from the box and slipped it onto her left ring finger. It was a perfect fit. Good morning, Naruto, Hinata, Sakura, the Hokage greeted the members of Team Kakashi as Shizune led them into her office. What's up, Grandma Tsunade? Naruto asked apprehensively. Kakashi-sensei made it sound pretty urgent on the phone. It is, Tsunade nodded, even though the three of you had the last week off, after the beating Hinata received on Saturday, I would rather she had more than one day to recuperate. But this mission is of the utmost importance, and it needs a Byakugan user. So with Niji out of commission for the next few days and most of the other active Hyuga shinobi already in the field, Team Kakashi is my only option. I'm all right, Lady Tsunade. Hinata could not remove the grin from her face, and Tsunade's eyes were drawn to the young woman's left hand. Her ring was beautiful, and the Sannin could not repress a slightly twinge of jealousy. Good, their boss responded to the reassurance evenly. She took out the folder, looking over it once before handing it to Hinata. This is an A-rank mission, and time is of the essence, Tsunade began, and then she settled back into her chair to explain in detail. Over the last few months there has been a series of incidents of thieves plundering tombs and ruins in the lands of earth, air, and fire, and the smaller surrounding nations, the Hokage announced. The grave robbers had mainly been hitting lesser targets, and we haven't had much to go on. But last Friday they broke into the tomb of the second Kazekage. Needless to say, the Sand Village is furious, and they have asked for our help. Sakura nodded, while Naruto refused to look up from the floor. And yesterday we had a break, the Hokage continued. A stronghold of the Senju clan, buried in a battle hundreds of years ago, was unearthed last month. Some suspicious characters were asking about the dig in the village nearby. And one of them matches a rough description of a thief suspected in one of the Land of Earth robberies. So you want us to go to this site and try to catch these thieves, Sakura prompted. You are to find the culprits, yes, Tsunade informed them, but we also need to know if they are part of larger group, and where the things they stole are. Whether you do so by following them, or by catching and interrogating them is up to you. However, the elder healer fixed a canny eye on Naruto. This is an important cultural find, and part of my clan's history, so try not to destroy it, okay? Why do you need a Hyuga for this mission? Hinata asked curiously. To deal with my clan's traps, should you have to follow them into the fort, the leader of the Leaf Shinobi answered. Also, if you choose to track them, your eyes will make things much easier. Both young women nodded, but a shudder went down Naruto's spine. Hinata, I'm placing you in charge for this mission. You three had better get moving, the Hokage instructed. You need to get to the dig before nightfall. Yes, ma'am, they all barked. As they turned to leave, Naruto's movements were somewhat stiff. Once they were out of earshot, he stopped trying to hide his discomfort. Man, why'd we have to get stuck with this mission, he groused. Hinata was both amused by and concerned for her fiancé, but Sakura looked annoyed and confused. What's wrong with it? The pink-haired Jonin demanded. Come on, Sakura. Tombs, crypts, ancient ruins, you know what we might run into there, the blonde man shivered at the thought. Realization dawned on Sakura, and she glared at him incredulously. Naruto, you're not still afraid of ghosts, "Are you?" she asked with a slight undertone of mocking. "Aren't you?" He shot back, "They're dead, but not dead. They aren't solid, so you can't fight them, but they can still touch you." "They're not real," Sakura insisted. Hinata was torn. She was enjoying watching their antics. But she also felt she should stand up for Naruto, even if she agreed with Sakura. "Yes, they are. I saw Sagi when I was drowning," he insisted. "Not for the first time. He woke me up and pulled me part of the way back to the surface." "You hallucinated from lack of oxygen." Sakura waved her hand dismissively. "Hinata, tell him he's crazy." "We need to get moving," the younger woman said, avoiding the question. "We should get our equipment and meet at the front gate in 30 minutes. "See, she agrees with me," Sakura said triumphantly. "She just doesn't want to contradict you." Hinata hurriedly split off, racing towards the Fuga Manor. Hinata returned to her room and gathered her equipment. Her gear was mostly packed already, but she added a handful of her sealing scrolls to her backpack, in deference to Naruto's fears. Despite protests from Hinata and Naruto, the Hokage had forced her to spend Saturday night in the hospital, and on Sunday morning she swallowed her fears and returned to the Hyuga clan's estate. She had been more than a little shocked to find her room had been unmolested. And the pristine state of her quarters had not been the only surprise awaiting her. Hinata had just started unpacking her smaller bag when there was a knock at her door. The pale beauty approached the door apprehensively but opened it aggressively. "Hanabi," Hinata had not been expecting to see her sister, and she let it show. "Good morning, sister," Hanabi said, unusually brightly. "May I come in?" Of course, the teen stepped aside to let her sibling enter. Once Hanabi was in the room, Hinata closed the door and turned to find her sister staring at her with sparkling eyes. "Well, let me see it," the tween demanded with breathless romanticism. Hinata frowned curiously. Had it been anyone but Hanabi, she would have known immediately what they meant. But she did not expect the same desire from her sister. "What?" "The ring." Hanabi almost squealed. Hinata grinned broadly and held out her left hand. She walked over to the bed and sat beside her sister. Byakugan, Hanabi activated her Kekkai Jinkai to get a better look at the engagement band. She sighed contentedly and looked up at her sister. "Your choice in fiancés leaves something to be desired," Hanabi said slyly, "but this almost makes up for it." "Where did he get it?" "Naruto made it," Hinata informed her sister. "You mean he designed it?" Hanabi asked uncertainly. "No, he made it himself," the elder girl shook her head, "just like Jinmaki." "Ha!" Hanabi could only grunt wordlessly, amazed, and unable to bring herself to compliment Naruto. Instead, the younger sibling changed the subject. "Do you know what is happening here?" Hanabi queried, and Hinata shook her head no. "Well," the younger sibling threw herself back on her sister's bed to dish, "you know that grandfather was removed as an elder. Great-aunt Hiroko has succeeded him as head elder, and there are all sorts of rumors about who will take the open spot." Hinata returned to unpacking as Hanabi continued to gossip. When she reached the bottom of the bag, she wondered briefly at the absence of her kote before remembering that Naruto had borrowed them as he had escorted her to the hospital, so he could fix the damage Niji had inflicted. As she returned to paying attention to Hanabi, there was another knock at the door. Hanabi's jaw slammed shut with a click, and the younger woman quickly maneuvered herself in a proper sitting position. Hinata shook her head slightly, concerned yet amused by her sister's deception. She crossed the space to the portal and opened it again. "Father," she smiled slightly, and embraced her patriarch lightly, "come in." "Good morning, Hinata," Hayashi said warmly, and took her invitation. Once inside he nodded to his other daughter, now kneeling stiffly on the bed. "Good morning, Hanabi," the clan leader greeted the younger girl. Then he smiled apologetically and asked, "Could I have a few minutes alone with Hinata?" "Of course, father," the falsely obedient tween hid her annoyance at being interrupted and excluded. She slid her legs out gracefully and slipped silently from the room. "First, let me say I am very proud of you, and quite happy for you," Hayashi prefaced. Hinata smiled, happy but also sad. She had wanted most of her life to hear those words. "You aren't upset about?" She trailed off, unconsciously clasping her hands to hide her engagement ring. Hayashi chuckled slightly and shook his head. No, he said simply, then added, did Naruto not tell you that he had asked for my permission to propose to you? I could not let him off too easy, but I ultimately gave him my blessing. Hinata looked briefly stunned, and then smiled wistfully. Deep down, she had worried the warmth her father had shown towards Naruto recently had been an act, part of his agreement to accept their relationship. She was finally able to believe that Hayashi cared about her and her beloved. But that is why I am here, he said sadly, because you and Naruto need to think carefully about how you plan to proceed. What do you mean? Hinata asked uncertainly. You are slated to follow me as leader of the Hyuga clan, he reminded her, but Naruto has just gained his own Kekkei Jinkai. So by right and tradition, he should be founding his own clan. Having the leaders of two clans marry is unheard of, and would be extremely problematic. Which clan would your children belong to, especially if they were born with both bloodlines? It would be easier if Naruto consented to join the Hyuga clan, but I do not think the Conclave of Shadows or the Fire Daimyo would allow that. Concentrating two powerful bloodlines in our clan would make us too powerful. You could also set aside your succession. But in that case, Hanabi would become my heir, and the changes I know you wish to enact would probably be lost. Which is unfortunate, because with the removal of my father from the elders, you could have strong support from them. He sighed deeply, both from defeat and to catch his breath. I do not mean to influence your choice, or undermine your happiness, he reassured her, and whatever you choose, I will do my best to support you. But this is something you too must understand and decide upon. Hinata. Naruto's voice rose her from her remembrance, and instantly restored her smile. Those were decisions for the future, now was the time to bask in the glow of being committed to her beloved. She started to look around for him, but before she saw him, he wrapped his arms around her and kissed her gently. She felt her cheeks glowing slightly as he released her. Good morning, sunshine, he told her, sorry I didn't get to say that earlier. So, how was everything at home? Things are fine, she answered brightly, her blush fading, my room had not been touched, and Aunt Hiroko is the new chief elder. And Hanabi actually seemed happy for me, though she made it clear she is still mad at you. Yeah, I've got to figure out some way to make it up to her, he nodded, his eyes closed in thought. Then his blue orbs popped open. Oh, before I forget, he exclaimed, pulling off his backpack. After a few seconds, he pulled out a towel, which he unwrapped to reveal Jinmaki. As good as new, he told her, grinning, actually, better than new. She turned over the bracers. The sturdy, brown, leather straps had been replaced by softer, black suede. The new straps were doubled and riveted down the sides. There is a layer of metal mesh in between the suede, he explained at her questioning glance, like a sandwich. Chakra-reinforced metal. I'd like to see someone try to cut through them now. Thank you, Naruto, she kissed him lightly on one of his whiskers. You don't need to thank me, he grinned sheepishly and even turned a little red, I probably should have thought of it in the first place. No, she shook her head and insisted again, thank you. You're welcome, Hinata, he answered her properly. If you two are done, Sakura suddenly appeared between them, looking exasperated, we should get moving if we want to reach the fort by nightfall. Don't remind me, Naruto shuddered again, as Hinata buckled her bracers back into place. There were two entrances to the excavated Senju Keep. Naruto and Sakura had each taken one gate, using a basic jinjutsu to enhance their vision in the darkness. Hinata was positioned in the middle, her Suijin Byakugan letting her observe both entrances and more. Despite the warnings of the Hokage and her assistant, Team Kakashi had arrived before dinner time, giving Hinata and Sakura a chance to interview the archaeologists, while Naruto stared at the ruin suspiciously. I have movement, Naruto hissed into his microphone. Then he continued more normally, never mind, it's just a couple of chipmunks. As the hours started to wear on them, the young adults took turns taking half-hour naps, Hinata taking over for Naruto or Sakura, and both of them not quite covering for her. Sakura, wake up, Hinata said gently, just after 2 a.m. It hasn't been 30 minutes, Naruto noted quietly. Something is coming, the sharp-eyed woman told her teammates, clouds, even though there isn't enough moisture to support them. And under them, people hiding with chameleon tarps. They aren't very good, but would probably fool civilians. How far? Sakura whispered the question. 700 feet, the Byakugan user answered, moving towards you, Sakura. Let's get them, Naruto cracked his knuckles. Hold your positions, Hinata phrased the order for both of her teammates, but there was no doubt who the gentle command was meant for. We don't know how many there are yet, or if there is another group. So for now, we will wait and keep watching. Naruto settled back down, and Sakura nodded, pleased with Hinata's analysis. The trio watched as the thick cloud bank rolled in, obscuring the moon and stars, removing all illumination from the artificial valley. Uzumaki's tentative grasp of the cat's eye genjutsu was strained by the lack of ambient light, but both women could still see fine. A few minutes later, Sakura was able to make out the invaders. Had it not been for Hinata's warning, at this distance, she might have mistaken them for leaves blowing in the breeze. Instead, she realized they were too dense, and the speed was wrong, and her eyes focused on the mass. Still, she took Hinata's warning to heart and did not become so focused on this group that she would let any others slip past her. As the group moved closer, their deception fell apart. The chameleon tarps remained the color of the forest floor, even as the terrain became more sand and rocks from the digging. Sakura shifted her eyes briefly to Hinata and lifted 3 fingers. Now that the thieves were close, using sign language was safer than whispering into the headsets. Hinata shook her head and showed 4 digits. Sakura returned her attention to the raiders and nodded. Naruto was getting frustrated. For all his growth, sitting still was still not his strong suit. Especially not when he could barely see, and the enemy was drawing closer. He wanted to leap down, smash their third-rate camouflage, and find out if there were any more coming by beating it out of these guys. Instead, he took a deep breath and closed his eyes, focusing on his ears and nose. He could smell the oils the group Sakura and Hinata were tracking had used on their tarp. They were cheap knockoffs that would never have flown in the hidden villages. Then he caught another scent, moving in from the opposite direction. A pungent, familiar odor he quickly placed as human sweat. He turned his head to help track the new target, keeping his eyes tightly shut, but focusing his auditory and olfactory senses on his discovery. He inhaled and exhaled slowly, picking up 3 distinct aromas, 2 masculine and 1 feminine. He also detected a rustling of leaves. His eyes snapped back open, and he looked to Hinata. 3 more, he signed carefully, from north. Moving here. He could barely make out her beloved's nod, and though he saw her hands move, he could not make out the individual words. What, he indicated, cannot see you. Hinata's mouth twitched up, and she whispered, 4 over here. Attack your group on my signal. Naruto nodded broadly. He silently drew one of his stealth kunai in each hand, and returned to observing the smaller group. Hinata carefully watched both groups converge. She did not want to let them enter the fort, for fear of damaging it. But if she started the attack too early, there was a chance Naruto's opponents might be able to run. Part of her knew she was being too cautious. Unless the 3 people under that tarp were either extremely fast or Jonin-level combatants, there would be little chance they would escape Naruto. But she had to play it safe. When the first group was less than 20 feet from the southeastern entrance, the Hyuga heiress decided she could not hold off any longer, lest the invaders try to make a break for the partially uncovered building. Go, she told both her partners, not bothering to conceal her voice. Sakura, almost as anxious as Naruto, instantly loosed 2 kunai. The blades caught the tarp covering 2 members of the larger group, dragging it away to reveal a couple of middle years, wearing leather armor and wakizashis. Both the hilts of the blades and the armor were worn with age and use. The woman was taller, and both looked malnourished. Her right eye was green, but her left was yellowed from damage. The man wore glasses, and the left lens was cracked. Both had short brown hair, but the woman had a hint of gray around her temples. The uncovered thieves went for their weapons, but Sakura had already landed in front of them. She caught the woman's hand before the short blade cleared the sheath and punched the man in the face. He crumpled instantly, and the other bandit's good eye widened in fear. The leaf kunoichi tapped the other woman's forehead, and she dropped too. Hinata landed behind the other 2 bandits, and instantly swung her hands around, incanting rotation. The sphere struck the unsuspecting raiders, and tossed them into the outer wall of the stronghold. As they hit the wall, The tarp fell away, revealing two men, younger than the two Sakura disabled, one painfully thin and the other well-built. The heavy thief slid down to the ground, while the slender man caught himself and stared at the teens with cautious anger. Naruto landed amidst his targets with an exaggerated cry, and quickly lashed out with his right leg. He caught one of the invaders in the stomach, propelling her out from under the tarp. As she crashed to the ground, the clouds overhead started to thin. Shadow Clone Jutsu, Naruto split off 6 clones. 2 collected the woman he had launched, while the other duplicates grabbed the stunned thieves. The original Uzumaki backed away, watching for any aggression. But the captured rogue just shuddered in poorly masked fear as they watched the shinobi in kind. "That was easy," Sakura said suspiciously. "We're thieves, not ninjas," the individual Hinata had failed to KO rasped. "We are sent to deal with locks and traps, not combat." "Sent?" Sakura closed in, the dangerous glow in her eyes only partly due to her genjutsu. He stammered, realizing he had misspoken. "So these guys are just small fry, huh?" Naruto noted, dropping his 3 prisoners with the others. "I never could have guessed," Sakura said sardonically. "Who is your boss?" Hinata stepped between Sakura and the talkative bandit. Her demeanor was firm, but not threatening. "I can't tell you." He cast about for a way to escape. Sakura cracked her knuckles, and he blanched and added, "I don't know who the boss is. We only have contact with the first team. Though I guess one of them could be in charge." Hinata stared at him, her silver eyes gauging his reaction. Unnerved, the rogue continued babbling. "But I couldn't tell you who they are either. They always hide behind Jinjutsu when we meet. I could tell you that there are 5 of them, and tell you what their outlines look like, but that's it." "These guys are worthless," Sakura growled. "Let's just finish them and be done with it." Wait, one of the thieves Naruto had left conscious stammered a protest. "I know where the first team is going next." "Shut up, you idiots," the last awake rogue hissed. "These are leaf ninjas, they aren't going to kill us." "No, we won't." Hinata shook her head. "That would be a waste. The interrogation unit can rip out everything you know, piece by piece." "Wait, we can make a deal," the second speaker proclaimed. "What I just said, it's time sensitive. They're moving tomorrow, well, today now." Hinata stepped away, snapping open her phone. "Kakashi-sensei, I'm sorry to wake you, but this is important." Many miles away, another group listened to the discussion between the Leaf teens and the robbers. "Those $% little rats, they sold us out," a female voice cursed. "When I get my hands on them, I'm gonna. And plus $their #% and then #*. "Calm yourself," a male voice advised. "We knew this might happen, which is why they are bugged. Now we need to inform our lord of what has occurred." Deep in the middle of the land of forests, Team Kakashi began their stakeout of the innocuous hole in the ground. "Is this really the tomb of one of the disciples of the Sage of the 6 Paths?" Naruto asked incredulously. Sakura nodded her agreement, and Hinata activated her Byakugan. "The cave expands greatly a few meters in," Hinata told them, "and little ways past that, I can see some decaying stonework." "And the Hokage thinks it's that important to protect it?" "Kujira Okobukai is reported to have learned most of the sage's water chakra techniques." Sakura sounded annoyed, and created more than a few of his own. "Who knows what kind of jutsu might be recorded in there?" "Yeah, well," Naruto looked mildly embarrassed by his lack of knowledge. "In that case I guess we better keep this place safe." "They are here," a voice reported over the radio. "Incredible," one of the observers noted, "almost as if you planned it." "What makes you think I didn't?" the younger ninja hissed smoothly. Hinata froze, turning her head towards the cave. She leaned forward on the branch, her eyes narrowing as her Kekkei Genkai penetrated the stone and dirt below them. Naruto stared at his fiancée curiously, but Sakura kept her focus on the forest, only sparing brief glances at her teammates. "What is it?" the pink-haired medic asked softly. "I see movement in the crypt, at the edge of my visual range," the mission leader reported. "What kind of movement?" Naruto queried nervously. 5 human shapes. "I'm having a hard time tracking them," Hinata told him. "It seems like they are using a ninjutsu to hide themselves. Or they are just invisible and intangible," the lone male shuddered. Sakura grimaced, but did not say anything, mainly because she was not sure she could keep from yelling at him if she opened her mouth. Hinata simply shook her head. I can see their skeletons, the pale beauty explained, though that did not improve Naruto's disposition. It appears their technique diverts light away from their skin and clothes. If I push past, I can see bones and chakra networks. But when I try to look at their faces, I see an outline, like the thieves described. I thought those guys said it was a genjutsu. Uzumaki was still not convinced. Those second-rate bandits couldn't tell a ninjutsu from a genjutsu, from a sleight-of-hand magic trick, Sakura scoffed. Look at how badly they used the chameleon tarps. They probably just assumed it was a mental technique. Shoo, Hinata hissed gently, they are moving this way. The big one is carrying a sealed scroll box. See, they can't be ghosts, Sakura whispered triumphantly, otherwise, they could just look through the box at what the scrolls say. Unless they need it for something else, Naruto said dubiously. Before they could continue their argument, Hinata frowned and lowered her chin, pursing her full lips thoughtfully. What is it, Hinata? The blonde Takujo prompted his beloved. They seem familiar, she told him. I'm pretty sure I haven't seen them before, but I think I have heard or read about a group like this. 3 guys of average build, 1 larger male, and 1 woman, Sakura pondered it. 2 of the average men have identical skeletons, Hinata informed them in a tense whisper. I would say that they are twins. Now quiet, they are almost here. Sakura considered Hinata's words, agreeing something about the description triggered her memory, however she too was not sure why. Hinata considered her tactical options, to attack them or to let them go and follow. If we are going to attack, we need to hit them before they exit the cave. The appointed leader mulled over the 2 options. That way, the narrow tunnel will help to make sure that none of them slip past us and escape. Unless there is another entrance further down. In that case, attacking them now would put the tomb at risk, but they could still get away. And I didn't see these shadows enter, so I cannot discount the possibility that there is another exit. Also, this group is obviously far better trained than the last rogues, so they will be harder to capture and less likely to break under interrogation. Hinata signaled her teammates to move away from the cave and close ranks. We follow them, she signed to her friends, and Sakura nodded back. Hinata took a deep breath, hoping she had made the right choice. Naruto noticed her expression and gave her an encouraging grin and a thumbs up. A few minutes later, the shadowy thieves emerged from the hole, and it was a tight fit for the largest one. For a moment they stood there as if waiting for orders. Then, in unison, they started running due west. They quickly took to the trees, hopping rapidly from branch to branch. These ones are definitely ninjas, Hinata thought to herself, as the leaf trio began to follow. Team Kakashi stayed well back, counting on Hinata's Byakugan to track the rogues. The Takujo kept them over 100 meters back and on a lower set of branches. But the distance was not enough, for after 12 minutes of pursuit, the thief in the lead signaled, and the group began to move faster, diverting slightly to the south. They detected us, Hinata picked up speed in kind, abandoning the pretense of stealth. How? It's not like they can see us back here, right? Sakura asked, glancing to her right at Naruto. Did we mess up somehow? I didn't do anything, Uzumaki complained. Hinata divided her attention, keeping the renegades in her sights, while focusing more closely on their surroundings. Then she saw it, Sakura brushed up against a spider web, one of dozens in their path. But the silk mesh glimmered slightly with chakra as it fell away. The spider webs, the Hyuga heiress told her teammates, they are using some sort of ninjutsu to turn the webs into alarms. It is almost too subtle for me to see with my normal Byakugan. In response to the assertion, she added more energy to her white eyes, turning them silver. Great, how do we avoid spiderwebs in a forest? The pink-haired Kunoichi groused. We don't, Hinata answered. If they know we are here, they might try to split up or lead us into a trap. So we have to take them, now. The suggestion was not so easy to complete. The 5 shadows stayed well ahead of Team Kakashi, to the point where Naruto and Sakura were straining to keep up. As the fastest member of the group, Hinata expected she could catch the thieves if she went ahead. But she estimated their opponents were at least Chunin rank, and fighting them 5-on-1 was not a sound tactical decision. What now? Sakura asked as she exhaled, controlling her breathing to help regulate her speed. There is a cliff up ahead, Hinata recalled, and at the bottom, a break in the forest. Assuming they don't have a trap set there, when we reach that spot, I will catch up to them, and Naruto can use his clones to do the same. The two of us will cut them off, and Sakura, you can come up behind them, so we will have them surrounded. You think this is a trap? Naruto prompted. They changed directions, Sakura said sharply, no longer monitoring her words, so they obviously are no longer heading back to their base. They may just be taking us on a wild goose chase, Hinata admitted dubiously, but more likely they have friends waiting to ambush us, or snares or seals set up to stop pursuers. After just over a mile of chasing, Hinata signaled their approach to the target. Seconds after that, Naruto and Sakura could making out the edge of the treeline and the abrupt drop in the earth below. By the time they reached the edge, the thieves were already sliding down, using their chakra to partially adhere to the wall and letting gravity do the rest. The leaf ninjas did not take such a leisurely approach. With instincts honed by training, they sent chakra out their feet and ran down the rock face as if it were horizontal instead of nearly vertical. This let them cut into the rogue's lead, but the robbers still hit the ground first. And then Hinata saw why they had been allowed to catch up. Two new figures emerged from the woods opposite the cliff. Not him, Hinata whispered anxiously, forcing herself not to look at her other two teammates. As the five thieves drew closer, they allowed their ninjutsu to fall. Naruto and Sakura had not yet noticed the two newcomers, but they recognized the grave robbers as soon as the veil faded. The woman might have been attractive, had her face not been overwhelmed by the dark, crazed look in her hazel eyes. She had scarlet hair running just past her shoulders, with a single lock running between her eyes from under her hat, and a full, fit figure, if not quite so curvaceous as Naruto's beloved. She carried the flute in her right hand almost like a club. The big one set down the box before the new arrivals. He had 3 lines of bright orange hair, one down the center of his head, and one over each ear. He was quite fat, larger even than Choji, but had powerful arms and legs. The third thief initially appeared nondescript, with a plain face and black hair in a topknot. But then he ended his transformation jutsu, and his 2 arms split back into the 6 he naturally possessed. The twins had short gray hair, covering one of their eyes. The one with the right eye covered looked hopeful, while the twin with his left eye hidden looked anxious. They both wore deep blue lip gloss, their preferred shade having been discontinued over 2 years ago. The Sound Four looked almost the same as they had when they had taken Sasuke, except that now their skin held an odd, gray tint. They all wore identical new outfits, thick, long-sleeved tan shirts, tied up the sides, and loose brown hakama. "No way, we killed those guys 4 years ago," Naruto exclaimed, failing to notice the shinobi that the Sound Ninja Four were meeting. "Why don't you try thinking for once, idiot?" The voice of Sasuke Uchiha echoed off the rock face, before shifting into the softer, darker tones. "Orochimaru, I have made improvements to the impure world resurrection to make those it brings back disconnected from my chakra. Unfortunately, this makes them more difficult to control. So rather than try, I simply brought back my most loyal and talented followers." He had grown, though he was still not as tall as Naruto. In the 17 months since they had fought together against the vampire demon, Sasuke Uchiha had added almost another inch of height to his frame, though he was still of a slender build. His formerly wild hair was longer, and was pulled into a tight ponytail, reflecting the style the new soul that controlled his body. His eyes were locked in Sharingan mode, but their pupils were now a snake-like vertical slit. Instead of the open front, white shirt, black pants and blue cloak tied around his waist, he now wore a tan tabard over a black bodysuit and a thick red obi, tied in complex knot. Behind him stood another man. Possessed of stark white hair despite being in his early 20s, Kabuto Yakushi's sharp black eyes cautiously regarded the leaf ninjas through his narrow glasses, particularly focusing on Naruto. Hinata instantly realized that Kabuto had 2 arms again, though the left side of his face was mildly scarred and that ear was still missing. He was also without a headband. For the first time, neither a leaf nor a note covered his forehead. "Orochimaru!" Naruto roared. He created a clone, having it throw him forward to increase his speed. Sasuke's face smiled smugly, and his servants split off. Sakon and Yukon did not merge together as they were wont to do, but instead spread further apart, causing the two women some concern. Kabuto charged for Hinata, his kicks driving her back towards the cliff. Tayuya, Kidamaru, and Jirobo all raced towards Sakura, corralling the medic away from both of her teammates. The twins reached their assigned places, and each summoned a large scroll. They rolled out the parchment like small tatami mats, and each sat cross-legged in the middle. They activated the jutsu in the scrolls, and a wall of red energy sprang up. Unlike the version of the Shishiinjin that had trapped the Orochimaru with the third Hokage, these seals had been prepared in advance and used the natural barrier of the cliff to aid them. As a result, each of them was able to create their own box, Sakon trapping Hinata with Kabuto, and Yukon trapping Sakura with his remaining 3 teammates. "Why are you doing this?" Naruto demanded, stopping short as the overlapping barriers separated the members of Team Kakashi. "I needed some new test subjects for all of the fascinating new techniques I have been acquiring," the serpent answered, using Sasuke's voice, "so I dropped some bait for the Leaf Village. And look what I caught." "And the barriers?" Uzumaki snarled, drawing Kitsune. "They make things easier, they keep you 3 from working together. And once Kabuto disables Hinata, he can help the other 3 knock out Sakura. Then, if you are still standing, it will become 7-on-1. Don't underestimate Hinata," the former Jinchuriki warned dangerously, "or me either. I took down Madara Uchiha." "So I heard," Orochimaru smirked, "but what you don't seem to realize is that I had been fighting Madara just before you arrived. He wasn't even at 50% when you took him down. Nice try, but I'm not going to fall for that," Naruto shot back, but not as confidently. "You looked completely absurd, in your swimsuit and a stolen lab coat that was 1 size too large," the Tomo in Sasuke's eyes spun faster. "Well, even if you were there, you ran and I finished Madara." Naruto did not back down. "I wasn't exactly at full power back then either. And I've gotten stronger since then. And I have spent the last 4 months collecting ancient jutsu and further improving Sasuke's body." Orochimaru looked excited, "So let's see how you compare to that. In fact, I have the perfect place to start." Me, Tori." "Oh no you don't," Naruto shouted, darting forward. But Sasuke's Sharingan tracked his movements easily, and Orochimaru avoided him without stopping or slowing his rapid string of hand signs. "Me, Tatsu," the serpent finished forming the technique, Heretic Art, 5 Souls Underworld Connection. A cloud of dark, cold energy surrounded Naruto. The teen shuddered as the mist separated from him, leaving a feeling that he had been touched by the Reaper. The jutsu settled between Naruto and Orochimaru, and the fog split into 5 distinct masses, each slowly taking on human form. Sakura knew these opponents fairly well. She had read and reread the mission reports for the failed attempt to retrieve Sasuke, until the words were seared into her brain. Jirobo used his great physical strength in melee combat, backed up by earth element jutsus. Kidamaru was a mid-range fighter, using his threads to trap opponents, and to form arrows and knives to attack ensnared foes. He also had a spider summoning contract, which he sometimes used to augment his own webs. And Tayuya used the sound of her flute summon and control low-level demons, and to weave genjutsu around her enemies. The Leaf Medic was not sure if they retained their cursed marks after being raised from the dead, but she hoped the 2 techniques were not compatible. Jirobo barreled forward, swinging both hands together in an overhead hammer strike. Sakura caught both of his hands on her left wrist. The larger shinobi's attack was stopped, but the stone under the kunoichi's feet cracked, and her feet sunk in by half an inch. Haruno pulled back her right arm to counter, not particularly impressed by the undead warrior's strength. But a mass of fluid struck her, pinning her upper arm against her ribs as it solidified. Jirobo lashed out again, and this time connected, knocking Sakura perilously close to the deadly barrier. "Hey, guys, isn't that the whiny?" Tayuya trailed off, and her eyes flickered over to where Orochimaru was dodging Naruto's heedless rush. Wench, that was hanging all over Sasuke?" "Sakura Haruno," Kidamaru confirmed, lifting a spike to throw at the young woman, "but don't underestimate her too much, she has been training with one of the Sannin, if the weakest of the 3. He aimed the spear for her other shoulder, but Sakura caught it with a snarl. "Don't you talk about Lady Tsunade," she barked, closing her fist tight, snapping the barb in half. Then she casually flexed her right arm, breaking apart the hardened webbing. She started to step forward, however Jirobo had completed his technique. Doton, Doro Dome, he proclaimed, and a hemisphere of stone formed around the slender kunoichi. I don't see what you're so worried about, Kidomaru, the fat shinobi chuckled, I've got this. She's lunch? His statement trailed off in confusion as the front of the dome exploded outwards, peppering the two closer warriors with chunks of stone. Sakura sprang forward, unconcerned, and her right fist met the still-stunned Jirobo's face. She was mildly surprised that she did not feel his jaw break under her fingers, but he still rocketed away, striking his spidery ally at high speed. The two resurrected ninjas rolled briefly from the force of her attack, but when they stood, they appeared totally unharmed. Are you going to do something? Kidomaru grumbled at Tayuya, even as he spat two more spheres of webbing at the pink-haired medic's legs. The leaf shinobi dodged the first, and was hit by the second, her left foot glued to the stone. The taut muscles in her thigh were briefly highlighted as she stained, breaking the adhesive again. We don't exactly have room for me to summon my ogres, Tayuya answered slowly, carefully watching her language while in Orochimaru's presence, and I don't think they'd do any better against that brute than Jirobo is. Then use an illusion, or get in there and help him, Kidomaru began signing as he said it. Don't give me orders, bug boy, she shot back, but raised her flute to her lips nevertheless. A soft, sweet melody drifted from the instrument, and Sakura's eyes grew heavy. She shook out her head and pressed her hands together, shouting, release. Though the effect of the genjutsu was quickly removed, it gave Tayuya's teammates the opening they wanted. The medic's head cleared, just in time for her to recognize Jirobo's fist shooting towards her midsection and Kidomaru's webs closing behind her. Without time to dodge or properly brace herself, Sakura could only cross her arms in front of her body, sending some extra chakra to her limbs to reinforce them. She was lifted into the air and pain spread through her wrists. She would have flown into the deadly wall of scarlet flames, had the sticky mesh not caught and held her. She remembered Orochimaru stating he wanted test subjects, and knew they could not kill her, though the realization gave her little comfort. She tore free from the net, leaving bits of the back of her shirt and socks behind. Jirobo ran forward to meet her, but Sakura was already signing as she drove her fist into the ground. Doton epicenter jutsu, she proclaimed, and the dirt and stone bucked out from her hand. The fat warrior was caught by the technique and knocked backwards, but his teammates had the advantage of distance and mobility, and jumped over the shockwave. But the quick-witted young woman had anticipated that, and Kidomaru found himself in the midst of a barrage of shurikens. While the rotund warrior regained his feet, the spidery shinobi extracted the throwing stars from his wounds, tossing them casually into the flaming barrier. As her weapons were melted in a flash, Sakura noticed the Kidomaru's injuries did not bleed, and closed as soon as the shurikens were removed. Tayuya's flute twittered again, and Sakura's balance felt off as her perception of time shifted. Jirobo charged her again, and he seemed to her to be both faster and higher pitched than before. His fist aimed for her face, and she was unable to dodge. She tried to block, but her body did not respond like she wanted. She partially interjected her left hand, but only the last two fingers on the limb intercepted his punch, and they were painfully bent out of the way. Only mildly deflected, Jirobo's fist impacted her right cheek almost squarely, and drove her to the ground. As she fell, the jonin had the presence of mind to bring her palms together again and intoned, release. Time and her body returned to normal, and she was able to twist to the side and mostly avoid the trap Kidomaru had set for her. She pushed away, leaving more of her shirt behind and some of her flesh as well. Jirobo grinned as he caught a glimpse of her armored brassiere. Sakura ignored the leering, and repaired her broken fingers and stripped flesh as she slid around Jirobo's next attack. With her wounds no longer interfering, though not fully healed, Haruno darted towards Kidomaru. The spider quickly formed two kunai to throw, trying to keep her away, but she deflected them. Jirobo closed in on her from behind, however she was not surprised, and caught his jaw with a back heel kick, returning the favor of crashing to the dirt. What are you doing, you fat, stupid oaf? Tayuya shouted at her larger teammate, why didn't you knock her out? Stuff it, Tayuya, he grunted angrily, I have to hold back, since I can't kill her. And she's tougher than she looks. Fine, I'll play a new song for her, the Sound 4's foul-mouthed second commanded, while she's under, grab her arms so she can't escape the Jinjutsu. Hold her arms as tight as you can, even if you have to break them. Lord Orochimaru won't mind, Kabuto can fix that easily enough. Then Kadamaru can spray her down with so much goop she won't be able to move, and I'll weave a few more illusions around her to keep her docile. Neither of her allies looked happy about being ordered around, but both moved to comply. As another melody emerged from the instrument, Kadamaru continued his retreat from Sakura while building up a larger volume of saliva in his mouth. Jirobo began to move in again, but this time more cautiously. Sakura shook her head, placing her hands together, and jumped sideways and backwards, escaping the immediate threat posed by the overweight stalker. Kadamaru spit a narrow stream of fluid at her, but she avoided it without unwrapping her fingers. Do you really expect me to fall for your plan after you just announce it like that? Tsunade's apprentice asked scornfully, and then tried to bait them. Maybe you should use your cursed marks. We don't have them anymore, Kadamaru admitted freely, unconcerned, not that we need them. These new bodies are almost as strong as the level 2 release, and never grow tired. And as for your knowing our plans? Something wrapped around Sakura's right arm, and she glanced down. Kadamaru's thread was wrapped around it, and as she followed it back, Jirobo was wielding the spider silk cord like a whip. He began pulling her in, exhibiting greater strength than he had before. The six-armed shinobi created another clinging whip for himself, and wrapped this one around the leaf Kunoichi's neck. At the same time a thick, cold fog started to form around her. Release, Sakura shouted, but nothing changed. She shivered as the water vapor began to freeze to her skin. She tried to escape, but due to their positioning could not. She tried to pull the weaker Kadamaru in, but he dug in with spikes in his other 4 arms, giving him a stronger base. What you heard wasn't the game plan, Tayuya called out. Kadamaru mocked her, part of the advantage of multiplayer. The medic tried to grab the rope to snap it, but Jirobo limited the movement of her right arm and Kadamaru cracked the whip, keeping her from catching the cord. The pink-haired woman felt her eyes closing in spite of herself, due to the cold and her partially constricted airway. Sakura, she heard Hinata shout, followed by 2 loud pops. Help Sakura, Hinata ordered, before dodging back away from the barrier. Sakura tried to look back, but could not. Then there was a deep yelp from the fat man, and his lasso went slack. With her arm free, she was able to latch on to the other silk cord and snap it. She darted back out of Tayuya's freezing song, having vaguely figured out that the ninjutsu had a limited, unmoving area, which was why the other 2 had held her in place. Recovering from the cold, she glanced over, and saw the familiar forms of Sol and Lune scampering over to her, and wide cuts in Jirobo's legs closing. Thank you, Sakura panted slightly, as the Sound 4 regrouped. Unheard, the Jonin's inner voice berated herself, I need to get Tsunade or Kakashi to teach me to summon something. Of course, Miss Sakura, Sol nodded her head, her right eye still regarding the renegades. Jirobo and Kadamaru watched them carefully, but the foul-mouthed female just grinned and shook her head. That third-rate wallflower must be a complete moron, she mocked. She should be worrying about herself, and instead she wastes time and chakra to summon a bunch of stupid, oversized rats in here. Luna's blue eyes widened, and he took a step away from his sister. As the albino squirrel's fur began to stand on end, Sakura followed his example. The younger squirrel turned towards the heckler, and her red eyes seemed to glow from within. What did you say? Sol howled in a monstrous voice, but threw herself at Tayuya before the human could respond. The Sound Ninja's hazel eyes widened in surprise, and she barely brought her flute up in time to block the rodent's fierce swing with her short sword. Even though the instrument was made of weapons-grade steel and chakra-hardened, Sol's blade still put a nick in it. The squirrel drew a second blade from her sash, and dropped down lower, skipping past Tayuya and screaming triumphantly as she scored deep cuts in the woman's stomach. The undead Kunoichi healed quickly and did not feel pain but instinctively grimaced from the attack. I always told her, her mouth would get her in trouble, Kadamaru said dumbly, too shocked by what was happening to react further. Both revived renegades just watched in amazement as Sol darted back and forth past Tayuya, landing repeated cuts on the human. Jirobo nodded slowly. What just happened? Sakura asked Loon cautiously, wondering if she had underestimated Hinata's summoning contract. My sister has 2 berserker buttons, the black-furred rodent answered, insulting Hinata, and insulting the ninja squirrel clan. That person just managed to hit both buttons in one sentence. He sighed, and tightened his grip on his own weapon. I better get in there. Soul will come to her senses in about 30 seconds, and then she'll be the one in trouble. Can you handle the other 2? Sakura shivered from the residual cold, but bobbed her head, stating, I think so, yes. As the leaf ninja watched, Tayuya recovered from her shock, and was starting to hold her own against the rabid squirrel. She drew a dagger in her left hand, and continued to use her flute like a rod. As the human started to gain ground, the second summoned rodent hit her. Unlike his out-of-control sister, Loon hit the flute player carefully and deliberately, slicing through her left hamstring while she was focused on the albino squirrel. Tayuya's leg crumpled briefly, but the normally crippling attack vanished almost instantly, and the sound ninja glanced back at the new attacker balefully. As much as she wanted to spring out and strike at Kidomaru and Jirobo while they were distracted, Sakura recognized that their physical attacks so far had not hurt the sound form, immediately or cumulatively. She knew she would have to try something else. Neither my fire or lightning techniques are particularly advanced, she reminded herself, and air and earth jutsus are just more physical damage. Or maybe physical attacks could work if they are strong enough. These guys can ignore normal cuts, but what about dismemberment or acid? Are you going to give up? Kidomaru asked, recovering his focus when he noticed her pensive observation of the 2 resurrected men. Not hardly, Haruno snapped. I've spent the last 4 years wondering what would have happened if I had gone after your guys with Shikamaru's squad. Could I have helped them beat you, sparing my friends some pain? Could I have stood with Naruto against Sasuke and convinced him to come back? Or would I have just been in the way? The medic tugged on her gloves and met both of their eyes unflinchingly, but now it's my turn. I'm not the tag-along girl I was back then. I have trained with the strongest woman in the world. I'm a Jonin. I defeated Sasori of the Red Sand. And I'm going to make you pay for breaking up our team and hurting my friends. The only hesitation you saw, Sakura declared confidently, was me trying to decide how to kill you. The medic thought of one more thing she wanted to try. She closed her fingers tightly, and lightning began to crackle around them. This was her own technique, the Ranshinsho upgraded with elements of the Chidori to not only disrupt an opponent's nervous system, but also deliver severe electrical burns. Assuming those guys still run on neuroelectrical energy, inner Sakura reminded her main personality. Neither of the now younger men appeared impressed by her speech. Sakura sent a spike of chakra into her legs, instinctively enhancing her strength. Tsunade's technique was not so useful for distance running, but it was great for covering short distances with single bound, and the teen healer crossed the space between herself and Jirobo before the fat ninja could prepare himself. She exhaled loudly, and drove her fist into his throat. Kidomaru blinked, and fired a trio of silken spikes at her, but Sakura was already moving away as Strongman rocketed back, gagging pitiably. And, the medic asked silently, watching the fallen shinobi carefully, even as she dropped beneath the spider's newly launched net, and slid forward to get out from under it. Though his fingers and toes twitched erratically, Jirobo was able to sit up, still coughing. He rose unsteadily to his feet, and the charred handprint in his throat was visibly fading, though nowhere near as quickly as his other wounds. He raised his right arm slowly, and it jerked once at the elbow. As he swung it around, the random movements in his fingers stopped. Neither success nor failure, she reported to herself, so I'll try the other. She caught another saliva silk spike and snapped it while dodging 2 more. Jirobo started to rumble towards her, but Sakura had already retrieved her weapon scroll and reached into it. The big man hesitated as she drew forth her heavy, wickedly sharp axe. Both of her opponents stopped, watching her carefully. I know, she nodded, her grin dark. Getting slashed by a kunai or stabbed with a shuriken is one thing. But how will those corpse-like bodies of yours deal with dismemberment? Or beheading? Severed limbs can be reattached, Kidomaru said, trying to hide his uncertainty, not that we will give you the chance to see it. He built up his silk until it had formed 2 extra large scimitars. Either one of the curved blades would have been too heavy for an average ninja to use, even with 2 hands, but as the spider passed them to his bulky comrade, Jirobo caught one in each hand and swung them around effortlessly. After creating the blades, Kadamaru created a pair of bows for himself. He used 2 hands to hold each bow, and spit an arrow into each of his open palms, drawing them back and watching for his opening. Jirobo's bulk blocked Sakura's slender form, but their plan called for him to maneuver her into his teammate's line of fire and tie up her arms so she couldn't block. As Soul calmed down, she found herself slightly out of breath and glad that her brother was there to pick up the slack. Loon knew he could not match most humans in strength, so he focused on his speed and on crippling shots on Tayuya's legs and lower body. Normally, it would have been an effective strategy, but the crimson-haired rogue had not suffered the expected loss of mobility. Instead, as Soul fell back, panting, Tayuya began only half-heartedly blocking Lune's attacks with her left hand and again lifted her flute to her lips. Though the instrument was not designed for one-handed playing, she was still able to form enough of a tune to shape her chakra into a new jutsu. Demonic howls filled the valley, echoing from outside the wall of flames. Demonic wolves, each looking like nothing so much as an artist's interpretation of a hunt spirit, stalked through the barrier towards the rodent ninjas. Lune's tail flicked in worry, unsure if this was an illusion or some sort of summoning. Futen. Soul returned her swords to her sash and began to slowly gather her energy. She had made it a point to work on her wind techniques since the incident with the two-tails cat. For wind scattering, she completed the jutsu, launching what appeared to be a ball of wind at Tayuya. The air instantly burst away from the human's head, leaving her in a vacuum. The sound from the flute vanished, as did the illusionary predators. "Nice try, little rat," Tayuya mouthed, but without air to carry it, no sound emerged. Both squirrels read her lips as she continued, "But I don't have to breath anymore." "But you can't play anymore either," Soul countered tiredly, backing away from the human while keeping her forepaws together to maintain the ninjutsu, "and from what I saw, both when we arrived and just now, you use your flute for most of your techniques, don't you?" Tayuya couldn't hear the response, and had difficulty reading the rodent's lips, but she appeared to have gotten the message. She tried to charge the younger summoned animal, but Loon intercepted her, tripping her with his sword and tail. Tayuya quickly turned over and lashed out with her right hand, catching the male squirrel in the chest with her reinforced woodwind. No match for her strength, Loon sailed briefly, and then rolled along the ground, managing to stop himself perilously close to the deadly enclosure. He pulled himself back up carefully, in obvious pain. The warrior rodent took a deliberate, disciplined breath and tightened his sash around his cracked ribs. He noticed Tayuya getting close to his sister and darted back into the fray. Sakura Haruno was not stupid. Out of the ninjas in the Hidden Leaf Village, she was easily in the top 10% for intellect. So she was quite aware that Jirobo was carefully trying to make her move out from behind him. Though she knew they were not allowed to kill her, she expected taking Kadamaru's rough arrows in the knees or ankles would take her out of the fight without endangering her life. And while Jirobo was not stronger than her, he was able to put everything he had into every strike, and it was beginning to wear on her. The scimitars were sturdier than she had expected, and the fat man wielded his twin blades with practiced skill. As a result, she had not had an opportunity to make good on her earlier threat. Any time she attempted a counter-attack, Jirobo would block with one of his swords, while stabbing at her with the other. "Okay, that's just stupid," Sakura murmured aloud. As she dodged a strike at her torso, a ludicrous yet familiar plan formed in her mind. "Naruto-level stupid," she continued internally, "so it just might work." She allowed Jirobo to guide her, listening carefully to the creaking of Kadamaru's bows. Then she quickly hopped further to the side, putting herself between the spider and the big man. As she expected, Jirobo stepped back and away from her, giving his ally an opening. But as Kadamaru unleashed the first miniature javelin, she was already turning. She flung her axe sidearm, deflecting the arrow mid-flight. Kadamaru's eyes widened, and he loosed the second projectile before bringing up his bows to guard his body. The ranged weapons were not as tough as the swords he had made, and both splintered, though they were still able to deviate the heavy weapon harmlessly over his head. The mistimed second arrow struck Sakura in the abdomen. As it did, she disappeared in a puff of smoke, and the bolt shattered on the steel head of her axe. Substitution? Kidamaru croaked in surprise, and started to whirl around. Weapon summoning jutsu, Sakura yelled from behind him, and the axe returned to her hands as it fell. She swung it down with all of her considerable strength. The massive blade sheared through Kidamaru's first two left shoulders as he started to dive away, which was the only thing that allowed him to keep his bottom left arm. Kidamaru skidded to a halt, trying to glare hatefully at her, but too caught up in fear to be successful. Neither wound bled, and his insides looked more like an expensive anatomy model than living tissue. His severed arms flopped briefly, but ultimately just lay still on the rocky ground. Sakura wanted to observe them, but her attention was ripped away. "Back off, jerks," a distinctly feminine voice ordered from outside the Shishiinjin, and everyone in both enclosures paused to look. Though Sakura did not recognize the voice, she felt the phrasing and intonation were a dead ringer for Naruto. She could barely make out two figures standing defensively in front of Naruto. One was completely hidden between the flames and Naruto's body, but the other looked like a woman with long cyan hair and a snow-white shizoku. "We won't let you lay one finger on our son," the other figure agreed. "No way," the pink-haired Kunoichi heard Hinata gasp in amazement. "Soul, isn't that?" Lune's voice trailed off in awe, and his sister nodded. Though she was curious, Tsunade's apprentice was not about to let the advantage pass again. She swung her axe horizontally at Kidamaru's throat. The arachnid impersonator recognized the flashing metal an instant too late, and the steel cleaved halfway through his neck. With a grimace, one of his hands reached up and pushed his head back down. The skin and bone began to seal immediately, but Sakura did not fail to notice that his missing arms had not changed on either side. "It's not regeneration," the medic decided, "it is more like mechanical repair." Jirobo leaped past his maimed teammate's head, scissoring his scimitars towards her left shoulder. Sakura interposed her blade, and this time the hardened silk blade in his right hand cracked on the axe. He did not react to the damage, instead he quickly reversed his intact weapon, angling it towards her right side. Sakura had to step back and drop the hilt of her axe to block, lest she be disemboweled. This was what he wanted. Her movement allowed him to hook his foot under the closer of Kidamaru's severed limbs, and kick it back towards his ally. The spider caught the arm, and pressed it to his shoulder, and the appendage started to reconnect to his body. "I was afraid of that," Sakura frowned, "but I'm not too surprised. Still, there has to be some way to use this weakness." She sliced through the thread Kidamaru sent towards his remaining arm, not wanting to lose her last specimen, as she considered the problem. Hinata's silver eyes told her that the barrier containing her and Kabuto was much larger than the one trapping Sakura with the remaining sound for shinobi. She doubted it was a mistake on the part of Sakan or Yukon. She decided it must be deliberate. What she was not sure of was why Kabuto was given more room than his three juniors. Since the barrier had ascended, Hinata had not made an aggressive moves. Yakushi had thrown some kunai at her to test her focus, but she simply blocked the knives without changing her expression or her careful observation of him. Her behavior had started to grate on the renegade medic, and when he noticed her glancing at his replacement limb, he thought he understood her interest. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kabuto asked angrily. "Is it the new arm?" "It doesn't look like a graft," Hinata noted warily. "Your skin and even bones are unmarked, as if you had never replaced your arm in the first place." "I'm not a medical expert, but I would not have thought that was possible, especially since Naruto reported you cauterized the wound so you could escape. This might not be possible for medical shinobi bound by the restrictions the leaf imposes," he agreed, "but between my medical jutsu and Orochimaru's necromantic skills, we were able to regenerate my arm." "You used Naruto's blood, didn't you?" she prompted dangerously, thinking she recognized a lingering aura around the appendage. "He left enough of it on my clothes." Kabuto tried to pretend her insight did not rattle him, but that was only a small part of the overall jutsu. He formed a set of chakra scalpels in his left hand to show that the arm was fully functional. He darted towards Hinata, swinging horizontally with the 3 surgical blades, but she avoided him easily. He stabbed and slashed with speed and precision, and still she fluidly slid around his attacks. The Hyuga heiress hopped back, still watching him as she had before, to his continued annoyance. She continued to dodge his strikes without countering, while still studying his face with her silver eyes. As he started to prepare a water jutsu, Hinata suddenly spoke. "Why did you do it?" she asked softly, as if afraid of the answer. "Do what?" "Betray the leaf," he stopped, confused. "No, I know that your loyalty was never with us." She shook her head, and placed her right hand over her left breast, protectively. "Why did you help me?" Understanding dawned on him, and he smiled darkly. "You were already a wanted traitor, and you were preparing to invade the Konohagakure," she continued quickly, "so why would you take the time to help one injured girl, when your plans should have killed her anyway?" "You weren't just injured," he informed her smugly, "you were dying. If I hadn't interceded, you would have been dead in a week, 10 days at most, invasion or not." "Why?" Tears of frustration formed around the bottom of her still metallic eyes. "I don't think it was compassion, not after everything I've seen and heard of you." "Was it some part of your plans? Were you going to use me in some way?" "Don't flatter yourself," he barked a laugh. "What possible use could we have had for you? You're a third-rate ninja, and your father favors your sister." "Was it for your experiments?" she pressed. "Last year, you told Naruto you wanted to study my eyes." "That was a spur-of-the-moment impulse," he shrugged. "Then why?" she demanded. Though her outburst amused him, a small part of him was also unsettled. "The truth," he said seriously, his eyes hidden by the sheen of his glasses, "it was for my pride. There you were, the first daughter of the vaunted Hyuga clan. And even though the best and brightest of the Leaf Ninja Medical Corps had had over a month to fix you up, all they could do was delay the inevitable. And in 5 minutes, I was able to diagnose and repair the damage Niji did to your heart. I wanted to show them how weak and ineffectual they were. I helped you, to prove that I was superior. That's all." Hinata was not sure how to react. For all her fears and worries, in the end she was just an incidental pawn in Kabuto's boasting. The pale beauty felt relief, anger, and sadness all at once. Instead, she just smiled at him and nodded. "Thank you for telling me," she said earnestly. Then her face turned stern, the hesitation drained away and her silver eyes narrowed. "Shall we continue?" she asked. She dropped into her fighting stance and darted forward, slipping past his waiting blades and tagging his left hip. She continued past him and drove her gentle fist-laced fingers into his back, just above his right kidney. Pain flooded his lower back, but Kabuto ignored it as turned to face her. Before he could attack again, Hinata hit his right arm, disrupting the chakra scalpels he was maintaining. "She's fast," he thought anxiously, "maybe even faster than Orochimaru is now." Kabuto dropped low and aimed a heel kick at her knee. As he hoped, she jumped back, giving him the time he needed. "Inu, Tatsu," he signed quickly, knowing he had only bought himself a few heartbeats, medical art, key line jutsu. He brought his left hand to his left hip, back, and right wrist, restoring the damage Hinata had done to his chakra network. While the young woman recovered from the dodge, she observed the technique. It was not as quick as the chakra pulse, and required him to manually restore each individual tenketsu, instead of just fixing the entire network. But it also required less energy to use. Kabuto did not wait, but began signing again, as he had before. She interrupted him with her queries. "Ashi, Uma, Hitsuji, Ashi, I, Suetun, fire hose jutsu," he intoned, firing the dense column of water at Hinata. As the liquid raced towards her, the Takujo extended her arms and spun her body around. 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, she countered, and the expanding dome broke apart the stream, though some of the liquid still passed through the barrier, soaking her. Kabuto kept up the pressure, drawing back in some of the water she had deflected, and pulling more out of the air and ground. Hinata continued spinning the chakra around her, disrupting the power of the attack. Finally Kabuto quit, but he was already signing again. "Doton, mud cephalopod jutsu," he slammed his palm into the ground. The mud created by his previous jutsu began to writhe towards Hinata, forming into the tentacles of a squid. "Fireball jutsu," she quick spit flames onto the ground in front of her, evaporating the water and partially drying herself with the backlash heat. Kabuto's jutsu fell apart, no longer having the liquid to sustain itself. Hinata straightened, her uniform still clinging to her curvaceous body in places. Kabuto regarded her with a new look of respect and an unhealthy dose of lust. Is this really the same girl who quaked in fear at Niji's words? He wondered, trying to tell himself that he wasn't worried. Then Hinata's eyes widened, and her head shifted so that she was looking past him. She charged forward, but her course wouldn't take her anywhere near him. Sakura! Hinata cried out in fear, and then bit her thumb, spreading the blood to each fingertip. The pale kunoichi stopped just short of the Shishiinjin and slammed her palm into the ground. Summoning jutsu, she incanted, and Soul and Loon appeared on the far side of the barrier. Help Sakura, she ordered them quickly, before turning to face the approaching Kabuto. The two squirrels drew their kunai-shaped short swords from under their sashes and loped towards the closest human, an overweight shinobi with a mohawk. That was dangerous, he told her, turning your back on me to interfere with another fight. I never turn my back on anyone, she countered simply, and I had to help my teammate. Suetun, water slice, he gestured downwards, and some of the remaining water became an extended blade around his right arm, cutting towards the young woman. She sidestepped easily, and also avoided the return strike. He is trying to kill me, Hinata noted, surprised Kabuto would disobey Orochimaru. Doton, Stone Claw's jutsu, she countered, rocky talons erupting from the ground to grab at the renegade medic. For an instant, she appeared to have snared him. But then Kabuto vanished in a puff of smoke, and her jutsu was trapping a medium-sized chunk of granite. Her opponent appeared on the far side of the enclosure. He threw a pair of real scalpels at her, and she deflected them with Jinmaki before racing towards him. Shadow Clone Jutsu, she proclaimed, and dropped her hand back for the clone. A mass of light blue chakra swirled above her palm, slowly taking shape. The duplicate woman's hands started darting in, adding purple lightning chakra to the mix. It's like Naruto did, when we fought over Tsunade, he recognized, the muscles in his chest clenching in memory of the pain, but not. It is different, stronger. I can't let her hit me with that. Raiten, Rasengan, Hinata intoned, as the clone disappeared. She thrust the sphere towards Kabuto, who began frantically signing. Ninja art, energy net jutsu, he called out with a hint of desperation. A new barrier of condensed chakra appeared between them, taking on the form of a web of crisscrossed lines of green lightning. Sparks showered both of them as green lightning and purple lightning clashed. As it was designed to do, the energy net pulled off bits of the chakra in the Rasengan, channeling them away. But Hinata's technique was more powerful, and though the orb of swirling lightning was weakened, it still tore through Kabuto's defense. Watching his end approach, Kabuto placed his hands together in the same gesture Hinata had used earlier. Shadow Clone Jutsu, the renegade shouted, and 7 copies appeared in the rapidly diminishing distance between himself and Naruto's fiancée. They threw themselves at her recklessly, grabbing for her arms and body to slow her down, or even just standing in the path of her upgraded version of the 4th Hokage's jutsu. She struck at the clones with her free hand, destroying the ones who tried to slow her. And the Raiten, Rasengan took care of the suicidal copies. But by the time she was done, the real Kabuto had escaped, moving behind her, and was preparing more scalpels. The solid surgical knives were easier and more stable for throwing than the chakra versions, if not as sharp, and he fired 4 of them at the teen. Hinata dismissed the Rasengan, not wanting to waste energy charging him with it again. In the same move, she stopped his attacks with Jinmaki again. But his projectiles were a distraction as he readied his next technique. Kabuto sliced open his thumbs, spreading a line of blood down each of his forearms. He began to sign quickly, and then slammed both palms into the ground. As he did, Hinata suddenly understood why their cage was so much larger. Yukoshi now stood on the one of the 2 heads of a giant snake. Though partially coiled, the reptile would have been just over 80 meters long if fully extended. Its left head lifted a little higher so it could look at humans standing on its right skull. Kabuto, the snake's 2 voices rumbled neutrally and in unison. Keishi, the medic, inclined his head slightly. Why am I summoned? The beast asked. I am tasked with capturing this young woman, Kabuto answered formally, and I request your assistance in incapacitating her. Are you having trouble with one little girl? The snake seemed amused. She is heir to one of the legendary dojutsu, the summoner answered, and there is much more to her than her appearance suggests. We shall see, the scaled behemoth agreed. He started to lean down towards Hinata, when something else drew their attention. "Back off, jerks," a distinctly feminine voice ordered from outside the Shishiinjin. Hinata felt the voice reminded her of hearing Naruto speak, and Kabuto and Keishi also turned to look. The woman who had shouted was standing between Naruto and 4 other figures. The kunoichi wore a tight, short dress-style shizoku, exhibiting her fine figure. She had white spandex shorts underneath to preserve her modesty. She had shimmering cyan hair hanging to the middle of her back, and though Hinata could not see the other woman's eyes, she knew what color they would be. She held a sword in her right hand, and assumed a defensive position in front of Naruto. "We won't let you lay one finger on our son," other figure agreed. Hinata's eyes went wide. Naruto's other defender had dark blonde hair, spiky on top and longer on the back and sides. He wore a long white coat, with a line of flames around the bottom. "No way," Hinata gasped in amazement, "Is this true, Kabuto?" Keishi rumbled. "I have no idea," the scarred traitor answered. "If it is that knowledge." The snake trailed off twice before returning his attention back to Hinata, "That is for another time." Hinata saw the snake dart forward to swallow her, and she stepped to the side. "Quick and attentive," Keishi noted. "She can see all around her with the Byakugan," Kabuto warned his ride. Of course, Keishi's unoccupied head nodded. "I remember now. I was still somewhat distracted." Hinata dodged the next bite, growing worried. "I doubt my gentle fist and 8 trigrams techniques, or even the Raiten Rasengan, would penetrate that reptile's armored scales." She considered her repertoire. "The Otama Raiten Rasengan is probably too slow, and if it missed I would have spent too much chakra to fight effectively. And even if I summon them, none of the ninja squirrels are large enough to fight a snake this size." She was knocked aside, as a tandem attack by the 2 heads limited her avoidance options, allowing the left head to brush her as it passed. "Summoning," she thought, as she rolled back to her feet, "I really shouldn't. But I can't think of any other options at this point. I just hope she will forgive me." She dove forward and to the side, evading the next attack while avoiding the deadly barrier. Hinata reached into her shizoku, and pulled out the medallion she now wore as a matter of course. It had been modified and embellished to hide its origins from those who might still seek it. She placed her fingers on the 5 points in the back, connecting to chakra sealed within. "I'm sorry, but I'm in a pinch," she said aloud. "Will you help me?" She heard the answer in her mind, and channeled a measure of additional chakra into the talisman to forge a path. There was a small explosion next to her, and a domesticated feline appeared, quite large for her breed. "I think your squirrels might have been a better choice," Kabuto mocked her. Then his eyes widened when he noticed both of the cat's twin tails whipping back and forth angrily. It can't be," he stuttered. "Inani," Hinata addressed the gentle demon through the amulet, "I would never ask you to hurt a human, but how would you feel about playing with a snake? I used to love hunting garter snakes, before." The bijou trailed off sadly, then did her best approximation of a human shrug and continued, "But I haven't had much of a chance since I changed. It could be fun to try it again." Hinata felt the predator's instinct rising in the cat, and wondered if she had made a mistake in tempting the sealed demon. But then Inini looked up at her. "I don't have to kill the snake, right?" the tailed beast asked, unbidden. "Can I just pin it and bat its head until it passes out?" "You don't have to kill the snake," Hinata reassured the cat, "but I should warn you that the barrier will burn anything it touches. I don't know what it will do to you, but it will kill the snake. I'll be careful." Hinata altered her chakra connection to the amulet, visualizing turning up a faucet in her mind. She unleashed 70% of the demon's sealed power. Anayane's fur instantly went from blue-gray to cobalt blue, flickering with flames. The bijou also began to grow quickly. After only half of a minute, she was almost back to full size. Between the giant reptile and the giant feline, the previously expansive box started to feel a little cramped. "This must be a genjutsu," Kabuto yelled, but there was no certainty in his voice. He placed one hand on the constrictor's skull, and the other before his face, and incanted, "Release." The 2 tails did not change or vanish, and the cat started to stalk forwards. Keishi slithered back as far as he could, with a look of unconditional terror. Kabuto shared the snake's expression, and jumped off his summoned ally's head, as the feline tensed to pounce. He landed closer to Hinata than he had expected, and transferred his fear and anger to the younger woman. "How are you doing this?" Kabuto snarled anxiously. "Is it those repulsive blank eyes, like how the Sharingan can control the nine tails?" Hinata looked mildly taken aback by the insult, but she recovered and shook her head. Then her eyes widened in surprise, and she ducked. Kabuto followed suit, barely in time, as the two-headed snake's tail whipped over them. "Why should I tell you anything about the two tails?" she countered as both recovered. "All you need to know is that Madara made the mistake of sending her to attack me, and now she is mine." She kept her face fierce, hoping he was convinced. To help sell the bluff and keep him from thinking about it too much, Hinata quickly formed a Rasengan in each hand and charged him. He jumped backwards, briefly putting the snake's bulk between them. Hinata dropped the ninjutsu to try to vault over Keishi, but the constrictor slithered away, trying to escape the demon. Iniani sprang lightly over the humans, and as she landed caught the snake's right neck gently in her mouth and forced it to the ground. If snakes could cry, Keishi would have been sobbing as the two tails lifted her left, front paw to strike his other head. So great was his alarm that the summoned reptile failed to notice the demon's claws were retracted, and he was not getting burned. "I'm sorry, Kabuto," the snake dropped his formal speech, "but I'm just not equipped to fight one of the Bijou. You're on your own." With that, Keishi reversed the summon and disappeared with giant burst of smoke. That traitor, Kabuto's ironic rage was short-lived as the two-tails cat demon turned to face the two humans. The giant feline licked her lips, and Kabuto backed away, his mind racing down paths of action that always came to a dead end. "You think some ghostly genjutsu is gonna stop me?" Naruto shouted angrily, and then placed his hands together and shouted, "Release." The solidifying figures did not vanish, and Sasuke's stolen face split in a grin. "This is no mere mental projection," Orochimaru continued to use his own voice. "This kenjutsu has existed since before the modern ninja age. The Sage of the Six Paths updated it to its current form, but then sealed it away for some reason. The Five Souls underworld connection touches your soul, and then draws back from the afterlife the five strongest ninja you killed," the renegade Sannin explained. "Once here, they are given solid forms, and cannot be destroyed while you still live. Of course, I don't want you dead, so once they have inflicted enough damage, I will send them back with a counter-jutsu. I must admit, I am anxious to see who appears." Orochimaru smirked more broadly. "We can find out if you really were able to kill Madara Uchiha." The first soul, the second in from Naruto's left, began to coalesce. The mist, so deep a blue that it was nearly black, lightened in some areas and darkened in most. It appeared solid, yet transparent at the same time, and its colors were washed out. The soul was tall, with stringy brown hair trailing just past his shoulders. His beady blue eyes, placed close to his wide nose, locked on the blonde Takujo with a look of intense hatred. His densely muscled body was covered by heavy, black armor. "Doto," Naruto growled. Naruto Uzumaki, the deceased usurper, matched the teen's angry tone. He tensed, but did not move as the spirit in the middle began to take shape. The second specter was even taller than the first, with a short crop of black hair sticking out from under the hidden mist headband tied over his forehead. He had deep brown eyes, but his nose and mouth were covered by white strips of linen. He wore a sleeveless back shirt, gray trousers, and had fingerless gray gloves that extended almost to his elbows. Even if Uzumaki had not recognized him on sight, he would have known him by the Kubakiri Hocho, a phantom reflection of the slab of steel sharpened into a sword, hung across the spirit's back. It did not remain there for long. The ghost drew the weapon and angled it towards Naruto Zabuza. Naruto mumbled, surprised. But as he remembered the broken sword, he could have guessed who the next soul would be. Forming on the other side of Zabuza, Haku looked the same as he had in life. He had soft brown eyes and long hair, nearly black in color. His facial features were more fitting of a girl than a young man, and he barely reached mid-chest on his partner. He still wore the falsified Mist Hunter uniform, and as when he fought Naruto and Sasuke, wore a mist headband instead of the white and red mask. Though both Doto and Zabuza looked partially drained of their color, the effect was more pronounced on the pale young man, and Naruto thought he looked more translucent than the other two. Haku lifted his hand, and the water vapor in the air collected and froze into 9 perfect ice kunai, which continued to float in the air before him. The last 2 figures did not wait until they were fully formed to spring forwards. Naruto tensed to receive their attacks, but they stopped just before him and turned to face the other phantoms. The woman finished appearing first. She had long cyan hair and clear, bright green eyes. Her shizoku was pure white, with short sleeves and an even shorter dress, showing off her strong, toned limbs, while hiding the noteworthy curves of her breasts and hips. She wore a pair of spandex shorts underneath. She wasn't afraid to show a little leg, but did not want to flash her underwear every time she executed a high kick. Naruto was quite familiar with the uniform. The last of the physical versions hung under a garment bag in his closet. "Back off, jerks," Yukihana Uzumaki ordered loudly. She triggered the first seal on her belt, and her long sword appeared in her hand. "Mom?" Naruto croaked quietly, shivering anxiously. She glanced back at him with a grin that was both sad and happy. Then she turned her attention to the last shade. He was about the same height as Naruto and Doto, and somewhat between them in terms of musculature. His hair was a darker shade of blonde than Naruto's and was the same spiky style on top, but longer on the sides and in the back. His blue eyes were also slightly darker than the young man he was guarding. He wore blue pants and a shirt, with a jonin vest over the top. He had an additional layer of dark gray cloth over his forearms. And most recognizable was his white cloak with a pattern of flames along the bottom. The fourth? Naruto's reaction to his mother's soul was washed away by the surprise of seeing the man who had sealed the fox demon within him. "We won't let you lay one finger on our son," Minato Namikaze confirmed, slipping into the stance of the tiger and heron. "Son?" Naruto's jaw dropped, and Zabuza barked a laugh. Orochimaru drew back, watching the situation closely. Of those 5, Naruto only directly killed Doto, the serpent considered, and 2 of them are his allies. Could I have performed the technique wrong? No, that is unlikely. But the translation of the jutsu's effect may have been incorrect, or the description may have been damaged. Instead of the souls he killed, it appears to be the souls connected to him by their deaths. Not just those he killed, but also those who died for him. That could be why this technique was sealed. It is too random to be useful. Still, this merits watching. For now. That doesn't matter. Doto had the same idea as Orochimaru. It is still 3-on-3, and one of you is hopelessly mortal. And we will remain as long as the punk does. He stepped towards Uzumaki, started signing, and added, "Now you will learn the price of regicide." But before her could complete his jutsu, Zabuza raised his sword into Doto's path. The deceased daimyo froze and looked at the other phantom. Zabuza shifted his glare from Naruto to Doto. Of course, Doto agreed, trying to hide his nervousness. "If the legendary swordsman of the mist claims the boy as his prey, then I will content myself with keeping his mother occupied." Zabuza glanced over at his apprentice, and Haku nodded. The next instant the Kubakiri Hocho swept out, and Doto had to drop to avoid being beheaded. At the same time Haku whirled around and launched all 9 of his frozen daggers at Sasuke's body. "What the hell?" the snow daimyo cursed. Hopping back to avoid the second blow, Doto began to sign again. Even with the Sharingan, Orochimaru was unable to fully dodge all 9 of Haku's remote-controlled kunai, and one of the icy daggers buried itself in Sasuke's right bicep. "I owe Naruto a debt," the demon of the hidden mist explained, "for carving away my stupidity. And even more now for giving me a chance to see Haku, if indirectly." As he swept down his massive blade again, he glanced backwards, though if I had known he was the spawn of the golden flash of the hidden leaf, I probably would have fought him myself after our first little skirmish. That, or cancelled the contract. Orochimaru started to sign the reversal jutsu, but Haku hit him with a barrage of needles, forcing the Sannin to stop his hand seals to deflect the attack. "Let's leave it to them, for now," Minato suggested to his lover. Yukihana nodded, and they both turned to face their child. You are my father?" Naruto looked the 4th Hokage up and down. Seeing the man in the flesh, so to speak, and hearing of their connection, the teen finally noticed the similarities. "Yes, Naruto, I am your father," Minato smiled proudly. Naruto, however, did not smile. He stomped over and grabbed the Hokage's cloak, lifting him into the air. Both of his parents looked surprised, both by his reaction and by his strength. "You jerk," the Takujo growled, "you made my life miserable by sealing that damn fox in me. How could you do that to your own son?" "I didn't have a choice," Minato said sadly. "Naruto Uzumaki." Yuki Hana barked, "You let your father go right now, or so help me." Naruto did not simply release Minato, but pushed him away. The young man turned his back on them, so they could not see his expression. Sadness, anger, and also joy warred on the teen's face, but he was not ready to let the matter go just yet. "What do you mean, you didn't have a choice?" he demanded as firmly as he could. "You were the Hokage, damn it. You could have ordered someone else to be the Jinchuriki." "It was within my power," the former leader of the Konoha Corps admitted, then added more firmly, "but I had the responsibility to do the right thing." "The right thing?" Naruto snarled slightly. "I have heard that you want to be Hokage, Naruto," Minato lectured, "but if you just want the position for power and respect, you should give up now, because you'll never be Hokage." Naruto looked at his father again, surprised and hurt. "Part of being a leader is making the hard choices," Yuki Hana explained gently. "That applies to every jonin, but especially for the Hokage," the fourth agreed. "There might be times when you will have to send friends or family on what amounts to a suicide mission, because they have the best chance to get the job done. No matter your personal preference." He sighed, before continuing, "You were the best choice to be the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails, because of your high levels of chakra and your elemental affinities. Also, as an infant there was a better chance you would keep your sanity. You had no mind or temptations for the demon to whisper to, so you just blocked her out, until you were told she was there. As Hokage, I could not ask someone else to sacrifice one of their children, when my own was the best, safest option. And it wasn't supposed to be like this," Minato admitted, sad but with an undercurrent of accusation. "You were not supposed to grow up alone. You were supposed to have your mother. You sent me out to distribute the kunai with the seals," Yuki Hana shot back. "I also ordered you not to be a hero," Minato rumbled. "So should I have left my friends to die? Who would have helped me give out the kunai?" "No," he shook his head, "but you should have gone in for medical treatment." "Then who would have completed the seal?" she growled at him, sounding suspiciously like her son. Then her voice became soft and she added sadly, "And if you had told me you were going to offer yourself to the Reaper, to divide the Kyuubi's chakra, to protect Naruto from the creature's mind, I might have tried harder to stay alive. Or you might have tried to stop me," he grinned slightly. "Maybe," she agreed sheepishly. "Ahem," Naruto interjected, "I was the one yelling at you guys." But he smiled as he said it. Doto frowned as he dodged again. Zabuza's attacks didn't injure his phantom body, but nevertheless they hurt like hell and knocked him away from the little family reunion. The snow ninja turned daimyo was limited in his options. Despite his appearance, his outfit lacked the power of his real chakra armor. And most of his jutsu required a supply of snow or ice to use properly. And though he knew a handful of water jutsu, using them against the demon of the hidden mist was foolish at best. Doto saw his opening. He ducked past the vertically descending blade, and drove his elbow into Zabuza's stomach, and then raised his fist into the swordsman's chin. The mist renegade stumbled back, and the snow ninja was torn between trying to attack Naruto and pressing his advantage on Zabuza. But his hesitation was too much, and Zabuza drove the heavy pommel of the giant cleaver into a very sensitive part of Doto's anatomy. Dead or not, it was all the snow ruler could do to keep from screaming and curling into a little ball. Unlike his only ally in this fight, Orochimaru was still living. So unlike Doto, who could simply trade blows with Zabuza, he had to watch out for Haku. He tried to dredge up Sasuke's memories of fighting the boy, but Uchiha did his best to block the serpent's mind. "You aren't fighting Naruto right now," the imprisoned soul noted darkly, hiding his memories as deeply as he could. Orochimaru hopped back, trying again to mold his chakra into the shape that would banish the souls he had conjured. He hit a patch of ice created by Haku. Had it been normal ice, it would not have done anything to the master shinobi. But Haku's Kekkei Genkai ice repelled the gripping chakra emerging from the Sanin's feet, and he sent Sasuke's body into an exaggerated backflip to avoid ending up on his butt. The move forced him to place his hands on the ground, again ending the attempted banishment. As he returned to being upright, he bit into his thumb and quickly dabbed 2 small spots of blood on his left forearm, just below the elbow. The first snake appeared wrapped around his right arm and quickly disgorged Kusanagi into his waiting palm before vanishing. The second serpent appeared next to the ice. The boa was over 14 feet long and over a foot in diameter. "Hold him," Orochimaru ordered the familiar, and the constrictor tensed up to spring at Haku. The teen split has next set of ice needles between the snake and the human, but the legendary blade flicked out, carving through them all. As the serpent hit Haku, Orochimaru set aside the Chakuto and started signing again. Why all the secrecy? Naruto asked his parents, why not tell everyone the fourth was my dad? Or at least tell me? I don't know, Minato said evasively. Your mother had her reasons for wanting to keep our relationship private, but that doesn't explain why no one told you. Other people know? Naruto asked, who? The only ones who knew, Yukihana frowned at her paramour, were Sarutobi, Jiraiya, and Tsunade-sensei. We don't know if they told anyone else. You don't know, the teen looked confused, why not? The dead don't look down on the living, Yukihana said, we only know what other souls who died later are willing to share. Sarutobi-sama and I have never discussed the matter, Minato shivered slightly, there isn't much conversation where we are. Yukihana's expression turned sad, and she grabbed her beloved's hand. Naruto frowned as he watched the display. Aren't you two together? The couple exchanged glances, and a tear formed in the Kunoichi's spectral eye. No, Minato's voice was somewhat hollow, we are consigned to different parts of the afterlife. What does that mean? Naruto demanded, then he pointed at his mother, you said he gave himself to the Reaper. Is that why? 5 souls resentment. Orochimaru's voice carried past them, and the forms of 5 souls began to lose their color. The Sannin gestured, and the snake trying unsuccessfully to crush Haku eased its grip. Sorry, kid, Zabuza said, it looks like that's all the time we can buy you. No, Naruto's eyes grew wet, you can't go. I have so many other questions. We don't really have a choice, his mother chided sadly. Naruto, what I said before. Minato's hair was almost white as death called them back, I think you can be Hokage. I'm very proud of you. We both love you, kiddo, Yukihana tried to hug her son, but her arms passed right through him, and we both wish we could have done it a different way, could have been there. And then the 5 souls were gone. Orochimaru pulled an ice kunai out of Sasuke's thigh, and tossed it away, trying to control his breathing. That was a spectacular waste of time and chakra, the body thief commented. Are you kidding? Naruto wiped his eyes with a huge grin, so far this has been one of the 5 best days of my life. Now if you just give back Sasuke, it might make top 3. I have a better idea, he countered darkly, the red of the Sharingan seeming to pulse with anger. Orochimaru caught up the blood from his wounded leg and smeared a large stripe down his left forearm. Summoning jutsu, he intoned. A giant cloud of smoke billowed out, leaving in its wake a 350-foot-long snake. The reptile was purple with black bands and had 4 large horns. What do you want? Manda grumbled. Now, the Sharingan locked onto the serpent, and Manda quickly looked away from Orochimaru's eyes. What happened to our little discussion about respect? How may I serve you, Orochimaru-sama? Manda restated, with undercurrents of fear and rage in his voice. Sasuke's face showed an evil grin. Crush Naruto Uzumaki within an inch of his life, the renegade Sannin ordered, but do not kill him, he is too valuable of a subject. And in thanks, I might just give you Sakura Haruno. The snake's green eyes narrowed slightly. The peace offering was a trifle compared to what he would have demanded before being introduced to the Tsukuyomi, but Manda was not about to turn it down. The enormous reptile turned his attention to the young human. You better not forward my call this time, Chief, Naruto mumbled under his breath. He slammed his hand into the ground, shouting, summoning jutsu. Naruto disappeared in the mist, but was lifted out seconds later, atop the head of Gamabunta. It looks like we meet again, the leader of the Toad Ninja clan grunted, not even bothering to ask why he had been summoned. Sakura planted her foot on the elbow of Kodomaru's severed limb, not only to keep the two sound warriors from retrieving it, but also checking to see if the spider-like shinobi could still feel it. His face betrayed no reaction to her action. Instead, both Jirobo and Kodomaru were hanging back warily. She knew they were concerned about her weapon, but she was still surprised they were not attacking. The medic wondered if they knew a way her axe could end them. Then she heard a cry, and realized what was happening. Tayuya, still rendered mute by Soul's jutsu, had finally caught up with the female squirrel. Loon tried to protect his sister, but the flute player struck the albino rodent a second time with her instrument, and the vacuum technique ended. Sakura deduced that the undead men were waiting for their teammate to finish the summoned animals and rejoin them. Haruno remembered hearing that ninja squirrels were scouts and trackers, not fighters. Though Soul's rage had given them momentum, it was now becoming apparent that even together, the two rodents were not a match for the sound ninja. The jonin swung her axe down, almost casually, cutting Kodomaru's arm in half at the elbow. She had two reasons for the action, and both paid off as she hoped. Angry and worried, Kodomaru resumed his attack on her. He quickly spit for spikes at her and then nudged Jirobo forward. She stopped the silk weapons easily and watched the two parts of the severed appendage. Even though they were touching, the upper and lower arms did not reconnect. I thought so, Sakura suppressed her smile, the pieces can't repair themselves. So they must have some sort of core that enables the regeneration. It might even be the source of the jutsu that animates them. Either way, if I can split off that core, I can beat them. She watched them carefully, wishing she had the Byakugan. It is probably the heart or the brain. Either way, I need to get them to attack. She sliced through another lasso expectorated at her, and then reached down and picked up the lower part of Kodomaru's arm, placing her foot on the upper part again. She lodged the head of her axe in the ground, so she could retrieve it quickly when they reacted. Then she took a pitcher stance, and threw the limb well over their head, at the Shishiinjin. Neither of the sound ninjas reacted like she expected, they just watched passively as the limb sailed past them. Safe in his tent of deadly fire, Yukon shifted his hand slightly, and a small oval opened in the barrier. The partial arm sailed through the opening and landed outside. Kodomaru smirked at her. "What, you thought you could destroy me with the Shishiinjin?" he mocked. Sakura shook her head, unconcerned. "Not really," she agreed, "but now if you want your other hand back, you'll need to go get it. And if you do, I'll use the opening to escape." "And leave your little rodent friends behind?" Jirobo shook his head, thinking he was calling her bluff. "As soon as I'm out, Hinata can send them back," the medic countered. "I'm sure she's still watching what's going on in here. And out there, too. In fact." She caught up the other piece of Kodomaru's arm, and hurtled it sideways towards the wall between her and her female teammate. Once again, Yukon opened a small hole in the barrier. But Sakon was too wrapped up in staring at the two-tails cat in morbid curiosity. The upper part of Kodomaru's middle left limb hit the dominant twin's Shishiinjin and began to burn in crimson flames. "No," the dismembered shinobi shouted as the altered flesh vanished in cloud of ash. He turned to face Sakura again, enraged. But he faltered at her triumphant look. Well, Tsunade's student almost purred, "It looks like there is something those bodies can't recover from." Grabbing her axe and lifting it high, Sakura charged towards them. That tasted disgusting, Inaani finished, licking her teeth clean, nothing like a garter snake. "Sorry," Hinata did not take her eyes off Kabuto as she sent the thought to the cat, "but thank you. It was kind of fun," the demon deflected. "Maybe I'll look for snakes at the Uchiha estate. Can you turn me back now?" Hinata nodded, and reversed the chakra flow in the amulet, returning the two tails to her house cat size. Kabuto frowned, but could not keep the relief from his face. But it was quickly replaced by suspicion. "Why did you do that?" he asked carefully, considering the new options open to him. Hinata tried to think of a reasonable excuse, but could not think of anything she felt would convince the canny renegade. So she settled for remaining silent and calm. She dropped back into the gentle fist stance, and waited for him to make his move. "She is faster than me," he thought, "and has countered every move I've made. I probably have the edge in strength, but that is not my fighting style. If I can just keep her hands away from me long enough, I can use my chakra scalpels to immobilize her. Or I could just destroy her organs and convince Orochimaru it was the only choice. The snake will have to settle for examining her eyes. I only need to lengthen my scalpels and exploit my greater reach. I just have to make sure I don't let her disrupt my chakra network first. I will only have one shot at this. He stepped forward, forming 3 of the energy razors in each hand. He kept the medical jutsu at its standard length, knowing that she could see the normally transparent blades. He stabbed shallowly at Hinata, but jerked his hand back as her fingertips slid towards his wrist. The rogue took a half step back, putting him outside the range of her deadly digits, and swiped at her face. The young woman leaned back while angling her right hand towards his elbow. Kabuto twitched again, narrowly missing her eyes and saving his arm. As I thought, Orochimaru's lieutenant affirmed his expectations. Now try this. He dismissed the blades in his left hand and stepped back into her range, throwing a hard left cross at her nose. Hinata's fingers darted up, sealing the chakra points in his forearm and scoring minor cut in the accompanying muscle, but that didn't slow his punch. The pale beauty recognized the fact as well, and crossed her arms under his wrist, using both of her limbs to push his attack over her head. Now, Kabuto tripled the length of the blades in his right hand and aimed them at her heart. He knew her arms were too far out of position to stop him, nor could she use a leg block in time. He looked up at her face, wanting to relish her fear as she realized it was over. But there was no such look in her eyes. Rotation, Hinata incanted, chakra spilling out of her body as she spun. The dome of energy struck Kabuto mere moments before his blades would have met her Shizoku. The 8 trigrams palm's heavenly spin lifted him slightly into the air and cast him away from the girl. Right, Kabuto grunted as he picked himself up, his left temple bleeding slightly from where it struck the rocky ground. I didn't think she used that so fast or so close. Hinata did not wait for him to recover or plan this time. She drew up her power, signing rapidly to give it form. Ashi, I, Inu, Yu, Hitsuji, Byakugan art, primordial chakra jutsu. She slammed her right fist into the rocky ground, joining her chakra with the natural energy in the stones. It raced across the distance between them and exploded into Kabuto's body. The chakra surged through his network, blasting back out of his weakest tenketsu. The combined ki surged free, taking some of his own power with it. In the end, she saw that 67 of his chakra points were disabled, mostly in his extremities, but also 3 critical junctions in his stomach. "What did you do to me?" he grimaced. Kabuto tried to form chakra scalpels again, but the damage to his arms was too great, and the energy would not coalesce. "Using my Kekkei Jinkai, I can merge my own earth chakra with the natural power of the rock and dirt around us, and then send it into your system," she explained. "The energy forces its way back out, and the impact on your chakra network is similar to the 8 trigram 64 palms. Key line jutsu, the renegade attempted the healing technique again, but like the scalpels, his chakra was too unstable to form the jutsu. Another advantage of the chakra pulse, Hinata decided, recalling her earlier comparison of the maneuvers. "Surrender, please," she requested gently. Kabuto's face twisted in anger, and he threw a set of shurikens at her before drawing a kunai in each hand. As he charged her, he also slipped a food pill into his mouth and bit down on it. Hinata avoided or blocked the throwing stars, and then braced herself to receive him. "I don't need your pity," Yukushi growled, swinging his left hand blade at her shoulder in an underhand grip. She caught his wrist with Jinmaki and sent a sliver of lightning chakra into the kote, shocking his arm. The limb twitched as he withdrew it, and at the same time the medic stabbed at her stomach with his right knife. "That hypocritical mercy is part of what makes the leaf so weak," he snarled as she slid around his attack. Hinata frowned at him. "The Hidden Leaf Village is not weak," she argued. "We have withstood everything all of your masters could throw at us, and have not only survived but flourished. Orochimaru is a scavenger, and the Akatsuki are broken and running, because they underestimated us. Just as you have underestimated me," she added sadly. His eyes went wider as he lost control. His attempts to cut and skewer her became wild and undisciplined, and she dodged them with ease. "Good," Kabuto watched her, his berserk attacks a new gambit. He probed his chakra network with the extra energy from the pill, trying to determine which jutsu he might be able to perform despite his injuries. No, I can't perform the shark bomb jutsu, not without that tenketsu in my leg, he thought, or the headhunter. But that just might work. He swung aggressively, incidentally scoring a wide, shallow cut on the back of his right arm when he missed. Kabuto waited as the life fluid covered his wrist and pulled slightly in his hand. Once he had enough, he turned the kunai in left hand back over into a proper, overhand grip and stabbed both weapons at her. The attack was controlled and precise and was the focus for his true strike. Medical arts, blood flow jutsu. Like so many of his skills, Kabuto had corrupted the healing technique into something deadly. The blood flow jutsu required physical contact with the target's life fluid and then took control of it. Most ninja doctors used it to direct the flow of blood away from injured areas to prevent the patient from bleeding out. Advanced users like Tsunade and Kabuto could even use the jutsu to temporarily bridge the break in damaged veins and arteries. Yukoshi had also learned he could use it to stab or hit opponents with extensions of his own blood. The liquid flowed over his blades, expanding and rapidly shooting towards Hinata in the form of a broad-bladed spear. She was moving closer when he activated the technique and did not have time to dodge. Kabuto grinned, believing he had caught the perceptive woman off guard. But as the blade started to cut into her uniform, Hinata reached up and gently pressed her hand to Kabuto's heart. All of the chakra points around his cardiac muscle slammed shut, and his jutsu collapsed. Kabuto felt pain spreading up his replacement arm as his heartbeat grew shallow and irregular. Hinata stepped back as he fell to his knees. "Is this supposed to be poetic justice?" he gasped angrily, "killing me the way I saved you?" "You don't have to die," she offered, "just promise to give up and turn yourself in." "No," Kabuto grinned viciously, "I'd rather make you live with the knowledge you killed someone who saved your life." "You didn't save my life," there was a touch of harshness in her reply, "I was just a way for you to make a point." She watched as Kabuto's body fell the rest of the way to the dirt. Then she knelt next to him with an unhappy expression. "If you are truly dead, I apologize for this desecration," she said to his back, "but given your guile and medical expertise, I need to be certain." She summoned the electrical blade of Jinmaki, and gently slid it between his fourth and fifth ribs, slicing his heart in half. Reassured of his death, and praying the gods would forgive her, she turned her attention to the fiery barrier, and the undead shinobi who was maintaining it. The demon cat sniffed the body suspiciously, but appeared satisfied. She joined Hinata, briefly rubbing the human's leg comfortingly, before glaring darkly at the unnatural being holding them. Sakura swung her blade with both hands, and Jirobo barely avoided losing a leg. Kidamaru sent a line of silk onto the flat head of her axe, hoping to disarm her, but instead he was almost dragged into range of her weapon before he released the cord. The spider-like shinobi had been off balance since having two of his arms cut off, and though getting one back helped, it did not completely fix the problem. The medic figured out their twofold plan to stall. First, their new bodies did not grow tired, or at least did so at a greatly diminished rate. And they had her outnumbered. So they were trying to exhaust her, until they could attack without fear of dismemberment. In addition, Sakura's quick glances told her that Sol and Lune were in trouble. If Tayuya could eliminate the squirrels, whether by killing them or by forcing them to reverse the summons themselves, she could rejoin the fight against the Leaf Jonin. And Jirobo and Kidamaru knew that the longer they avoided the axe wielder, the more likely it was they would get their teammates' help. The flutist began to play her instrument again, and both rodents' fur started to stand on end. The ninja animals both lashed out, trying to force the instrument away from her lips, but the sound kunoichi avoided their strikes. As her ninjutsu began to fully develop, the squirrels' faces took on looks of pain. Sakura wondered if she could take the time to help them. Wait, that's it, Sakura realized. She signaled the rodents, and Sol managed a slight nod. The medic then faced her opponents, and threw her axe sidearm at Jirobo's wide stomach. "We won't fall for that again," Kidamaru hissed, shooting multiple webs at the heavy weapon. As he did, Sol grabbed onto her brother, and Sakura placed her hands together. In twin bursts of dust and energy, Haruno substituted herself for the willing squirrels. "Weapon summoning," she declared again, bringing the axe back to her hand. She ignored the pain of the semi-visible lightning crackling around her, and leaped towards the musician ninja, swinging her weapon overhead with both hands. Suetun, slicing waves jutsu, she added a line of water chakra to the edge of the axe, making it sharper than usual and reducing the air resistance. Tayuya just smirked and raised her flute to block. But unlike the squirrel's light blades, Sakura's weapon cleaved through the reinforced woodwind without even slowing. In that instant, the undead woman's eyes widened in terror. As I thought, Sakura smiled as the axe met Tayuya's skull. She wasn't able to pay attention to us, thanks to Soul and Loon. The blade split the sound ninja in half almost perfectly, from the top of her head down to her crotch. As she fell apart, Sakura saw a fading mass of blue and red sparks in the brain of the victim of Tayuya's resurrection. The gray flesh began to melt, turning into a mass of carbon black and water, revealing the body of a young girl. She had been no more than 10 years old when Orochimaru had sacrificed her for the jutsu. Sakura felt only a small comfort in knowing that the girl had been dead for weeks or even months. Her soft tissues had been tinted the same creepy shade that Tayuya's skin had been, but unlike the semi-organic shell that had given the reborn renegade her former appearance, the girl's original skin and organs did not dissolve. Sakura turned back to her male opponents with a look of disgust. "You sacrificed children to return from the dead," she snarled angrily, as the squirrels regrouped on either side of her. Both of the warriors looked more nervous at her rage and her discovery of another way to destroy their supposedly indestructible bodies. "What's the plan?" Loon asked darkly, the sibling rodents regarding the unnatural humans with revulsion. Sakura looked them over. Both of the animals were more than slightly injured, but they were still ready to help her. "Simple," she answered loudly, making sure their opponents could hear her. "I get to the fat guy and throw him at the one maintaining the barrier. If Yukon opens a hole in the barrier, Jirobo hits him and the whole thing goes down. If he doesn't, Jirobo burns. Then the three of us can take out the spider." "And what do we do?" Loon prompted. "Kidomaru, the spider guy, will try to intercept me. Can you two keep him off my back?" "Yes," Soul agreed sternly. Loon nodded his assent. "Thanks, I'll heal you two later," the human whispered, "so just stay safe." Sakura didn't wait an instant more. She ran straight towards the large shinobi, depositing her axe back into the scroll as she ran. The albino squirrel drew both of her weapons again and scrambled after Kidomaru. After a moment of strategic hesitation, the black rodent followed. The two revived warriors paused, not sure if the plan they had been privy to was real or a trap like they had used. But as Soul reached Kidomaru, his trained instincts took over, and he spit a glob of his silk at her. Faster than he expected, the squirrel dodged his attack. She drew closer, and he expectorated again, this time a knife-shaped projectile instead of a sticky ball. She avoided again and was close enough to leap at his stomach. His hands dropped to intercept the rodent when her brother appeared from behind her, stabbing his sword at the spider's face. "Ninja art, shadow squirrel kinjutsu," Loon proclaimed, jamming the slender blade into Kidomaru's mouth. Still trying to catch the fleeing Jirobo, Sakura could not help but groan at the pun. "I didn't think I could get this into your brain pan," the male rodent crowed triumphantly, leaving his weapon behind as he sprang away, "but let's see you spit that stuff at us now." "He doesn't have to use saliva," the leaf jonin shouted in warning, "it's just most plentiful and easy to control. He can also use his sweat." Kidomaru caught Loon in the air, his fingertips adhering to the squirrel's fur. He slammed the summoned rodent into the ground, trying to crush his torso. Soul moved back in, and her first slice bounced off the hardened silk. But her second and third strikes sheared through Loon's fur and the skin of Kidomaru's digits, freeing her brother. Jirobo stopped his heedless retreat and turned to face Sakura. His face was shadowed in rage. "No more running away," he grimaced. "I don't care what Lord Orochimaru does to me, I'm just going to kill you now." If he expected her to be frightened, Jirobo was sorely mistaken. Sakura snorted and smirked at him. She pulled her gloves tight again and shook out her arm where her uniform was binding around her shoulder a little. "I arm wrestle Choji from time to time," she shot back, "and I usually win." "You remember Choji, don't you? The guy who overpowered and killed you the first time." "You're bluffing," Jirobo countered. "You've taken my hits," she shook her head. "Which do you think is more likely, that I am stronger than Choji, or that you are going to betray Orochimaru. He took half a step back and then started running again. Thank you, Kakashi-sensei, inner Sakura trumpeted, overjoyed that her partial deception worked. She followed him closely, waiting until he was in the perfect position. The kunoichi put an extra burst of power into her legs and sprang forward twice, landing in front of Jirobo. He quickly recovered, throwing a heavy fist at her throat. She caught it, turned his arm over, and then kicked him in the ribs. He flinched, not from the pain he did not feel, but from recognizing he had made a mistake. She smiled at him, almost sweetly. Then she pulled him in and spun around. As she promised, she released him so that he was tumbling through the air straight towards Yukon. Jirobo's eyes fell on his teammate, pleading. But Yukon just smirked back and shrugged. The giant struck the barrier, and the crimson flames began to engulf his body with incredible haste. Sakura barely had time to take a breath before he was gone. She buried her sadness for the innocent host and offered Yukon a triumphant grin. The normally superordinate twin simply glared back, uncaring. When Sakura turned to face Kidamaru, the already gray shinobi blanched. He had already removed and destroyed Lune's sword, but had been unable to hit the agile squirrels. Now he saw his second death approaching in the form of an ill-tempered, under-endowed, but undeniably powerful kunoichi. He spit a yellow, silken kunai into each of his 5 hands and waited for her. He swallowed his fear and met her eyes. Sakura nodded with a hint of respect and summoned her axe again. Stay back, she advised the squirrels. Sol and Lune moved away, but the sister handed her brother one of her swords, and neither of Hinata's familiars relaxed. As if on a mutually recognized signal, Sakura and Kidamaru charged each other. Sakura swung her blade horizontally, but he caught it on 4 of his daggers. One cracked, and the spider was pushed aside, but he still managed to stab his remaining knife at her throat. She let go with her right hand and caught his wrist, but without the leverage, his other 4 arms were able to force her weapon down towards the ground. She sprang back before he could capitalize, resetting to the correct grip. The sound ninja discarded the damaged weapon, but did not create a new one. Instead, he threw the matching blade on his other side at her. The medic deflected the attack with ease, and he charged in, striking at 3 different points with his remaining blades, while he started the sign with his newly freed hands. Sakura stepped in closer, blocking one of his attacks, while allowing the other 2 to land light cuts on her right elbow and left cheek. In return, she swung her axe upwards, taking his bottom right arm off, and cutting into the bicep of his middle limb before he was able to shift his body, narrowly keeping the damaged appendage. She kicked the loose limb at Yukon, who opened the barrier and was able to duck under the smaller projectile. His jutsu disrupted and his numeric advantage decreased. Kidamaru launched his 2 kunai at her, and hopped back, forming a bow again. He pointed it at the observing squirrels, hoping to distract Sakura. But Tsunade's apprentice closed in again, spoiling his aim and allowing both of the animal ninjas to evade the arrows. She had him backed nearly into the corner, when he remembered her earlier stratagem about forcing him to escape and following him through the hole. Yukon, do not lower the Shishiinjin, Kidamaru requested. Lord Orochimaru can restore me again if that is his wish. But we cannot allow his prize to escape. The barrier creator nodded, and Kidamaru hopped backwards into the flames. Hinata walked over to Sakan, observing him, and the seal he sat upon, through the barrier of red-purple flames. Inanni followed her closely, wrinkling her nose at the undead shinobi in disgust. Areao, she vocalized. He was brought back from the dead by Orochimaru's kenjutsu, the human explained vocally to the cat, he is neither alive nor dead. And based on what I saw from Sakura's battle, a child was sacrificed to resurrect him. The demon's eyes narrowed, and she hissed at him. You killed Kabuto, but you are still trapped, the leader of the Sound Four mocked her. Do you think this fire can stop the Two-Tails cat? Hinata asked carefully. I don't know, but it would be worth seeing. It is an affront to the gods and nature, Inanni sent to her sealer, there should be an accounting. Hinata agreed, but did not broadcast it vocally or mentally. Instead, she brought forth one of the treated scrolls she carried in response to Naruto's fear of ghosts. She sat down and inscribed a moderately advanced seal upon the paper. Tori, na, uma, tora, she intoned, fuinjutsu, fire seal. A mist rose from the circle in the center of the scroll, and began to draw in the flames of the Shishianjin. Sakon's eyes widened in surprise. He pushed his hands together more firmly, and sent more energy into the barrier. Hinata downgraded her Byakugan to the basic level, and then closed her eyes, sending more power and focus into her seal as well. The mat Sakon was sitting on began to grow warm, and despite his best effort, the magenta and crimson flames were pulled into Hinata's seal. Orochimaru frowned angrily, but Manda's green eyes brightened evilly, and his mouth twisted in a reptilian smirk. Gamabunta, the giant serpent hissed with a dark pleasure, I was afraid I would never get to see you again. I remember what that knife of yours did to me the last time we met. The snake's tongue flickered over the roof of his mouth, where Tsunade had impaled him with the tonto the size of a small building. Bunta drew the dagger in question, and Manda's eyes traced the edge of the blade. I still owe you for that. And this time you don't have Katsuyu or her contractor to protect you, the reptile coiled to lunge. You mean they aren't here to get in my way this time? The chief toad countered. He hunched down lower, gathering the strength in his legs. Both of the giant animals sprang at the same time, and Gamabunta blocked Manda's fangs with his knife. Then the amphibian's right leg kicked out again, catching the snake a third of the way down his length. There was a cracking sound under the toad's foot, but Naruto could not tell if it was bone or just scales. But the blonde human did not have time to examine that. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu, Orochimaru began to blow multiple small fireballs at Naruto and Bunta. Futon, Cyclone Spikes Barrage. Naruto countered with his upgraded version of the wind darts. He shot one green dart into each of the flames, bursting them but also destroying the spike in the process. If Mom could do it, so can I. Naruto remembered the first story he had heard of Yukihana, and incanted, Doton, Stone Claws Jutsu. He poured extra chakra into the technique, and the claws that emerged were larger, longer, and sturdier than usual. They latched onto the giant snake and held Manda down. Raiton, Sparkling Coat Jutsu, Orochimaru sent an electrical charge over Manda's scales, shocking Bunta where the toad was trying to shoulder the snake the rest of the way to the ground. Raiton, Stonecracker Jutsu, the Sannin piggybacked the energy of the sparkling coat and sent more lightning down to destroy the stone claws. Manda extended his body higher for another strike, while the chief toad shook out his right arm where it had been burned. The serpent's fangs darted in again, and Gamabunta brought up his tonto one-handed, deflecting the snake rather than stopping him. As the constrictor passed, Naruto saw some sort of thick gel glistening on his teeth. What's on his fangs? Naruto asked his ally Venom Envy. Bunta answered, since he can't produce his own poison, he has started taking the poison of other members of the Snake Clan and coating his fangs with it. He hopped up and kicked out again, but the snake twisted out of the way, and then wrapped the toad's extended leg with the tip of his tail. Futon, Tornado Lance Jutsu, Naruto quickly summoned up the larger wind projectile and threw it into the coil around Gamabunta's lower limb, forcing the snake to let go before he could crush the appendage. Orochimaru, Manda hissed carefully, I think if you can get the boy away from Gamabunta, I would be better able to fight the toad. The Sannin considered that. He had wasted a great deal of chakra on the Five Souls underworld connection and had taken a few hits from Haku. Orochimaru had not felt he had a sure win against Uzumaki in his current state, which was why he summoned Manda. And, of course, teleporting the giant serpent had taken even more energy. On the other hand, Naruto had used some of his power to summon the amphibian, and Manda had a point. If he could tie up Naruto for a few minutes, and the snake could defeat or drive off the toad, then it would be back to 2-on-1 in his favor. I suppose there is merit to your suggestion, the renegade agreed softly. He looked down to where Kusanagi stood in the ground, and gestured with one finger. The straight blade tore free of the dirt and flew back to his hand. Manda rose up, giving Sasuke's stolen body a higher platform from which to jump at Naruto. Orochimaru dove towards the blonde youth, sword first. Uzumaki drew Kitsune and blocked the Chakuto with a staff blade. Though the Takujo had the advantage in weight, the Sannin had enough momentum to push him back off Bunta's skull. As they fell towards the packed earth, Orochimaru slashed out once more, and steel rang against steel when Naruto caught the blow again. I've heard rumors about your little stick, Orochimaru noted. I'm curious to see how it compares to a real weapon. Naruto did not respond with words, he simply swung Kitsune overhand at his rival's shoulder. The Sharingan read the attack easily, and the thin sword intercepted the attack. Now that the mammals are out of the way, where were we? The huge reptile asked. He plunged forward again, but this time the snake kept his mouth closed and aimed for Gamabunta's left side, while the toad's Tonto was on his right. He clipped the amphibian's left elbow, and rolled away as Bunta's knife sliced lightly into his scales. As he dodged, Manda transferred his momentum to his tail, aiming it at the amphibian's chin. Gamabunta hopped over the attack, turning as he did to keep tracking the snake. At the apex of his leap, his tongue lashed out at Manda's head. The metal studs on his flycatcher tore through the scales and flesh above the snake's left eye. Blood poured over the orb, concealing the chief from his view. Manda continued to roll to the side, which was the only thing that saved him from being beheaded the descending dagger. Bunta still clipped him, and the snake hissed angrily as he wrapped his body to face the toad again. Gamabunta gathered himself too, favoring his right leg despite Naruto's intercession. The body thief stepped back twice, and then swung Kusanagi at the teen. The attack appeared to be too shallow to possibly hit, but as the tip of the Chikuto passed Kitsune's cylinder, the grass cutter suddenly grew longer, shooting towards Naruto's heart. Uzumaki sent a line of chakra into the staff blade, creating the wind sword. The instantaneous appearance of the wider, green extension knocked Orochimaru's weapon wide. Naruto pushed the legendary sword further away, and closed the distance while creating a Rasengan in his left hand. He pushed the sphere towards Sasuke's right elbow, while trying to slide Kitsune back towards his opponent. Orochimaru appeared to have a choice: withdraw his arm and get cut by the altered staff blade, or keep their weapons locked and take the hit from the spiraling sphere. Instead, he released Kusanagi, sending chakra to the sword to control it remotely. At the same time, he yanked his arm back, hopping away from Minato's jutsu. Orochimaru gestured once he was safe, and the grass cutter pulled back, and then swooped in for another strike. Uzumaki parried, and was surprised by the strength in the flying sword's attack. The Chikuto danced back again and then stabbed at Naruto's belly. The teen quickly sidestepped, but was not fast enough to avoid a deep cut to his left side, which quickly closed. That's right, I nearly forgot, Orochimaru nodded, Kabuto's most useful contribution. He called the sword back to him, signing as it reached him. He touched his glowing fingers to the blade's crosspiece, imparting a sickly sheen along its edges. Ninja art, medical arrest jutsu, the snake summoner grinned at his would-be guinea pig. Then he flicked out Kusanagi, and the sword flew at the blonde shinobi again. Naruto raised Kitsune to block, but instead of a powerful, lethal stroke, the floating weapon turned suddenly, and scored a light cut on Naruto's thigh. This time, the wound did not close. The teen's eyes flickered to his leg in confusion, and then narrowed in memory. Is that the Jutsu Kabuto imprinted on his scalpels? The Leaf Warrior queried, the one that stopped my wounds from regenerating? Sasuke's controlled mouth twisted into a smirk, and Orochimaru did not say anything, he just spun the grass cutter back at Uzumaki again. Gamabunta fired a stream of oil at Manda, and the snake twisted higher so only his lower half was covered. Then he flicked out his tail derisively, sending most of the incendiary liquid into Yukon's Shishinjin, where it exploded on impact. Your little trick doesn't do any good without a human to light it for you, Manda mocked, slithering forward again, watching the toad's blade carefully with his unimpeded eye. Bunta spit again, this time firing a tight stream of pure water at his old enemy. The serpent was able to spin around the initial strike, and then darted forward, covering the rest of the gap before the amphibian could adjust his aim. From his position, Gamabunta could not bring his blade up to fully block, so he hopped upwards, swinging the dagger loosely at the snake's open jaws. His attack was too weak, and Manda powered past it, one of his fangs scraping down the toad's side. Bunta tried to recover, to bring the edge of the Tonto back down into the reptile's spine, but the burning in his shoulder and back slowed him, and before he could line up his blow, Manda's tail slapped into his left eye, and the snake disappeared behind him. The chief toad spun around to prevent Manda from attacking him from behind, but as he landed, he was panting heavily. An eye for an eye, a cut for a cut, the serpent informed him, except my cuts have something extra. You called it envy, but it took careful and deliberate training to make sure I did not poison myself. Gamabunta tried to leap high above the snake, planning to bring his knife down with his weight behind it. But his right leg did not obey his command, and he hopped up unevenly. When he was at eye level, Manda's head flashed out, knocking the dagger out of the toad's hand. The giant blade sheared through a tree before clattering onto the loam at the edge of the forest. As Bunta came down, Manda coiled around the amphibian and started to crush him. This is the end, Manda taunted. Gamabunta grimaced and lashed out with his tongue again. The weak attack dislodged some of the scales under Manda's jaw, but did not break the skin. Still, the snake's eyes flared angrily, and he sank both of his fangs into the toad. Bunta shuddered, and his resistance vanished. Still, the snake kept constricting his prey until the sound of snapping bones could be heard. Both of the humans looked over at their familiars, as the serpent released the amphibian. Chief, Naruto cried out, and ran over to the toad. Why didn't you cancel the summons and escape? I'm no coward, Gamabunta wheezed, and besides, I couldn't leave one of my loyal servants hanging out to dry. The toad's chest heaved once more, and as his breath left his lungs, the light went out of his eyes. I suppose I owe you thanks, Orochimaru, Manda rumbled happily, for allowing me to end that stupid frog's life. Now, I believe you wanted help capturing the boy? Naruto turned to face them, tears flying away from his blue eyes. Except that instead of round, his pupils were now slitted. His teeth and ears started to elongate, and silver chakra sparked visibly over the whisker marks on his cheeks. Uzumaki snarled as he met the snake's gaze. Manda drew back slightly, mostly from surprise, but also from a sliver of worry. No, not me, Naruto took a harsh breath, forcing back the ascendant fox form. All bark and no bite, little fox, the serpent mocked, recovering from his shock. Naruto did not flinch, instead he summoned 2 shadow clones. The trio started running towards Manda, and the original started signing. The snake watched him, curious and amused. Is that what I think it is? Orochimaru collected Kusanagi and moved back. Even with 2 sets of chakra, he was running low on power from his efforts. So he cleared room to watch his familiar work. What is the boy planning? The Sannin pondered. As Naruto drew close, the clones sprinted ahead. One copy hopped towards the other, who caught the first duplicate's foot. He pushed up, and the other jumped, combining their strength to propel the leaper higher. Still signing, Naruto copied the move, and when he reached the airborne clone, the second facsimile caught his leg and threw him above the snake's head. As Naruto started to fall, he completed the jutsu, and a light blue seal spread out from his right hand. Fuinjutsu, he roared, slamming his palm into Manda's skull, imprinting the crest on Snake's skin, summoning seal. In deference to Hinata's recent accomplishment, Kakashi said, I thought we would spend this morning working on Fuinjutsu. Hinata colored slightly, and Naruto rubbed the back of his head nervously. Then the blonde Chunin thought of something and frowned at his teacher. But Kakashi-sensei, he complained, Fuinjutsu aren't part of the Jonin trials, right? It's ninjutsu, genjutsu, taijutsu, weapons, and skills. So why work on seals now? Kakashi smiled under his mask, moderately impressed by his normally dense student's insight. Though it depends on who you ask, many ninjas consider sealing techniques to be a subset of ninjutsu, like shapeshifting techniques, the Jonin explained. Whether you agree with that personally or not, the conclave places Fuinjutsu in the ninjutsu category for testing. That way, sealing experts can still use their skills to help get the promotion, but it is not necessary to add a 6th test and make everyone learn a number of advanced seals. Sakura nodded appreciatively. So where are we gonna start? Naruto asked, mollified. I believe we will start with the summoning seal jutsu, their teacher answered. It is a fairly simple C-rank seal, if not particularly useful. Why not? Sakura asked, it sounds like it blocks summoning contracts. It does, Kakashi dipped his head once in agreement. While it is active, no contracted animal or spirit can be summoned to or from the area. The problem is that the area blocked is fairly small compared to the amount of chakra it takes, and it doesn't prevent a summoned familiar from physically entering or leaving the area. As a result, it is most often used as a permanent seal, not as a combat technique. For example, the snake hissed angrily and shook his head. Naruto did not cling with his chakra, instead he let himself be thrown clear. The two clones caught him, and then disappeared as Naruto retreated further, signing again. What is this? Manda could not see what on his skull. Orochimaru looked marginally impressed. Rather ingenious use of that technique, he murmured, getting ready to attack the distracted youth, putting it on Manda directly, so he cannot leave the area of the seal. But why would he want to prevent Manda from escaping? Naruto finished his hand motions, and swiping his hand down his arms, covering both of them with the red liquid that was still slowly leaking from the minor cuts Orochimaru had inflicted. He then slammed both his palms into the ground, stamping 2 handprints of blood onto the earth. Summoning art, Toad Battalion Jutsu. Uzumaki roared. The eyes of both the snake and the reptile he had summoned widened, as the space around Naruto was saturated by a series of rapid explosions. The boy was briefly hidden by the mass of smoke. Gamakichi and Gamatatsu were the first to appear and were closest to Naruto. Beyond them he saw the larger forms of Gamaken, Gamahiro, and Gamazashi. He recalled Jiraiya introducing him the foot-long, white-haired, green-skinned toad who stood two-legged on Gamaken's shoulder, but did not recall the elder's name. The only other amphibian he recognized was Gamino, a 4-foot-tall, bipedal toad whom Jiraiya had summoned during Naruto's training as a taijutsu sparring partner for the boy. Most of the 50 ninja toads were unknown to Uzumaki, but all turned to face him. "Apprentice, why have you summoned us?" the old toad called out to him, his eyes flickering from Manda to Gamabunta. Naruto suddenly remembered his name was Fukasaku. Manda killed Gamabunta, the human answered simply and darkly. "I put a summoning seal on him, so he can't run away. I was going to kill him myself," he added, "but then I figured you guys would want the chance." 50 pairs of amphibian eyes turned to regard the snake in unison. "Rightly so," Fukasaku agreed angrily. "Just so you know," Naruto announced, panting slightly from the physical effort of summoning so many toads with a single jutsu, "his fangs are covered in poison, that's how he got the best of the chief. And cause of the seal, any of you guys that get within about 200 feet of his head won't be able to escape either." "Thanks for the warnings." Zashi drew 2 of her 5 swords. "Can we kill the snake now?" "Yes," Fukasaku nodded, grinning slightly as he referenced Naruto's new technique, Toad Battalion Attack. Gamahiro drew one of his long swords, and both of the weapon-user amphibians bounded at the snake. Manda refused to flinch, and caught Hiro's katana on his fangs, while twisting his body so Gamazashi's shorter blades only scored shallow cuts in him. The rest of the Toad clan began to spread out around their target, both to prevent the reptile from running and to prepare their own attacks. "What, aren't you gonna help?" Kichi chided, having caught the hidden meaning in Naruto's tone and words. "I don't have the right," Naruto admitted, "it's my fault the chief was killed." "The summoning contract serves both sides," the orange amphibian countered, "but more than that, Pops thought of you as part of the family. A deformed, numbskull cousin maybe, but still family. He wouldn't blame you, and we don't either. Now I have an idea, but I'll need your help." Gamakichi's eyes flickered to the edge of the forest, and Uzumaki followed his gaze. "You in?" "Sure," Naruto noted with a thankful grin. Then his expression darkened slightly, and he continued, "I remember the chief always wanted a snakeskin wallet, but how about we send him off with a snakeskin shroud, instead?" "Sounds good to me," Gamabunta's son agreed. Orochimaru drew further back in the woods, all thoughts of ambushing Naruto gone. Part of him knew he should simply escape, but morbid curiosity rooted him in place, watching Manda's slow destruction. Besides, his voice projected into the cage holding Sasuke's soul, there are still the others to consider. Hinata was too much for poor diminished Kabuto, and I saw Sakura destroy Tayuya, but the other 2 might still capture your would-be girlfriend. The trapped teen glared up at his possessor helplessly. Gamatatsu lead a quartet of horse-sized amphibians behind Manda, and proceed in unison to spray oil across the constrictor's tail. Then Tatsu took out a set of flint and steel, and sparked it just above the trail along the ground. The snake flicked his back half, dislodging the fuel while also dodging Gamaken's team's attempt to spray his midsection. But the combustible still caught fire, as did the remnants of Gamabunta's attack. Manda rolled over, attempting to crash Gamino's squad, while at the same time smothering the flames. The toad oil was mostly extinguished, however the move put him in the path of Gamazashi's scissored blades. As the twin Wakazashi bit into his scales, the tyrant of the summoned snakes spun his tail around, bashing the female toad's head, and incidentally saving himself. But at the same time, both Ono and Ken struck. The martial artist's kick, powerful despite his size, held the constrictor down long enough for the swordsman's blade to cleave into Manda's spine, 2/3 of the way back from his head. Manda snarled in pain and whipped his body into a tight spiral to protect himself. But as he did, something else caught his good eye. Both of his green orbs widened in surprise and fear as Gamabunta picked up his knife and turned to face the snake. The serpent glanced over it where the toad had fallen, and the body was gone. "You are dead," the snake hissed, and Orochimaru could not help but chuckle at the snake's confusion. The chief toad did not say anything. He just lifted his tanto and leaped forward. Manda started to dodge, but streams of water and oil from the toads surrounding him put him off balance, and Bunta only had to alter his aim slightly to plunge his dagger into the serpent's brain. How? Manda's breath rattled harshly as his soul seat failed. The last thing he saw was Gamabunta exploding. The transformation ended, and Gamakichi and Naruto were left standing on the hilt of the tanto, while over 100 Uzumaki clones fell away, dismissing themselves as they dropped. On the other side of the dead snake, light seemed to twist, and the real chief toad reappeared, Fukasaku now standing on his head. "Well done, children," the amphibian elder offered sadly. "Take his skin," Kichi shouted, "leave the rest to rot." The other toads moved to comply, and Naruto and Gamakichi jumped down and crossed the distance to the chief toad's body. As he did, Uzumaki remembered his teammates. He offered a quick apology and diverted towards the Shishinjin cages. The barrier containing Hinata was growing very thin, nearly gone at the top, while Sakura's was still intact. A bizarre smell hit his nose, and he realized the mat Sakon was sitting on was burning. Hinata had nearly finished draining the flames, and the Sound 4 leader shifted slightly as he prepared to attack her. He abandoned the barrier, preparing to use his parasite demon attack on her. But his plan was brutally interrupted. Rasengan, Naruto intoned, shoving the spiraling sphere into Sakon's back. The undead warrior growled and turned to glare at Uzumaki. "Naruto, his head," Hinata prompted, having seen Sakura's defeat of Tayuya, and now looking at the aberrant chakra formation in Sakon's brain. Naruto continued to hold the first Rasengan in place, preventing the Sound Ninja's body from repairing itself, and created a second orb in his left. Sakon attempted to pull away, keeping his eyes on Naruto. Hinata's Rasengan hit the back of Sakon's head, and the Sound Shinobi froze. Naruto used the chance to push his second jutsu into Sakon's brow. The two spheres merged, expanding and destroying the basis of his resurrection. Naruto and Hinata ended their jutsu at once, and Uzumaki glanced over his fiancée. "Are you okay?" he asked, despite her general lack of injuries. "I'm fine, thanks to Nani," she indicated the tiny demon next to her. "Thanks, Nani," Naruto told the cat warily, and the two tails mewed happily. "Can you get Sakura out?" He turned his attention to the last cage. "I don't know if I have enough chakra to use the fire seal again," she admitted sadly. Then she gave him a shy yet coy look and asked, "Can you help me?" "I'm a little drained, but I think together we can manage," he answered, taking her hand. "Can you two quit flirting and get me out of here?" Sakura's voice was distorted as she joined them on the other side of the barrier. Sol and Loon loped behind her, their injuries having been erased by the medic. Yukon's eyes darted between the two set of enemies, worried. Enough of this, Orochimaru noted to himself, still watching from the edge of the forest, and activated the contingency jutsu. Inside the smaller Shishinjin compartment, Yukon's body suddenly shook, and rapidly dissolved into a pool of acid. The solvent destroyed the scroll, and scarred the stone underneath. As the barrier jutsu disappeared, Sasuke's body vanished into the forest. "Naruto, I am so sorry," Hinata clung to his arm, tears streaming down her face, as the 3 humans, 2 squirrels, and 1 demon cat approached Gamabunta's still form. As Uzumaki has suggested, the ninja toads were wrapping their chief's body in a purple veil with occasional black stripes. Naruto noticed they had returned Bunta's dagger to its scabbard. As they finished, the summoned amphibians began to return to their sanctuary in puffs of chakra. Gamazashi caught Naruto's eye before she left and nodded to him. Finally, only Fukasaku, Gamakichi, and Gamatesu were left. The food-obsessed toad stared at Naruto hard before he too vanished. The elder hopped back onto Gamabunta's skull and pressed his hands together. The next instant, both he and the chief were gone. "Hey, Naruto," Gamakichi addressed his friend, a catch in his voice, "why don't you summon me again in a few days, okay?" "Sure," Naruto's wiped something out of his eye, "but what for?" "So I can give you the details on Pop's funeral." Shizen sealed the Hokage's office as soon as Team Kakashi was inside, and Tsunade regarded them carefully. Both Hinata and Sakura appeared unnerved by the mood in the room, but Naruto seemed impervious to the air of worried secrecy. The blonde teen set the scroll case, abandoned by Orochimaru during his escape, on the Hokage's desk. "So, Orochimaru is behind these thefts," the female Sannin noted, looking suspiciously at Kujira Okabukai's chest. The heavy wooden box was still sealed by ancient Fuinjutsu, but the healer was far from convinced that meant her former teammate had not gleaned something of the contents. "Even though he escaped, it sounds like you crippled his operations for the time being." Tsunade's eyes moved to them, and she found Naruto staring her down, hard. She glanced away, unwilling to meet his intent gaze. "I will pass that along to the other villages and decide what we want to do with this." The Hokage returned her attention to the chest to try to ignore him. But Uzumaki was not having any of it. "How long are you going to dance around the issue?" the blonde Takujo growled at her. Tsunade tried to work up her usual annoyance at him, but found she could not. "Naruto." She started sadly, but he cut her off. "You knew who my dad was," he barely managed to avoid shouting, "you, and Jiraiya, and the third. And you never told me. I probably still wouldn't know if that snake had accidentally brought my parents back. The three of you must have been having a great laugh at me. Naruto wants to be Hokage, just like Daddy. It wasn't like that." The medic's ire began to build, but did not yet outweigh her sadness and regret. "Do you know how miserable my life was?" he continued, lifting partly out of the chair. "Don't you think it would have made things better for me if people had known I was the fourth's kid?" Hinata took Naruto's hand, both to reassure and to calm him, and Sakura could not bring herself to look at her teammate and friend. "No, we didn't think that." Tsunade bit off the words. "Sarutobi and I talked about it, and we decided it would probably have made your life harder." Naruto looked stunned and dropped back down into the seat. "We talked about it one of the times I came back to the village," she explained firmly. "We agreed that those people who hated you because of the fox wouldn't treat you any better. In fact, we thought it was likely they would treat you worse, claiming that Minato sealing the bijou in you was some sort of sign that he never wanted you or your mother to begin with." Naruto looked down at his feet, his anger washed away by old worry. "And we both knew nothing could be further from the truth," the healer reassured him, adding, "It was also possible they would have said your parentage was just a lie to make them accept you. But your detractors weren't the only ones we worried about. We also worried that some people would expect you to be a clone of Minato, without giving you a chance to be your own person. And how would they react if you turned out more like your rambunctious mother? On top of that, there were at least 2 people we were afraid would try to use you, even shape you, for their own political ends. So that was why you didn't tell anyone, to protect me from the people of the village?" Naruto asked, his voice hoarse. "No, it was because of Minato's enemies as well," the Hokage continued her discourse. "Your father was like a force of nature during the last Great War. Some of the survivors of the war, like the current Mizukage, viewed Minato as a friendly rival. Others, like the current Raikage, simply hated the fourth and wanted him dead. And many of them would still be willing to kill Minato's son, to gain some measure of revenge against him." She sighed, and then met Naruto's eyes. "But the main reason we kept your father's identity a secret is because of your uncle." "My uncle?" Naruto stammered in confusion. "I thought Naruto didn't have any living relatives," Sakura finally spoke, looking from her mentor to her friend. "We hope he doesn't," Shizune whispered. The normal bingo books are intentionally incomplete, Tsunade stated, appearing to ignore her apprentices. A section is left out, one that only the Kages and those few ninja they choose to trust are allowed to view. A section for the most dangerous of S-ranked criminals. Orochimaru would be part of that group, if he weren't so famous as to render the point moot. Gookie Namikaze is in their company. He is also an X-rank renegade, one of only 4 to ever be assigned that level by the Conclave of Shadows. For reference, Madara Uchiha is another of the 4. How dangerous is he? Hinata asked quietly, squeezing Naruto's hand tighter. He was a member of Orochimaru's first Genin squad. He was 7 at the time. In less than 4 months he had learned everything Orochimaru was willing to teach him, and had made Chunin. After that he studied briefly with me, before becoming Sarutobi-sensei's apprentice. Before he was 10, he was a Jonin. It was scary how quickly he learned. The Sanin's eyes clouded in memory, like the brilliance of Minato and the stupid raw talent of Naruto combined one voraciously inquisitive package. She shook her head to break her reverie, and continued, when the 3rd Hokage decided to retire, Gookie was his first choice to be the 4th. Gookie refused, instead insisting the honor go to Orochimaru. But Sarutobi-sensei chose Minato instead. Your uncle was outraged, and abandoned the village in disgust. They tried to bring him back, of course, she leaned back. Dozens of Jonin squads from almost every hidden village encountered him over the next few years, but Gookie destroyed every one. He killed that many? Sakura gasped, her inner self asking, just what kind of family did Naruto come from, anyway? No, Tsunade shook her head ruefully, he usually didn't need to go that far. For example, the first group to encounter Gookie was Hamura-san the Elder. His team took a C-rank mission to celebrate being promoted to Jonin. They accidentally ran into Gookie. He took them apart, and then after the fight gave them first aid. Still, one was so badly injured he had to quit being a ninja, and another was so frightened and ashamed that she retired, too. He only ever killed 4 ninjas, and they were his most persistent pursuers. The rest he defeated almost without effort, leaving them mostly uninjured. But a significant number of those he left alive could not continue as shinobi, some physically but more mentally. So no one could stop him? Hinata frowned thoughtfully. It's hard to say, Tsunade mirrored the girl's expression. Minato sent the Sannin out to capture Gookie on more than one occasion, but we never found him. The same thing happened with Goro Yatsuki and his Cloud Ninja team. Orochimaru claimed Gookie was avoiding certain people, but Jiraiya thought it was just luck. Where is my uncle now? Naruto asked darkly. Don't know, the Hokage shrugged, no one had seen or heard of him for over a decade. We hoped he was dead. But earlier this year, Team Yugo found a copy of the siphon, Gookie's personal weapon. We aren't sure if that means he's still alive, or if someone else took his axe. That's the main reason I'm ordering you to still keep this quiet. You don't want me to tell anyone? Naruto queried flatly, isn't it too late for that? Probably, given Orochimaru and Keishi both know, she admitted, especially since that 2-headed snake might use the knowledge as political capital to lock in his spot as Manda's successor. But I have already spoken with the Squirrel Clan's colony leader, and through her to Sol and Lune, and they have agreed to keep it secret. You can still talk about it with the 4 of us, plus Kakashi and Jiraiya. Naruto suddenly looked back at Shizune, remembering her earlier answer to Sakura's question. Betrayal lit his eyes. She did not look away, but met his gaze apologetically. Don't glare at her, Tsunade barked. She and Kakashi both took blood oaths to keep this a secret. They couldn't tell anyone about your father and uncle unless both Jiraiya and I were dead, or it somehow became necessary to save your life. Sorry, Shizune-san, Naruto mumbled. She nodded back. Naruto closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. When he opened them again, he was smiling a forced version of his normal grin. Well, at least I know who my dad is, he stated, almost masking his lingering anger and disappointment, and I got to meet him. Anything else? No, the Hokage shook her head, you 3 are dismissed. As they started to leave, she remembered something. Naruto? Tsunade called out softly, almost worried again. He turned back to look at her. Will you let me know when the funeral is, she asked carefully, for the chief? Naruto's grin faltered, and he nodded once. He turned abruptly and left. Hinata smiled sadly at the Hokage and bowed before following her fiancé. When Naruto and Hinata arrived, the others had already gathered. Sakura appeared conspicuously alone. Like the younger couple, Kakashi and Yugao were holding hands. And Jiraiya and Tsunade were standing unusually close together. All 7 shinobi wore simple, black, silk yukata, though Naruto also had kitsune slung across his back, and Hinata wore jinmaki. "Hello, Naruto, Hinata," the Toad Sage offered in a subdued voice, and then, without waiting for anyone else to offer greetings, continued, "Is everyone ready to go?" The other ninjas nodded their assent, and Jiraiya bit his thumb. He solemnly bloodied each of his fingers and then crouched to place his hand above the cobblestone path. "Summoning jutsu," he said sadly. His chakra opened a path, and in a burst of energy and displaced air, a toad appeared. She was by no means young, and wore a black cloak that concealed most of her body. She was quite small for one of the ninja amphibians, not even a foot long. The top of her head was covered with a series of purple bumps, giving her the appearance of tightly curled hair. More than I expected," the female elder toad noted, looking around at the 7 humans, "but I suppose that is good, in its own way. Are you all ready to go?" "We're ready, Lady Shima," Jiraiya answered for them, inclining his head respectfully. "Good," Shima nodded, "if you don't mind, it will be easier if you all take hands." They complied. Naruto offered Sakura one of his free hands, as did Kakashi. Hinata linked to Tsunade, who in turn easily slipped her hand into Jiraiya's. Finally the Toad Sage took Yugao's other hand. Shima bobbed her head again, and placed her hands together. "Reverse summoning," the female amphibian stated, and around them the village hidden in the leaves vanished. Instead they were in a deep valley, surrounded by a verdant bamboo forest. There were only a few buildings, but there were many gaps in the green. The clearing where they arrived was empty initially, but a heartbeat later Fukasaku and Gamakichi hopped into the field. "Welcome, bonded summoners and honored guests," Fukasaku bowed to them, to Myobo-kuzen. "I wish it were under different circumstances." "You shouldn't be so formal," Shima chided her husband, "the boy still feels guilty enough, and this is hardly the time for such things." Fukasaku ignored her, and walked over to male Sannin. "It's been a while since you were here, Jiraiya," the elder greeted the author in more relaxed tones. The human bowed his head to the toad. "How are things here, Fukasaku?" he asked as the 2 older men began to wander away. "Chaotic, as you might expect," the amphibian answered. "Gamabunta's heirs are not yet of age, so there has been some heated discussions over who should become the new chief. Also, your apprentice's new technique has stirred up something of a hornet's nest around here as well." "Those men," Shima shook her head, then she looked to the younger toad, "Gamakichi, please take our guests to the theater of last departure. I'll go after those 2 before they find some alcohol." She hopped away. "If you guys would follow me," the orange toad requested. He led them down a more easterly path, towards the far side of the valley. "Where is Rei?" Naruto asked Kakashi after they had exited the clearing. His voice was hollow and distant, and the copy ninja could tell the teen was asking more to banish the silence than anything else. "Irika and Enko are watching her," Kakashi answered. "Enko-sensei, too?" Hinata sounded worried. Yugo chuckled lightly. "Enko is pretty good with infants," the former ANBU member admitted. "It isn't until they start talking that she has a hard time with them." "I wonder how it will go if she and Irika have kids," Sakura pondered out loud. Naruto and Kakashi shuddered slightly, and Yugo paused. "I don't see that happening anytime soon," Kakashi's fiancé admitted. "Can you imagine little Enkos running around the village?" Naruto noted, his tone closer to normal. "Almost as frightening as the concept of little Narutos running around the village," his teacher added in his typical blasé manner. Naruto grinned slightly, and Hinata turned bright red. Gamakichi laughed quietly, while Sakura looked privately relieved. Though she did not take a hard count, Hinata estimated there were nearly 200 toads of various sizes and colors in the clearing. In the center was a pentagon of stacked logs, surrounding Gamabunta's body, still wrapped in Manda's skin. The 2 sides of the pentagon that she could see each bore a single kanji, one for wind and the other for water. Jiraiya walked over to the other human attendees, while Shima and Fukasaku joined the giant toad standing next to funeral pyre. Gamakichi hopped away, meeting up with Gamatatsu. The leaf shinobi ended up standing next to Gamazashi, the female toad segregated somewhat from the rest of her people. The toad whom the tiny elders stood beside was not the largest Naruto had ever seen, slightly smaller than Gamabunta had been, or Gamaken was, and also possessed of a thinner build. His flesh was a mild scarlet and wrinkled with age. He wore a scholar's cap, and his eyes were partially closed and independently focused. He wore a beaded necklace with a large tableau bearing the kanji for oil, like the one Jiraiya wore on his brow. The other toads focused their attention on him, however he looked around blankly, until Fukasaku and Shima cleared their throats in unison. The war chief Gamabunta has departed this life, the ancient leader announced. Let those who would honor his life and sacrifice come forward and contribute to his send-off. The sage amphibian turned around and launched a spot of oil onto the logs reading lightning, and then moved out of the way. Shima and Fukasaku contributed fuel to the water side of the pentagon, and also shifted aside. The other toads began to hop forward, each choosing a side of the structure, and spitting a small amount of petrol onto the wood. "What's going on?" Naruto asked Zashi, quietly. "The others will all add their oil to the logs consecrated to the 5 elements," she whispered back, "and then it will be lit, returning Chief Gamabunta's physical body back to whence it was formed." "Aren't you going to join them?" Tsunade asked. "I gave up my oil to study the sword," Zashi reminded him, with only a hint of bitterness. "Good thing, too," Naruto said firmly, and somewhat loudly, "we couldn't have handled that uppity frog without you. And you sure seem to have Manda's number." "Thanks. But you and Gamakichi were the ones who finished the snake," the toad girl blushed slightly despite her denial. "Well done," Hinata whispered in Naruto's ear and pulled left arm to her body, squeezing it tightly, to let him know she approved of him standing up for their fellow outsider. Naruto turned slightly red, and scratched his whiskers with his free hand. The procession of toads had finished preparing the timber with their oil. The great sage toad, Fukasaku, and Shima had returned to their places before the massive structure. After standing there for a few heartbeats, the female toad elder nudged the absent-minded giant as subtly as she could. "I would now like to ask the bonded summoners to come forward and light the pyre," the spiritual leader announced, looking around blankly. "Come on, kid," Jiraiya told his apprentice, striding forward. Uzumaki quickly disentangled himself from his fiancée and followed suit, obviously more surprised than his teacher. The Sannin indicated that Naruto should stand before the lumber-labeled wind, and then took his position before the fire stack. "Fireballs on 3, the human sage whispered to his apprentice, 1, 2, 3. "Me, Hitsuji, Saru, I, Uma, Tora, Fireball Jutsu," Naruto and Jiraiya intoned in unison, blowing matching spheres of flame onto the logs. The wood ignited instantly, and the conflagration rapidly spread to the rest of the pyre. The humans stepped back and rejoined their comrades. "Let the sacred flames cleanse away all earthly concerns," the sage toad chanted, "and may the gods watch over this son of Myobokuzan." With those words, he hopped away, disappearing into the bamboo. Shima shook her head, and she and her husband moved to join the leaf shinobi. "Is that it?" Naruto asked, trying to keep his voice polite despite his confusion and disappointment. "Pretty much," Fukasaku nodded. "While the flames burn, our people will meet here to share remembrances of Gamabunta, but the formal part is over. Like how I first met the chief when the pervy sage here pushed me to my death," Naruto suggested. Hinata glared at Jiraiya, while the toad elders smiled at Naruto's nickname for the Sannin. "You seem unusually pensive," Fukasaku joined Jiraiya, who was staring at the pyre. The toad elder offered the human the sake jug he carried, and Jiraiya took a short pull before returning the alcohol. "I've just been thinking, I could have prevented this," the Sannin said. "Such thoughts are not unusual in." Fukasaku's platitude trailed off as he observed the human's face. "You are not speaking figuratively, are you?" "I don't know," Jiraiya admitted. The toad elder watched him, waiting to see if he continued on his own. The white-haired summoner took a deep breath and started to explain. "Earlier this year, I received a coded message. Minato's teacher told the amphibian about the battle he and Itachi had fought against Orochimaru in Sasuke's body, the scratches in the earth, and his work with Shikamaru to decipher the information. About a month ago we finished decoding the note, though we haven't told Tsunade, the author finished. The message was Snake's last resort, and a set of coordinates. And you think if you had acted on this knowledge, you might have been able to stop Orochimaru, the toad offered neutrally. Like I said, I don't know. The description is too vague. It could be Orochimaru's primary hideout. It could be where he is working on some sort of last-ditch jutsu or weapon. Or it could be an onsen that the snake opened to make money and find research subjects. Or it could be a trap, Fukasaku noted. Or it could be a trap, Jiraiya agreed. Tsunade was convinced of that as soon as she found out about the note. It probably doesn't matter either way, the amphibian told the human wisely. It isn't as if Manda just started poisoning his fangs recently. Even if you had found Orochimaru before Naruto, you and your former teammate still probably would have summoned Gamabunta and Manda, as is your pattern. And Gamabunta still could have died, but without the boy's new technique and the chakra supply to use it, we would not have been able to take our revenge on Manda. You're probably right. You do not sound convinced, Fukasaku studied Jiraiya. No, that's not it, the human sage shook his head, grinning ruefully. I just decided now that I owe it to Gamabunta and Naruto to check this out, trap or not. But I'd appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone, Jiraiya added. I don't want to drag anyone else into this, and I'm pretty sure the Hokage would try to stop me. All right, Fukasaku agreed warily, so long as you promise to give me a call if you need any help. When the door opened, he was reading the shark's latest report. The document stated that the bearer of the ice sword had not yet been located. Upon reading that, he became far less concerned with the rest of the missive, so he looked up to face his allies. Even though he was expecting them, his powerful blue eyes softened slightly when he recognized the visitors. Nagato, Konan, thank you for coming, he greeted them pleasantly. Of course, Master, Konan stated, and she and her partner both bowed deeply. It is our pleasure, the original form of pain added, and their second teacher and current leader shook his head in denial. I do not believe that will be the case. Once you hear why I have summoned you, the powerfully built shinobi answered, his short-cropped, light brown hair shifted slightly as he continued to swivel his head back and forth. Nagato, I know you were upset that I ordered you to give Madara the husk you had acquired to upgrade your Naraka path, he continued, and Konan would have preferred I abandon him entirely. But even though the Akatsuki plan failed, he can still be of use to us. You want us to help him again, the Kunoichi said evenly. Their master nodded. He was well aware of her hatred of Uchiha, but hoped her loyalty to him and to Nagato would outweigh it. Madara needs a living host to merge with. It seems a corpse, no matter how perfectly repaired and preserved, is not capable of supporting him. He is burning through it, and in a matter of months, possibly less, it will be unusable. He paused, and looked at them more firmly. You two will help Madara to find and acquire a suitable new body. I trust you understand what that means? Both nodded and turned to leave. Nagato, the renegade called after him. The younger man paused, and looked back over his shoulder. If Madara leaves that body soon, will you be able to take it back and make use of it? I don't think so, Master, the bearer of the Rinnegan considered it. The damage his control inflicts is too great. I think the body will collapse as soon as Madara leaves it. That is unfortunate, the leader tapped the handle of his axe, and Pain recognized the statement and action as the closest thing he would get to an apology or admission of fault. Nagato nodded again and left. As the door closed behind him, a new figure emerged from the shadows and sidled over to the now lone renegade. Are you sure about this? She asked carefully, her platinum blonde hair bouncing off her swaying hips, her sharp green eyes watching him carefully. You know what Madara wants, and where he will take them to get it. This is also a test, he countered. It had been too long since Nagato or Konan took the field. And it is also a way to observe my former friends. He looked her up and down, and asked, Kid Mizuno? I was in the mood for glamorous, she answered, but wasn't feeling especially creative. If she doesn't spark your game, then how about? As she trailed off, her appearance changed. Her hair retracted to half its previous length, and went from stark white to jet black. Her eyes changed from green to purple, and took on a sharper shape. Her nose became shallower and slightly broader. She gained almost 2 inches of height, and her frame became more willowy. That is how you looked when we first met, he remembered, and pulled her in roughly for a kiss. She smirked when they broke apart. You're still so aggressive, Gookie, she scolded him mockingly. Isn't that why you married me? He shot back. Are you sure those two will be okay? She settled into his lap, returning to the original topic. If not, it will be a good lesson for him. Nagato is still convinced if Pain had been at the Valley of Dawn, he could have prevented most of Madara's mistakes. He tends to underestimate everyone else, excepting perhaps Conan and myself. I guess we'll have to see, she said dangerously, annoyed. Do you want me to shadow them? No, I have another task for you. There is someone else I need you to track down. Naruto went over everything again, wishing Hinata had not sprung this on him so suddenly. Are you sure you want to do this now, today? Naruto called out to his fiancée through the closed door. She was in the other room, changing into the special outfit she had brought with her. I mean, there's some preparations I'd like to make, so we can do this right, he explained. No, Naruto, she rejected his plea, no stalling. And I know you think I'm good at this sort of thing, and have experience. But the truth is, I've never done this before. I don't want you to get your hopes up. Naruto, she stuck her head and one bare shoulder out the door, I want to do this with you. I've been waiting to do this with you. Please, relax. I just don't want to disappoint you, he said nervously. She blushed contentedly and smiled at him. It's not like you're doing it alone this time, she turned redder as she said it, it will be the two of us together this time. I don't do it alone that often either, he said defensively, and it's still not the same. I'm sure you will do fine, she told, and before closing the door added, it's not like we can't try it again if things don't go perfect the first time. Does your dad know about this? Naruto fired his last salvo to dissuade her. Yes. And he's okay with it, he pressed, surprised. Well, Hinata's voice hesitated, I'm sure part of him doesn't want us to do this, but he won't be bursting in to stop us. She opened the door and stepped into room, and Naruto's jaw dropped. The young woman had on a brand new, heavy-duty apron, and at first glance was not wearing anything underneath. The thick white cloth hung low across her impressive chest, the tips of her breasts straining against the fabric. As she took another step, the shift of her hips behind the protective garment showed she was still wearing panties. She twirled to show off functional but attractive cotton briefs, white with horizontal blue stripes, and her completely bare back. Hinata, what are you wearing? Naruto stammered the question after his brain recovered. You don't like it, her voice dropped with genuine worry, and Uzumaki's heart started racing even faster. Unlike most girls, who would have tried to show off how sexy they were, Hinata simply was sexy, just standing there, natural and nervous. Where others might have made the statement coy or teasing, she was genuinely worried, and all the cuter for it. She didn't have to try hard to be alluring, and it almost felt off when she tried to vamp it up. Naruto decided that was one of the reasons he had fallen in love with her. That depends, he said thoughtfully, if you really came over here to seduce me, and making me get out all this stuff. He swept his arm back to the kitchen counter, covered with food and utensils, and muttered under his breath, which I'm still not sure is everything we'll need. Was just some sort of bizarre foreplay, he continued at normal volume, then it is perfect. In that case, give me a minute to put away the milk and butter, and I'll bring the powdered sugar with me and we can experiment. Hinata's cheeks turned bright red, but her eyes narrowed thoughtfully, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly in expectation. But his tone grew more serious. If you really came over here to make cinnamon buns. From scratch. Using your mother's recipe. He crossed over to her, wrapped his arms around her. Placing both hands on her firm rear end, he pulled her very close and lifted her slightly off the ground. Hinata squeaked appreciatively and embraced him back. You have to put on some more clothing, he whispered in her ear, still lecturing her despite their amorous position, because you are way too distracting right now. We'd ruin the roles for sure. He released her reluctantly and concluded, kitchen or bedroom. Your choice. The young woman considered her lover's offer and then sighed. Kitchen, she sounded slightly reluctant and explained, unfortunately, I promised some people I would bring them samples. Like who? Naruto queried hastily, instantly worried again. My father, of course, she told him, and Hanabi. Niji and Tenten. Aunt Hiroko. Oh, and Keiko, Kei, and Chosa-san were there with Hanabi, so I might have included them. But if we give one to Chosa-san, we should probably make them for Choji and Ino, too. Hinata, Naruto groaned in dismay. I cook sweets less often than anything else, I don't think I have the knack. What if the rolls don't turn out like you remember? Like I said, we'll try again, she said, we have all day. I didn't want to spend all day cooking, he said dejectedly, giving her another suggestive appraisal. Hinata's cheeks turned red again, and she smiled apologetically. Naruto sighed in defeat. In that case, we're gonna need more supplies. Shadow Clone Jutsu, he split in 3, and instructed the clones, you two go shopping. And Hinata, get dressed, okay? Her smile dropped slightly in disappointment, and as she returned to his bedroom, the lilt of her hips and butt capturing the attention of all 3 Uzumakis. Kakashi-sensei warned me, the original muttered as the duplicates reluctantly left, beware the quiet ones. Madara-san, Konan greeted the former leader of the Akatsuki, using san instead of sama, to forcefully remind the first Uchiha that he was no longer the one in charge. Pain followed closely after her, carrying a short stack of files. Nagato's true form rested back in his room, at his partner's insistence. The body Madara was using turned to face them. His eyes were too small for the host's eye sockets, and the red-accented black orbs floated eerily in the emptied spaces. The oddness of his appearance was heightened by the corpse's face, the sunken eyes, hollow cheeks, and straight nose called attention to gaps. He still wore his Akatsuki cloak. Pain, Konan, why are you here? He asked cautiously. Lord Guki has asked us to assist you in your little quest, the Kunoichi answered, emphasizing their second teacher's name so Uchiha would understand this was not her idea. He pursed his lips in thought as he looked them over. So those would be. The Sharingan user waved at the files the Rinnegan user carried. All of the information we have on the active shinobi of the Hyuga clan, Pain stated, so that you can choose your new body. Madara nodded, and moved to the other side of the small table. There were only 2 chairs, but that did not matter, as Konan hung back, disgusted. I believe our starting point is obvious. Pain opened the first file, Niji Hyuga, age 18, Jonin rank. Until recently he was all but universally accepted as the strongest member of his clan. No, Madara countered simply, no branch family members. Unless we can find a way to remove the caged bird seal, they could kill me instantly. Pain nodded with a frown, and shuffled through the folders, removing 5 and handing the 2 dozen or so remaining back to Konan. The second best candidate is Hinata Hyuga, age 16. Madara shook his head in opposition before Pain finished stating the young woman's age. I know you would rather not have a female body, Jiraiya's former student said diplomatically, but she is widely acknowledged as being the second strongest Hyuga, and there are many who think she may have surpassed her cousin. Hinata Hyuga possesses the Suijin Byakugan. That power will prevent me from merging with her. Madara barely managed to keep the fear from his voice. He recalled his brief, disastrous attack against his half-sister Hoshi Hyuga, and what her Suijin Byakugan had done to him. Uchiha had little doubt that in his current state, facing Hinata's quicksilver eyes would destroy him outright. Hyuga Hyuga, age 60, ranked Tokubetsu Jonin, Yahiko's body moved on to the next file, having stacked the remaining files by age, former clan leader, and recently removed from the Hyuga elders. Considering that, he is the best bet for keeping this secret, the rest of the Hyugas could be convinced he fled in rage, disgrace, or senility. Too far past his prime. He would not survive the process. Hiroko Hyuga, age 48, ranked Tokubetsu Jonin, Pain Red, known as the curse breaker for her skill at unraveling chakra seals. No, Madara grimaced in disgust. Konan clicked her tongue, annoyed by his mild, pervasive misogyny. That leaves us only 2 candidates, Pain informed the former Akatsuki leader, handing him the last 2 files, Hayashi Hyuga and Hanabi Hyuga. Hayashi is 37, and another Takujo. He is also the current clan leader. Hanabi is age 12 and is only a genin. Hayashi is not as young as you would like, the paper-wielding Kunoichi pointed out smugly, before Madara could answer, and Hanabi is female. She's probably too young, but that also means you can let her body age to its peak while molding it to fit your needs. Enough, Madara barked, and Conan wondered if she had pushed him too far. I have made my choice, he announced, closing one of the folders. Now we need just determine how to acquire my new body. Oh, Hinata squealed in surprise as a drop of the sticky, white liquid flew up and hit her right cheek. Naruto leaned in and wiped the frosting off her face, licking it off his fingers. I told you not to turn up the mixer too soon, he admonished her with a loving grin. She blushed slightly and smiled back. But the taste is good, he added, offering her his thumb. She took the digit in her mouth and removed the topping for the buns. The young woman tried to be suggestive about it, and only partially succeeding. Naruto gathered up his arguably limited self-control and stepped away. We need to hurry, he told her, the icing needs to done before we take the rolls out of the oven. Naruto, why are you so tense, she asked nervously, we're just baking. Uzumaki praised her. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much, he admitted, but cinnamon rolls are pretty much your favorite food, right? She nodded carefully. And you told me your mom was a baker, he explained, and that what you remember best about her were the smells of the things she cooked. Do you really think that's a coincidence? She looked startled. She had never even considered that before, but now she was forced to acknowledge the possibility that he was on to something. You're probably right, she agreed, I think that might be part of it. But it isn't like I've never had cinnamon rolls since my mom died. But not using her recipe, he countered, part of me worries I won't live up to her memory, and part of me is worried I'll taint or even replace your memories of her. She smiled at him, happy for his consideration. But as she processed his words, her expression turned to one of melancholy. If it makes you feel any better, she offered sadly, it isn't exactly my mother's recipe. Huh, but you said? He frowned in confusion. My mother didn't write down her recipes, she told him, she cooked everything from memory and by taste. She used to say cooking is an art. People treat recipes like they are laws, and use it for an excuse when things go bad. But no 2 sticks of butter, no 2 bags of flour taste or cook exactly the same. A real baker uses her senses to guide her to the right mix of ingredients and time in the oven. Or at least that's what I've been told. Then what's this? Naruto glanced at the paper. Where did it come from? This recipe was written by one of her apprentices after she died. It is a best approximation her recipe, with a little experimentation to get it as close as possible. Annoyed with himself for making her depressed, Naruto wrapped his arms around her gently and said, I'm sorry for bringing it up. For making you remember all that. No, it's okay, she forced a smile, I wanted you to know you don't have to worry. I can't remember exactly what my mother's cinnamon buns taste like, and even if I could, I wouldn't expect these to taste the same. And I already knew sweets aren't your specialty, so I won't be surprised or disappointed if the first batch or 2 turn out badly. How did you know sweets aren't my specialty? He demanded suspiciously. Choji told me about my birthday cake. Her cheeks flushed mildly, embarrassed for having betrayed the betrayer. He said that the first one was inedible, and you gave him the second one because it fell apart when you took it out of the pan. Oh man, Naruto groaned, you weren't supposed to know that. Naruto watched fretfully, despite her reassurances. Having completed the topping just in time, the rolls had been glazed and set aside to cool. Now Hinata was taking her first, tentative bite. How is it? He asked nervously, as she finished chewing and swallowed. Wonderful, she smiled happily at him. Then she put her lips to his and stuck her tongue in his mouth so he could get a taste. Well, that was a waste of time, Naruto groused, as the 4 shinobi bounded rapidly through the trees. Sakura frowned at him, while Hinata exhibited a practiced neutrality. Do you really think that? Kakashi said, his mildly sarcastic tone indicating that his student had missed something obvious. Yeah, the blonde youth said assertively, I mean, you said this Nezumi guy was one of your best contacts, and all he has for us is that Kisame has been seen in the earth, bird, and rain countries. That's a big area, and we don't even know what that shark is doing. Not all intelligence is useful, the semi-retired Jonin explained, but something is better than nothing. Besides, the real purpose of this mission to introduce the 3 of you to Nezumi, so he will work with you in the future. Well, okay, Naruto grimaced, But I didn't like the way that guy was staring at Hinata. He's like that with every woman, Kakashi shrugged slightly, they make him uncomfortable. But he's harmless. Well, mostly. What the heck is that supposed to mean? Naruto complained again, as they drew steadily closer to the village hidden in the leaves. The Konohagakure was one of the most highly guarded locations on the continent, though a casual observer could have been forgiven for not understanding that. For a hidden village it was remarkably easy to find. It did not have the sort of natural barriers the Sunagakure, Takigakure, or Kirigakure sported. The Leaf Village may have been at the base of a cliff, but the ancient and weathered mountain peak to the north did little to dissuade attackers. Nor was the Konoha a fortified military installation like the Amigakure or Iwagakure. Other than the gates, the barricades surrounding majority of the ninja town appeared to be simply upright, sharpened logs atop a short stone wall, nothing like the thick granite or iron ramparts of some of the other villages. Nor did they appear to have as many guards posted as other outposts. But, as befitted a training ground of shinobi, looks were deceiving. The timbers of the wall were pressure-treated and chakra-reinforced. They were secured by steel rebar and advanced ninjutsu, and despite that when damaged the logs were easier and faster to repair or replace than rock or metal walls. Though there were fewer guards on the wall, there were multiple layers of overlapping patrols in the forest, identifying threats before they got too close to the village. The fifth Hokage had substantially increased these patrols after the abduction of Naruto Uzumaki a few months earlier. And many of these guards were members of the Hyuga branch families, their Byakugan eyes letting them cover far more area than an average sentinel. And despite the reluctance of certain leaf ninjas to accept new technologies, in its defensive measures the Konohagakure was cutting edge. Cameras and motion sensors on the walls and in the trees provide an additional layer of redundant observation, funneled into a trio of command centers. The village even had seismic scanners to watch for tunneling or earth movement jutsu. There was not a square inch within a half-mile of the village that was not monitored in at least 3 separate ways. They never stood a chance. 6 figures moved rapidly through the forest, easily avoiding the various attempts to detect them. All were considered S-rank jonin, and 5 of them were guided by a legendary dojutsu. On top of their prowess, their de facto leader was intimately familiar with the terrain. It may have been close to a century since he had actively guarded this land, but not too much had changed, and his infrequent return visits had kept his knowledge up to date. The group avoided guards and cameras as if they knew in advance where they were, and stepped so lightly and silently that none of the vibration-based sensors felt even a tremor of their presence. Even the animals of the forest failed to notice them. One of the 2 females in the group touched a branch only millimeters away from a chipmunk and the skittish rodent never reacted. At a certain, predetermined point, they split up. 4 of the invaders continued together on a slight deviation of their original southwesterly course, with the 5th heading almost due west, and the last turning further south. The 2 who broke off also slowed slightly. The larger group began to purposefully make mistakes, and by the time the quartet reached the main gate of the Konohagakure, additional ninjas had been dispatched to greet them. Choji and Shikamaru, the current guards, both recognized the robes the invaders wore, and the lazy genius Chunin hit the emergency release, slamming the gates shut. All 4 of these intruders wore the same familiar cloak, shoulder to ankle, black, reinforced cotton with a pattern of red clouds. And that was not the end to their similarities. Each also had 2, parallel, dark gray bars of an undetermined metal running horizontally through the bridges of their noses, and also a longer, vertical span of the same material piercing both the top point and the lobe of each of their ears. Each member of the quartet possessed vivid, orange hair, though with slight variations in shade. Finally they all had the same eyes, marked by concentric blue rings for corneas. The shortest of the men was still at least 2 inches taller than Naruto, even if you ignored the similar spiky hairdo the 2 men shared. He was of a moderate build, and his face and nose were just a little too long to be called truly handsome. As he ran, a beaded necklace could be seen under the collar of his coat. He also bore a hidden rain headband across his brow, with a thick line cut through the symbol on the metallic shield. The woman was the shorter than any of the men, if just barely. Her hair was a lighter shade of orange, with a few pale blonde streaks. It hung loosely over her uncovered brow, and was pulled back into a ponytail that trailed, fully wrapped, down to her slender buttocks. The rest of her figure was as trim as her behind, fit without being skinny. Though her nose was shallow and her lips were too thin, there was still an elegant beauty to her face. The second man might have been the tallest, though it was hard to tell due to the hairstyle of the last man. He was slender, appearing to weigh no more than his female comrade. His hair was the same color as the first man, and fell unencumbered around him, raining down past his knees in the back, and dropping to the middle of his chest in the front. His face was fairly nondescript, with a thin, straight nose, and slightly broad mouth. If the second man wasn't tallest, the final invader definitely was. His hairstyle was superficial, similar to the first warrior, but his hair was a darker shade of orange, and the points of his hairdo were longer and more random, though this may have been because he lacked a ninja headband to bind his locks. He had a broad nose and strong chin. In addition, he was also the heaviest of the quartet. His thickly muscled body contained at least as much mass as any two of his companions. The shortest of the men took point. The massive doors of the Leaf Village's main gate had closed, but he did not slow. He lifted his hand, and an invisible force distorted the air before him. It struck the twin doors, denting them, and then dislodging them from their hinges and throwing them inwards. Choji caught one of the doors, and immediately swung it back at the four invaders. The other door struck the wall of Emporium Karen, shaking the entire building, and knocking over the owner/operator inside. Kiba, Akamaru, and Tamari joined Shikamaru, and the Sand Jonin looked worried when she recognized both the first of the attackers and the damage he had done. The leader launched another pressure wave, shattering Akimichi's improvised club before it could strike him or his fellows. Wood and metal rained down on them, but they ignored it. "Naruto isn't here," Kiba shouted at them, assuming he knew the reason for the assault. His minor betrayal drew annoyed glances from his allies. "Good," the lead attacker responded, as the second tallest of his companions hit the Chunin and his dog. "That will make this even easier." The female trespasser brought out 2 scrolls, as the long-haired warrior's kick dislocated Kiba's shoulder and sent him flying into the broken barrier blocking the storefront. The Akatsuki-robed woman unfurled the parchments, triggering the jutsu stored within, filling the entryway with predators. 7 cheetahs, 1 lion and 3 lionesses, 3 tigers, 2 jaguars, and 1 puma materialized inside the wall of the Leaf Village and looked at their trainer expectantly. "Hunt," she ordered them, and the hungry animals began to disperse into the village. Choji moved to stop the lions, but group's leader cut him off with a stream of flames. The extra-large Takujo turned to face his opponent, incanting partial expansion jutsu. The Rain Renegade interposed his palm, and the same jutsu he had used on the door first stopped Choji's fist, then hurtled the hefty shinobi backwards, slamming him into the broken gate next to Kiba. He groaned, but like the dog trainer, he did not stand. "Who are these guys?" Shikamaru asked his lover tersely, backing away from leader of the attackers and dodging a punch from the muscleman. She started to answer, but a spear of water shot out from the laced fingers of the long-haired man. She brought up her fan to block and was pushed back as the water broke on the iron weapon. This put her in range of the muscleman, who caught her neck faster than she expected. He squeezed tightly and then dropped her. The Sand Kunoichi's eyes rolled back into her head, and she collapsed limply. Shikamaru was outnumbered, and he knew he outmatched as well. Though discretion was the smarter course, watching his girlfriend and best friend both felled with only a cursory effort lit a flame inside the normally apathetic young man. "Shadow possession jutsu," he stated, slapping his hands together. His silhouette split in 4 and extended across the ground at the invaders. The largest intruder jumped forward, spreading his arms so that all 4 of Nara's projections unexpectedly hit his shadow instead of his companions. "Have it your way," Shikamaru growled, trying to force the trapped shinobi to turn towards his comrades. But the big man lowered his arm instead, and the shadow user felt his arm being forced down as well. "It's like Tayuya's second stage," the Leaf Chunin considered. "He's too strong for me." He must have known that. But I'll bet he doesn't know about this. Shikamaru struggled, but was able to bring his hands together again. He laced them so the tips of each finger were interlocked, palms down. "Ninja art, shadow seal jutsu," he exclaimed, and the joined shadows around the largest attacker expanded and split, forming a black seal on the ground around him. Shikamaru's shadow disconnected, leaving the big guy trapped in the middle of the sigils, unable to move. Now, can I deal with the others? Shikamaru drew a harsh breath as he thought that, but as he looked around he realized that the rain rogue and the woman were gone, leaving only the long-haired opponent, who was also completing his own jutsu. Suiton, water prison jutsu, the trespasser stated. No way, there isn't enough. Shikamaru's complaint was cut off as the sphere of water sprang out from his enemy's hand, engulfing him. Nara tried to sign for another jutsu, but the liquid was too dense, and he could not twist his fingers into the shapes representing the noble animals. As he tried, he felt his lungs begin to burn, and started to regret all the times he failed to practice holding his breath. He managed to bring his hands together, and tried to send out his shadow again, but it could not pierce the barrier. His struggles slowed, and he appeared to pass out. Still, the long-haired ninja held him in the sphere, until his large ally was freed from the shadow seal, just to be safe. After letting Shikamaru drop, the two invaders raced into the village to join their comrades. Kanpyu, what's going on? Tsunade demanded as she stormed into the command center. Her apprentice-turned-assistant followed closely behind. For attackers, the tech ninja watching the monitors announced. The Hokage started to snort derisively until the Hyuga analyst added, all wearing Akatsuki robes. One of them has released a number of big cats, another security agent exclaimed, they are attacking the civilians. Do you have any good visuals? Shizune prompted. Kanpyu nodded, and brought up the scene of Choji's brief battle, focusing on the enemy. Pain, the Sannin growled, of all the times for Jiraiya to be off gallivanting about. All right, dispatch genin teams and any available Inuzuka clan members to deal with the lions and such, she ordered, switching to her command voice, and send medics to check on Shikamaru and company. Is Team Kakashi back yet? No, ma'am. And Team Guy is out, too, she recalled, get the original Ino Shikacho out there, but tell Chosa to put his genin squad on cat duty like the rest. Also send out the remaining members of Team Enko and Team Yuga, and Gunma and Rado. Shizune, I want you down there, too. Of course, milady, the younger Jonin nodded, and then disappeared. Get everyone else in the village ready to mobilize, the Hokage instructed. We don't want to give Pain and his friends too many targets, but we need reinforcements ready. Have the remaining Chunin and Tokubetsu Jonin form a perimeter, to keep the civilians out of the line of fire and to prevent Pain's friends from slipping away. Order any other Jonin start carefully patrolling the village. You think there are others? The head guard asked, as his juniors began making phone calls. Tsunade nodded. Pain's partner, Conan, isn't on any of the images you've shown me, she answered, and this attack seems too open. This is either a diversion or a suicide mission, and even I wouldn't put money on the latter. Medical team reporting in, another of the sentries reported, Choji, Shikamaru, and Temari are unconscious, but none of them are seriously injured. Good, the healer frowned despite her statement, looking around at the various screens. She started to inquire about Kiba when she noticed something else. Hold on, Tsunade suddenly ordered, staring at the images one of the monitors, where a tech shinobi was amazing the recording, go back 3 seconds and freeze. Zoom in on her. The young woman complied, and the screen showed the female invader, in the middle of summoning the felines. The image enlarged around her face, and the image briefly depixelated and then resolved. Have we started comparing this to the files? She demanded. Actually, we were planning to test this new program that has the computer match faces in pictures, the leader of the guard team answered for his junior. Why? Her hair is the wrong color, Tsunade stated, and well, she's supposed to be dead. But if it wasn't for that, I would swear that is Yuji Ni, the former Jinchuriki of the Two Tails Cat Demon. Check it by hand, right away. Then check on the other two. Ain't believe you are talking with me on the phone while you're nursing, Enko's incredulous voice emerged from the phone. When have you ever refused a phone call, Enko? Yugo asked frankly and without sarcasm. Rei whimpered, and Yuzuki shifted the infant higher. I thought the seal was supposed to have expired already. Enko shifted the conversation slightly, hints of annoyance and chagrin warring in her voice. It should have expired 10 days ago, the younger Kunoichi confirmed. Shizune said my desire to spend more time with Rei might be causing my chakra to sustain the seal. Or that I might just have a natural affinity for nursing. Sleeping on the floor next to mother and daughter, Inanni suddenly lifted her head, staring at the wall with a surprised expression. Then her eyes narrowed, her ears swiveled back, and she growled at the side of the house. Yugo looked at the tiny demon cautiously. I would have thought I had more natural affinity, Mitarashi teased. Inanni's attention shifted again, her head darting to the left to hiss at the door. The human followed the feline's attention, curious as to what had the bijou so agitated. She wished she had Hinata's ability to communicate with the spirit. Yuga. Enko's questioning voice was cut off as the kunai sliced through the former Anbu shinobi's cellular. Yuzuki glanced back and noticed the dagger was made out of folded paper. Still vocalizing angrily, the two tails charged towards the now open door. For more kunai flashed out, forming a trapezoid around the demon. After they hit the floor, the blades unfolded, revealing seals inscribed on the paper. Inanni hit the barrier and bounced off, shaking her head painfully. Snarling, the pet-sized demoness spit a small cone of fire at the scroll, but the Fuinjutsu stopped the attack. Give me the girl, the attacker stepped into the room, and I won't have to kill you. The kidnapper was basically the same height as Yugao, but her limbs and hips were narrower, though her bust was larger. She had shoulder-length, blue-gray hair, with a paper rose over her right temple. Her amber eyes locked on the last daughter of the Uchiha. She also had a small metal stud through the middle of her bottom lip. She wore tight black pants, and a dark gray top that started as a collar, and covered her chest and stomach down to just above her umbilicus, where it split apart, wrapping around behind her, and hanging loose over her sides and back, down to her knees. I will never willingly give my daughter to the Akatsuki or Madara Uchiha, Yugo said darkly, recognizing Pain's partner Conan. The invader smiled wistfully. I'm afraid I can't give you a choice, the origami ninja informed the leaf kunoichi regretfully. May I set her down and meet you outside? Yuzuki requested, after all, neither of us wants to put my daughter in any danger. Conan nodded once. Yugo settled Rei into her cradle, the infant dozing after her meal. She secured a blanket around the girl, and then pulled her brassiere and shirt back into place. The two kunoichi's eyes met determinately, and both exited the house, leaving the cat demon clawing at the chakra cage. Yuzuki briefly met Inanni's eyes, but shook her head sadly. She wanted to free the cat, however she knew that her enemy would never allow it, and Yuga decided it was more important to take the brewing fight away from Rei. Ganma hopped upwards, catching his scarred cousin. The remains of the attack that had sent Reito flying clipped second to Kujo as well, dislodging both his bandana and the senbon needle between his lips. The rescuer managed to get to twist around so he landed on the wall instead of crashing into it. Ganma set his teammate down on the building. They stood parallel to the ground and watched their opponents. The four invaders ignored them and continued to push forward. What was that attack? Ganma asked, catching his head covering as it fluttered by, and securing it again. Reito shook his head. I've never seen or felt anything like it, the other Takujo answered. When it hit me, it felt like I was jerked back from behind. No, it was more like I dropped backwards, like I had been lying on a trapdoor, and it suddenly opened. A gravity manipulation technique? Ganma pondered it. Could be. But to use such a technique without hand signs. Maybe that's why you survived it. Normally gravity attacks are hard to use and very powerful. The attack was weakened because he did not fully shape it. Could be, Reito said again. Then he looked forward to where Choza Akimichi suddenly rose above the invaders. You think we gave them enough of a lead? Ganma asked. Reito nodded, and darted back towards the action, to help spring Shikaku's trap. As the marked ninja moved, his cousin frowned, considering their enemy's technique again. He should have been killed, he placed a new senbon between his lips, troubled by the thought. Pain, the surviving elder Namikaze's brother, stopped his apprentice before the infiltration team could leave. Given Madara's presence, Guki used Nagato's alias. Yahiko's body turned back to speak with his leader. If possible, do not kill any of the Leaf Shinobi, the X-class renegade instructed the younger man. Master Guki? Feeling badly for your old friends? Madara asked smugly. No, Gookie was unperturbed by the needling, but Pain's paths are the distraction. Keeping the leaf ninjas busy will be better served by leaving them hurt but alive. It means their medics will be healing, not attacking, and some of them will concern themselves with removing the injured. And they might keep some of their heavy hitters back. Also, it will serve as a message, the blonde renegade smiled darkly, and I am curious to see if Tsunade-sensei recognizes it. Pain's Deva Path nodded. Ibiki Marino frowned as the long-haired invader sent out a burst of water, washing away the scroll in Inoichi Yamanaka's hands before they could complete the seal intended to trap the invaders. He flipped open his phone and punched a certain number. After 2 rings, the other party picked up. Ibiki-senpai, this is hardly the time, Kanpu answered in a quiet hiss. Kan, is the Hokage there? The interrogation expert asked forcefully. Yes, the tech ninja answered dubiously, but she's busy. Give her your phone. Why? Give her your phone, Ibiki repeated sternly, and he could almost see the younger man shudder. He heard some words exchanged in harsh whispers, but could not hear the exact words. A few seconds later, a new voice came through the speaker. Marino, what is it? Tsunade demanded angrily. It's about the invaders, he said respectfully, suddenly less sure of himself. You aren't supposed to be worrying about them. Get back on crowd control. Lady Hokage, I recognize one of them, he interjected. There was a pause, and she continued in a more neutral tone. Which one? The long-haired one. The one using water jutsu. Marino's voice paused slightly. I'm not sure, because the hair color is different, the weird jewelry is new, and, well, he's supposed to be dead. But he looks like Weiba, a waterfall ninja I encountered a few times. This invader has the same face, and seems the same Kekiai Genkai, the ability to store extra water in his body so he can use advanced water techniques even when there isn't a lake or river around. All right, she said slowly, thank you Ibiki-kun. As she disconnected, Tsunade looked at the monitor again, her eyes flickering from the female trespasser to the long-haired intruder. That's 2, they should be deads, she mumbled, that can't just be a coincidence. A dark shadow approached the Hyuga manor. With the attacks, the clan was in an uproar, the visually acute members being dispatched to look for civilians that had not been moved to safety, or the animals that were hunting them. As another Hyuga Chunin exited the house, Madara swooped down. Though the middle-aged man's Byakugan saw him coming, it was too late, and Uchiha buried the kunai in his left hand in his victim's heart, and his right hand blade in the Hyuga's throat. The leaf ninja died before he could make a sound, and Madara tossed the body aside. Uchiha was wearing a simple, standard stealth shizoku, but with jutsu bound into the threads that would prevent even the white eyes of the Hyuga clan from seeing his face. The traitor entered his first family's home, noting that the intervening decades had done little to change it. He turned down the hall towards the living area and nearly collided with a young kunoichi with the cage bird seal glowing on her forehead, her headband still in her hand, and her bloodline power inactive. Madara loosed the 2 bloody kunai he held, following them instantly with a handful of shuriken. The attractive teen fell before she recognized the danger. That's 2 members of my family you have killed. Hayashi Hyuga turned into the hall, the veins around his eyes bulging, and the last. I don't know who you are, or why you are here, but you will not leave this house alive. Madara chuckled, and bent his head slightly to remove the mask that prevented his enemy from seeing his features. He kept his eyes closed as he lifted his head. Itachi Uchiha? Hayashi gasped. Like all the clan leaders, he was quite familiar with the somewhat hollow face of the double agent. Not quite, Madara hissed, revealing his 2 small orbs, floating in place of Itachi's. Those eyes? Madara? Madara turned up the corpse's lips, and charged down the hall at Hayashi. Rotation, Hayashi Hyuga announced, throwing his arms out. The chakra dome struck the walls of the hallway, stripping away the paint and cracking the wood paneling beneath. Madara hopped up and back, landing on the wall just above and behind the boundary of the hemisphere attack, and once it had dissipated, he charged again. Rotation, the clan leader repeated the jutsu, but Uchiha Shinen Sharingan had already memorized the move, even if he could not reproduce it. Madara altered his momentum, throwing himself at the opposite wall while reversing direction. He barely managed to outrun the chakra circle before turning around again. He landed on the floor, just outside Hayashi's range, and regarded his great-great-grand-nephew more thoughtfully. "So Naruto did not kill you," Hayashi stated carefully, frowning at the Akatsuki leader's attention. "He came closer than anyone else ever has, including Hashirama," Madara offered. "The boy rendered my original body worthless. But he didn't know my secret." Madara tapped Itachi's temple, indicating his eyes. "That's why I'm here, I need a new body," the first Uchiha concluded. Hayashi's scowl deepened, the traitor had the better bait. "What about that body?" the white-eyed Takujo demanded. "Itachi's body." "Itachi was already dead," Madara answered, "and unlike certain others, I need a living, breathing body. Itachi is just a puppet." Raiten, lightning cannon jutsu. Uchiha launched a ball of lightning the size of his head at Hayashi, but the Hyuga leader ducked back into the hall from which he had emerged, and then turned and ran. "I cannot fight him in these narrow halls," Hayashi decided, his Byakugan tracking Itachi's corpse as it followed him through the mansion. "I have to get to the courtyard or one of the training rooms." The clan leader was hampered in his efforts by the other members of his family. Most of the Hyugas not summoned to patrol were elderly or children, but he did not expect Madara would spare them. So he was forced to track every individual and change directions frequently, to avoid leading the traitor too close to them. He hoped it looked to Uchiha like he was just trying to shake his pursuer. Finally Hayashi found himself all but trapped, and he made a painful choice. 8 trigrams empty palm, he paused to thrust his hand forward, blasting a hole in the wall before him. As Madara closed in, Hayashi jumped through the gap, falling to the dirt 1 story below. He turned and spread his arms wide as Uchiha shot out of the break. He halted his heavenly spin when he realized Madara would pass over him and land outside his range. Instead, he started signing. "Doton, stone jacket jutsu," Hinata's father intoned. "Katen, solid fireball jutsu," the immortal countered, spitting a large cloud of flames at Hayashi. The dense inferno had the secondary effect of pushing Madara further into the air and out of range of the trapping technique. Lacking sufficient time to counter, Hyuga dove to the side, but the flames still caught the edge of his robes, setting them aflame. Suetun, dousing rain jutsu, Hayashi pulled all of the moisture out of the air, dropping it on them both to extinguish his robes and the grass, but also to weaken Madara's lightning jutsu, should he try it again. Madara paused, considering his next move. He truly wanted to battle the Hyuga shinobi with taijutsu, to beat him at his own game. But Hayashi's previous action had shown he was not going to fall for that. The master of the Sharingan considered unleashing Tsukuyomi, but he also did not want to expend that much chakra. He might still need that energy during his escape, and simply animating Itachi's body was a constant, if minor, drain on his reserves. And even though Hayashi did not possess the Suijin Byakugan to reflect his Jinjutsu, his regular Byakugan still gave him a slight edge, so there was a chance he might not be completely incapacitated by the technique. Madara decided to play it safe for the time being. Suetun, water whip jutsu, the jutsu copier used the water Hayashi had concentrated and threw it back at the clan leader in a tight cord. Rotation, Hanabi's father pushed the water away again, but the concentration shift ended the drizzle. "You are a one-trick pony," Madara chided his opponent, "but your little heavenly spin won't stop everything." "She has me at a disadvantage," each kunoichi thought, almost in unison. "She is an S-rank criminal," Yugo continued her internal monologue. "She would be a difficult opponent for Kakashi, Gaisan, or Lady Tsunade. I am not unskilled, but I am not at that level. In addition, she is fully outfitted, while I am in civilian attire. But I must not let her take Rei. Her eyes are dangerous," Conan considered. "She is a mother fighting to defend her child, she will go to any length to defeat me. I don't have her determination, I wouldn't even be here, helping Madara, if Guki-sama had not requested it, and Nagato had not agreed. Her expression also says that she knows me. I'm sure between Jiraiya-sensei and Itachi, the Leaf must have an extensive file on me. But I do not even know who she is, or what to expect. I probably should have read the reports on Kakashi's adoption of Itachi's daughter." Conan glanced down briefly at the inside pockets of her top, appraising her supplies. "It also took more chakra and paper than I expected, to break into the Uchiha estate. So I can't afford to test her too much, even if time wasn't an issue." Weapon summoning jutsu, Yugo's katana appeared in her hands, and she quickly secured the scabbard to the belt of her jeans. The leaf kunoichi did not draw the blade, instead she watched her opponent in an iajutsu stance. Conan responded by drawing 5 sheets of paper from under her shirt, and started folding them together. Ninja art, paper sword jutsu, the former Akatsuki kunoichi intoned, her white blade matching the size and shape of Yugo's weapon. Conan dropped her katana to the same position as Yuzuki's, though she held it by her left hip, instead of having it sheathed.